Part 1. 1. Prisoner's Base. On the last day of January 1915, under the sign of the Water-Bearer, in a year of a great war, and down in the shadow of some French mountains on the borders of Spain, I came into the world. Free by nature, in the image of God, I was nevertheless the prisoner of my own violence and my own selfishness, in the image of the world into which I was born. That world was the picture of hell, full of men like myself, loving God and yet hating Him, born to love Him, living instead in fear and hopeless self-contradictory hungers. Not many hundreds of miles away from the house where I was born, they were picking up the men who rotted in the rainy ditches among the dead horses and the ruined 75s, in a forest of trees without branches along the River Marne. My father and mother were captives in that world, knowing they did not belong with it or in it, and yet unable to get away from it. They were in the world and not of it, not because they were saints, but in a different way, because they were artists. The integrity of an artist lifts a man above the level of the world without delivering him from it. My father painted like Cézanne and understood the southern French landscape the way Cézanne did. His vision of the world was sane, full of balance, full of veneration for structure, for the relations of masses and for all the circumstances that impress an individual identity on each created thing. His vision was religious and clean, and therefore his paintings were without decoration or superfluous comment, since a religious man respects the power of God's creation to bear witness for itself. My father was a very good artist. Neither of my parents suffered from the little spooky prejudices that devour the people who know nothing but automobiles and movies and what's in the icebox and what's in the papers and which neighbors are getting a divorce. I inherited from my father his way of looking at things and some of his integrity, and from my mother some of her dissatisfaction with the mess the world is in, and some of her versatility. From both I got capacities for work and vision and enjoyment and expression that ought to have made me some kind of a king, if the standards the world lives by were the real ones. Not that we ever had any money, but any fool knows that you don't need money to get enjoyment out of life. If what most people take for granted were really true, if all you needed to be happy was to grab everything and see everything and investigate every experience and then talk about it, I should have been a very happy person, a spiritual millionaire, from the cradle even until now. If happiness were merely a matter of natural gifts, I would never have entered a Trappist monastery when I came to the age of a man. 2. My father and mother came from the ends of the earth, to Prades, and though they came to stay, they stayed there barely long enough for me to be born and get on my small feet, and then they left again. And they continued, and I began a somewhat long journey, for all three of us, one way and another. It is now ended. And though my father came from the other side of the earth, beyond many oceans, all the pictures of Christchurch, New Zealand, where he was born, look like the suburbs of London, but perhaps a little cleaner. There is more sunlight in New Zealand, and I think the people are healthier. My father's name was Owen Merton. Owen because his mother's family had lived for a generation or two in Wales, though I believe they were originally Lowland Scotch. And my father's father was a music master, and a pious man, who taught at Christ's College, Christchurch, on the South Island. My father had a lot of energy and independence. He told me how it was in the hill country and in the mountains of the South Island, out on the sheep farms and in the forests where he had been, and once, when one of the Antarctic expeditions came that way, my father nearly joined it, to go to the South Pole. He would have been frozen to death along with all the others, for that was the one from which no one returned. When he wanted to study art, there were many difficulties in his way, and it was not easy for him to convince his people that that was really his vocation. But eventually he went to London, and then to Paris, and in Paris he met my mother, and married her, and never went back to New Zealand. My mother was an American. I have seen a picture of her as a rather slight, thin, sober little person with a serious and somewhat anxious and very sensitive face. And this corresponds with my memory of her: worried, precise, quick, critical of me, her son. Yet in the family she has always been spoken of as gay and very light-hearted. My grandmother kept great locks of mother's red hair, after she died, and mother's happy laughter as a boarding school girl was what never ceased to echo in my grandmother's memory. It seems to me, now, that mother must have been a person full of insatiable dreams and of great ambition after perfection, perfection in art, in interior decoration, in dancing, in housekeeping, in raising children. Maybe that is why I remember her mostly as worried, since the imperfection of myself, her first son, had been a great deception. If this book does not prove anything else, it will certainly show that I was nobody's dream child. I have seen a diary mother was keeping, in the time of my infancy and first childhood, and it reflects some astonishment at the stubborn and seemingly spontaneous development of completely unpredictable features in my character, things she had never bargained for example, a deep and serious urge to adore the gaslight in the kitchen, with no little ritualistic veneration, when I was about 4. Churches and formal religion were things to which mother attached not too much importance in the training of a modern child, and my guess is that she thought, if I were left to myself, I would grow up into a nice, quiet deist of some sort, and never be perverted by superstition. My baptism, at Prades, was almost certainly father's idea, because he had grown up with a deep and well-developed faith, according to the doctrines of the Church of England. But I don't think there was much power, in the waters of the baptism I got in Prades, to untwist the warping of my essential freedom, or loose me from the devils that hung like vampires on my soul. My father came to the Pyrenees because of a dream of his own, more single, more concrete, and more practical than mother's numerous and haunting ideals of perfection. Father wanted to get some place where he could settle in France, and raise a family, and paint, and live on practically nothing, because we had practically nothing to live on. Father and mother had many friends at Prades, and when they had moved there, and had their furniture in their flat, and the canvases piled up in the corner, and the whole place smelling of fresh oil paints and watercolor and cheap pipe tobacco and cooking, more friends came down from Paris. And mother would paint in the hills, under a large canvas parasol, and father would paint in the sun, and the friends would drink red wine and gaze out over the valley at Cainagou, and at the monastery on the slopes of the mountain. There were many ruined monasteries in those mountains. My mind goes back with great reverence to the thought of those clean, ancient stone cloisters, those low and mighty rounded arches hewn and set in place by monks who have perhaps prayed me where I now am. Saint Martin and Saint Michael the Archangel, the great patron of monks, had churches in those mountains. Saint Martin du Cainagou, Saint Michel de Cuxa. Is it any wonder I should have a friendly feeling about those places? One of them, stone by stone, followed me across the Atlantic a score of years later, and got itself set up within convenient reach of me when I most needed to see what a cloister looked like, and what kind of place a man might live in, to live according to his rational nature, and not like a stray dog. Saint Michel de Cuxa is all fixed up in a special and considerably tidy little museum in an uptown park, in New York, overlooking the Hudson River, in such a way that you don't recall what kind of a city you are in. It is called the Cloisters. Synthetic as it is, it still preserves enough of its own reality to be a reproach to everything else around it, except the trees and the palisades. But when the friends of my father and mother came to Prades, they brought the newspapers, rolled up in their coat pockets, and they had many postcards carrying patriotic cartoons, representing the Allies overcoming the Germans. My grandparents, that is, my mother's father and mother in America, were worried about her being in a land at war, and it was evident that we could not stay much longer at Prades. I was barely a year old. I remember nothing about the journey, as we went to Bordeaux, to take the boat that had a gun mounted on the foredeck. I remember nothing about the crossing of the sea, nothing of the anxiety about U-boats, or the arrival in New York, and in the land where there was no war. But I can easily reconstruct the first encounter between my American grandparents and their new son-in-law and their grandson. For Pop, as my American grandfather was called in the family, was a buoyant and excitable man who, on docks, boats, trains, in stations, in elevators, on buses, in hotels, in restaurants, used to get keyed up and start ordering everybody around, and making new arrangements, and changing them on the spur of the moment. My grandmother, whom we called Bonnie Maman, was just the opposite, and her natural deliberateness and hesitancy and hatred of activity always seemed to increase in proportion to Pop's successes in the opposite direction. The more active Pop became and the more he shouted and gave directions, the more hesitant and doubtful and finally inert was my grandmother. But perhaps this obscure and innocent and wholly subconscious conflict had not yet developed, in 1916, to the full pitch of complications which it was to attain some 15 years later. I have no doubt that there was a certain amount of conflict between the two generations when father and mother determined that they were going to find their own kind of a house and live in it. It was a small house, very old and rickety, standing under 2 or 3 high pine trees, in Flushing, Long Island, which was then a country town. We were out in the fields in the direction of Kiljordan and Jamaica and the old truant school. The house had 4 rooms, 2 downstairs and 2 upstairs, and 2 of the rooms were barely larger than closets. It must have been very cheap. Our landlord, Mr. Duggan, ran a nearby saloon. He got in trouble with father for helping himself to the rhubarb which we were growing in the garden. I remember the grey summer dusk in which this happened. We were at the supper table, when the bended Mr. Duggan was observed, like some whale in the sea of green rhubarb, plucking up the red stalks. Father rose to his feet and hastened out into the garden. I could hear indignant words. We sat at the supper table, silent, not eating, and when father returned I began to question him, and to endeavor to work out the morality of the situation. And I still remember it as having struck me as a difficult case, with much to be said on both sides. In fact, I had assumed that if the landlord felt like it, he could simply come and harvest all our vegetables, and there was nothing we could do about it. I mention this with the full consciousness that someone will use it against me, and say that the real reason I became a monk in later years was that I had the mentality of a medieval serf when I was barely out of the cradle. Father did as much painting as he could. He filled several sketchbooks and finished some watercolors along the waterfront in New York, and eventually even had an exhibition in a place in Flushing which was maintained by some artists there. 2 doors away from us, up the road, in a white house with pointed gables, surrounded by a wide sweep of sloping lawn, and with a stable that had been turned into a studio, lived Bryson Burroughs, who painted pale, classical pictures something like Puvis de Chavannes and who, with some of the gentleness you could see in his work, was very kind to us. Father could not support us by painting. During the war years we lived on his work as a landscape gardener, which was mostly plain manual labor, for he not only laid out the gardens of some rich people in the neighborhood, but did most of the work planting and caring for them, and that was how we lived. Father did not get this money under false pretenses. He was a very good gardener, understood flowers, and knew how to make things grow. What is more, he liked this kind of work almost as much as painting. Then in November 1918, about a week before the armistice of that particular World War, my younger brother was born. He was a child with a much serener nature than mine, with not so many obscure drives and impulses. I remember that everyone was impressed by his constant and unruffled happiness. In the long evenings, when he was put to bed before the sun went down, instead of protesting and fighting, as I did when I had to go to bed, he would lie upstairs in his crib, and we would hear him singing a little tune. Every evening it was the same tune, very simple, very primitive, a nice little tune, very suitable for the time of day and for the season. Downstairs, we would all fall more or less silent, lulled by the singing of the child in the crib, and we would see the sun rays slanting across the fields and through the windows as the day ended. I had an imaginary friend, called Jack, who had an imaginary dog, called Doolittle. The chief reason why I had an imaginary friend was that there were no other children to play with, and my brother John Paul was still a baby. When I tried to seek diversion watching the gentlemen who played pool at Mr. Duggan's saloon, I got into much trouble. On the other hand, I could go and play at Burroughs' place, in their garden and in the room full of old lumber over the studio. Betty Burroughs knew how to join in games in a way that did not imply patronage, though she was practically grown up. But for friends of my own age, I had to fall back on my imagination, and it was perhaps not a good thing. Mother did not mind the company I kept in my imagination, at least to begin with, but once I went shopping with her, and refused to cross Main Street, Flushing, for fear that the imaginary dog, Doolittle, might get run over by real cars. This I later learned from her record of the affair in her diary. By 1920 I could read and write and draw. I drew a picture of the house, and everybody sitting under the pine trees, on a blanket, on the grass, and sent it to Pop in the mail. He lived at Douglaston, which was about 5 miles away. But most of the time I drew pictures of boats. Ocean liners with many funnels and hundreds of portholes, and waves all around as jagged as a saw, and the air full of VS for the seagulls. Things were stimulated by the momentous arrival of my New Zealand grandmother, who had come from the antipodes to visit her scattered children in England and America, as soon as the war had ended. I think she brought one of my aunts along with her, but I was most of all impressed by Granny. She must have talked to me a great deal, and asked me many questions and told me a great number of things, and though there are few precise details I remember about that visit, the general impression she left was one of veneration and awe and love. She was very good and kind, and there was nothing effusive and overwhelming about her affection. I have no precise memory of what she looked like, except that she wore dark clothes, grey and dark brown, and had glasses and grey hair and spoke quietly and earnestly. She had been a teacher, like her husband, my New Zealand grandfather. The clearest thing I remember about her was the way she put salt on her oatmeal at breakfast. Of this I am certain, it made a very profound impression on me. Of one other thing I am less certain, but it is in itself much more important: she taught me the Lord's Prayer. Perhaps I had been taught to say the Our Father before, by my earthly father. I never used to say it. But evidently Granny asked me one night if I had said my prayers, and it turned out that I did not know the Our Father, so she taught it to me. After that I did not forget it, even though I went for years without saying it at all. It seems strange that father and mother, who were concerned almost to the point of scrupulosity about keeping the minds of their sons uncontaminated by error and mediocrity and ugliness and sham, had not bothered to give us any formal religious training. The only explanation I have is the guess that mother must have had strong views on the subject. Possibly she considered any organized religion below the standard of intellectual perfection she demanded of any child of hers. We never went to church in Flushing. In fact, I remember having an intense desire to go to church one day, but we did not go. It was Sunday. Perhaps it was an Easter Sunday, probably in 1920. From across the fields, and beyond the red farmhouse of our neighbor, I could see the spire of St. George's Church, above the trees. The sound of the church bells came to us across the bright fields. I was playing in front of the house, and stopped to listen. Suddenly, all the birds began to sing in the trees above my head, and the sound of birds singing and church bells ringing lifted up my heart with joy. I cried out to my father, "Father, all the birds are in their church." And then I said, "Why don't we go to church?" My father looked up and said, "We will." "Now," said I. "No, it is too late. But we will go some other Sunday." And yet mother did go somewhere, sometimes, on Sunday mornings, to worship God. I doubt that father went with her. He probably stayed at home to take care of me and John Paul, for we never went. But anyway, mother went to the Quakers, and sat with them in their ancient meeting house. This was the only kind of religion for which she had any use, and I suppose it was taken for granted that, when we grew older, we might be allowed to tend in that direction too. Probably no influence would have been brought to bear on us to do so. We would have been left to work it out more or less for ourselves. Meanwhile, at home, my education was progressing along the lines laid down by some progressive method that mother had read about in one of those magazines. She answered an advertisement that carried an oval portrait of some bearded scholar with a pince nez, and received from Baltimore a set of books and some charts and even a small desk and blackboard. The idea was that the smart modern child was to be turned loose amid this apparatus, and allowed to develop spontaneously into a midget university before reaching the age of 10. The ghost of John Stuart Mill must have glided up and down the room with a sigh of gratification as I opened the desk and began. I forget what came of it all, except that one night I was sent to bed early for stubbornly spelling which without the first H, W-I-C-H. I remember brooding about this as an injustice. What do they think I am, anyway? After all, I was still only 5 years old. Still, I retain no grudge against the fancy method or the desk that went with it. Maybe that was where my geography book came from, the favorite book of my childhood. I was so fond of playing prisoner's base all over those maps that I wanted to become a sailor. I was only too eager for the kind of footloose and unstable life I was soon to get into. My second best book confirmed me in this desire. This was a collection of stories called The Greek Heroes. It was more than I could do to read the Victorian version of these Greek myths for myself, but father read them aloud, and I learned of Theseus and the Minotaur, of the Medusa, of Perseus and Andromeda. Jason sailed to a far land, after the Golden Fleece. Theseus returned victorious, but forgot to change the black sails, and the king of Athens threw himself down from the rock, believing that his son was dead. In those days I learned the name Hesperides, and it was from these things that I unconsciously built up the vague fragments of a religion and of a philosophy, which remained hidden and implicit in my acts, and which, in due time, were to assert themselves in a deep and all-embracing attachment to my own judgment and my own will, and a constant turning away from subjection, towards the freedom of my own ever-changing horizons. In a sense, this was intended as the fruit of my early training. Mother wanted me to be independent, and not to run with the herd. I was to be original, individual. I was to have a definite character and ideals of my own. I was not to be an article thrown together, on the common bourgeois pattern, on everybody else's assembly line. If we had continued as we had begun, and if John Paul and I had grown up in that house, probably this Victorian Greek complex would have built itself up gradually, and we would have turned into good-mannered and earnest skeptics, polite, intelligent, and perhaps even in some sense useful. We might have become successful authors, or editors of magazines, professors at small and progressive colleges. The way would have been all smooth, and perhaps I would never have ended up as a monk. But it is not yet the time to talk about that happy consummation, the thing for which I most thank and praise God, and which is of all things the ultimate paradoxical fulfillment of my mother's ideas for me, the last thing she would ever have dreamed of, the boomerang of all her solicitude for an individual development. But oh, How many possibilities there were ahead of me and my brother in that day. A brand new conscience was just coming into existence as an actual, operating function of a soul. My choices were just about to become responsible. My mind was clean and unformed enough to receive any set of standards, and work with the most perfect of them, and work with grace itself, and God's own values, if I had ever had the chance. Here was a will, neutral, undirected, a force waiting to be applied, ready to generate tremendous immanent powers of light or darkness, peace or conflict, order or confusion, love or sin. The bias which my will was to acquire from the circumstances of all its acts would eventually be the direction of my whole being towards happiness or misery, life or death, heaven or hell. More than that, since no man ever can, or could, live by himself and for himself alone, the destinies of thousands of other people were bound to be affected, some remotely, but some very directly and near at hand, by my own choices and decisions and desires, as my own life would also be formed and modified according to theirs. I was entering into a moral universe in which I would be related to every other rational being, and in which whole masses of us, as thick as swarming bees, would drag one another along towards some common end of good or evil, peace or war. I think it must have been after Mother went to the hospital that, one Sunday, I went to the Quaker meeting house with Father. He had explained to me that the people came and sat there, silent, doing nothing, saying nothing, until the Holy Spirit moved someone to speak. He also told me that a famous old gentleman, who was one of the founders of the Boy Scouts of America, would be there. That was Dan Beard. Consequently I sat among the Quakers with three more or less equal preoccupations running through my mind. Where was Dan Beard? Would he not only be called Beard, but have one on his chin? And what was the Holy Spirit going to move all these people to do or say? I forget how the third question was answered. But after the man sitting in the high wooden rostrum, presiding over the Quakers, gave the signal that the meeting was ended, I saw Dan Beard among the people under the low sunny porch, outside the meeting house door. He had a beard. It was almost certainly in the last year or so of Mother's life, 1921, that Father got a job as organist at the Episcopalian Church in Douglaston. It was not a job that made him very happy or enthusiastic. He did not get along very well with the minister. But I began to go to the church on Sundays, which makes me think that Mother was in the hospital, because I must have been living with Pop and Bonnie Man in Douglaston. The old Zion church was a white wooden building, with a squat, square little belfry, standing on a hill, surrounded by high trees and a large graveyard, and in a crypt underneath it were buried the original Douglas family, who had settled there on the shore of the Sound some 100 years before. It was pleasant enough on Sundays. I remember the procession that came out of the sacristy, a choir of men and women, dressed in black, with white surplices, and led by a cross. There were stained glass windows up behind the altar, one had an anchor on it, for its design, which interested me because I wanted to go to sea, and travel all over the world. Strange interpretation of a religious symbol ordinarily taken to signify stability in hope, the theological virtue of hope, dependence on God. To me it suggested just the opposite. Travel, adventure, the wide sea, and unlimited possibilities of human heroism, with myself as the hero. Then there was a lectern, shaped like an eagle with outspread wings, on which rested a huge Bible. Nearby was an American flag, and above that was one of those little boards they have in Protestant churches, on which the numbers of the hymns to be sung are indicated by black and white cards. I was impressed by the lighting of candles on the altar, by the taking up of the collection, and by the singing of hymns, while Father, hidden behind the choir somewhere, played the organ. One came out of the church with a kind of comfortable and satisfied feeling that something had been done that needed to be done, and that was all I knew about it. And now, as I consider it after many years, I see that it was very good that I should have got at least that much of religion in my childhood. It is a law of man's nature, written into his very essence, and just as much a part of him as the desire to build houses and cultivate the land and marry and have children and read books and sing songs, that he should want to stand together with other men in order to acknowledge their common dependence on God, their Father and Creator. In fact, this desire is much more fundamental than any purely physical necessity. At this same time my father played the piano every evening in a small movie theater which had been opened in the next town, Bayside. We certainly needed money. 3. And probably the chief reason why we needed money was that mother had cancer of the stomach. That was another thing that was never explained to me. Everything about sickness and death was more or less kept hidden from me, because consideration of these things might make a child morbid. And since I was destined to grow up with a nice, clear, optimistic, and well-balanced outlook on life, I was never even taken to the hospital to see mother, after she went there. And this was entirely her own idea. How long she had been ill and suffering, still keeping house for us, not without poverty and hardship, without our knowing anything of what it was, I cannot say. But her sickness probably accounts for my memory of her as thin and pale and rather severe. With a selfishness unusual even in a child, I was glad to move from Flushing to my grandparents' house at Douglaston. There I was allowed to do more or less as I pleased, there was plenty of food, and we had 2 dogs and several cats to play with. I did not miss mother very much, and did not weep when I was not allowed to go and see her. I was content to run in the woods with the dogs, or climb trees, or pester the chickens, or play around in the clean little studio where Bonniman sometimes painted china, and fired it in a small kiln. Then one day father gave me a note to read. I was very surprised. It was for me personally, and it was in my mother's handwriting. I don't think she had ever written to me before, there had never been any occasion for it. Then I understood what was happening, although, as I remember, the language of the letter was confusing to me. Nevertheless, one thing was quite evident. My mother was informing me, by mail, that she was about to die, and would never see me again. I took the note out under the maple tree in the backyard, and worked over it, until I had made it all out, and had gathered what it really meant. And a tremendous weight of sadness and depression settled on me. It was not the grief of a child, with pangs of sorrow and many tears. It had something of the heavy perplexity and gloom of adult grief, and was therefore all the more of a burden because it was, to that extent, unnatural. I suppose one reason for this was that I had more or less had to arrive at the truth by induction. Prayer? No, prayer did not even occur to me. How fantastic that will seem to a Catholic that a 6-year-old child should find out that his mother is dying, and not know enough to pray for her. It was not until I became a Catholic, 20 years later, that it finally occurred to me to pray for my mother. My grandparents did not have a car, but they hired one to go into the hospital, when the end finally came. I went with them in the car, but was not allowed to enter the hospital. Perhaps it was just as well. What would have been the good of my being plunged into a lot of naked suffering and emotional crisis without any prayer, any sacrament to stabilize and order it, and make some kind of meaning out of it? In that sense, Mother was right. Death, under those circumstances, was nothing but ugliness, and if it could not possibly have any ultimate meaning, why burden a child's mind with the sight of it? I sat outside, in the car, with the hired driver. Again, I knew nothing definite about what was going on. But I think there was also by this time no little subconscious rejection of everything that might have given me any certainty that Mother was really dying, for if I had wanted to find out, I would not have had much trouble. It seemed like a very long time. The car was parked in a yard entirely enclosed by black brick buildings, thick with soot. On one side was a long, low shed, and rain dripped from the eaves, as we sat in silence, and listened to the drops falling on the roof of the car. The sky was heavy with mist and smoke, and the sweet sick smell of hospital and gas house mingled with the stuffy smell of the automobile. But when Father and Pop and Bonnie Maman and my Uncle Harold came out of the hospital door, I did not need to ask any questions. They were all shattered by sorrow. When we got home to Douglaston, Father went into a room alone, and I followed him and found him weeping, over by the window. He must have thought of the days before the war, when he had first met Mother in Paris, when she had been so happy and gay and had danced, and had been full of ideas and plans and ambitions for herself and for him and for their children. It had not turned out as they had planned. And now it was all over. And Bonnie Maman was folding away the big heavy locks of red hair that had fallen from the shears when my mother was a girl, folding them away now in tissue paper, in the spare room, and weeping bitterly. They hired the same car again a day or so later, for another journey, and this time I am definitely glad I stayed in the car. Mother, for some reason, had always wanted to be cremated. I suppose that fits in with the whole structure of her philosophy of life. A dead body was simply something to be put out of the way as quickly as possible. I remember how she was, in the house at Flushing, with a rag tied tightly around her head to keep the dust out of her hair, cleaning and sweeping and dusting the rooms with the greatest energy and intensity of purpose, and it helps one to understand her impatience with useless and decaying flesh. That was something to be done away with, without delay. When life was finished, let the whole thing be finished, definitely, forever. Once again, the rain fell, the sky was dark. I cannot remember if Cousin Ethel, my mother's cousin, called Mrs. McGovern, who was a nurse, remained in the car to keep me from getting too gloomy. Nevertheless, I was very sad. But I was not nearly so unhappy as I would have been if I had gone up to that mournful and appalling place and stood behind a big pane of glass to watch my mother's coffin glide slowly between the steel doors that led to the furnace. 4. Mother's death had made one thing evident: Father now did not have to do anything but paint. He was not tied down to any one place. He could go wherever he needed to go, to find subjects and get ideas, and I was old enough to go with him. And so, after I had been a few months in the local school at Douglaston, and had already been moved up to the 2nd grade, in the evil-smelling grey annex on top of the hill, Father came back to New York and announced that he and I were going somewhere new. It was with a kind of feeling of triumph that I watched the East River widen into Long Island Sound, and waited for the moment when the Fall River boat, in all her pride, would go sweeping past the mouth of Bayside Bay and I would view Douglaston, as I thought, from the superiority of the open water and pass it by, heading for a new horizon called Fall River and Cape Cod and Provincetown. We could not afford a cabin, but slept down below decks in the crowded steerage, if you could call it that, among the loud Italian families and the colored boys who spent the night shooting craps under the dim light, while the waters spoke loudly to us, above our heads, proclaiming that we were well below the waterline. And in the morning we got off the boat at Fall River, and walked up the street beside the textile mills, and found a lunch wagon crowded with men getting something to eat on the way to work, and we sat at the counter and ate ham and eggs. All day long after that we were in a train. Just before we crossed the great black drawbridge over the Cape Cod Canal, Father got off at a station and went to a store across the street and bought me a bar of Baker's chocolate, with a blue wrapper and a picture of a lady in an old-fashioned cap and apron, serving cups of chocolate. I was almost completely overwhelmed with surprise and awe at the fact of such tremendous largesse. Candy had always been strictly rationed. Then came the long journey through the sand dunes, stopping at every station, while I sat, weary and entranced, with the taste of chocolate thick and stale in my mouth, turning over and over in my mind the names of places where we were going: Sandwich, Falmouth, Truro, Provincetown. The name Truro especially fascinated me. I could not get it out of my mind. Truro. Truro. It was a name as lonely as the edge of the sea. That summer was full of low sand dunes, and coarse grasses as sharp as wires, growing from the white sand. And the wind blew across the sand. And I saw the breakers of the grey sea come marching in towards the land, and I looked out at the ocean. Geography had begun to become a reality. The whole town of Provincetown smelled of dead fish, and there were countless fishing boats, of all sizes, tied up along the wharves, and you could run all day on the decks of the schooners, and no one would prevent you, or chase you away. I began to know the smell of ropes and of pitch and of the salt, white wood of decks, and the curious smell of seaweed, under the docks. When I got the mumps, Father read to me out of a book by John Masefield, which was full of pictures of sailing ships, and the only punishment I remember getting that summer was a mild reproof for refusing to eat an orange. By the time we returned to Douglaston, and Father left me with my grandparents, where John Paul had been all the time, I had learned how to draw pictures of schooners and barks and clippers and brigs, and knew far more about all these distinctions than I do now. Perhaps I went back to the rickety grey annex of the public school for a couple of weeks, not for longer. Because Father had found a new place where he wanted to go and paint pictures, and having found it, came back to get his drawing boards and me, and there we went together. It was Bermuda. Bermuda in those days had no big hotels and no golf courses to speak of. It was not famous for anything. It was simply a curious island, 2 or 3 days out of New York, in the Gulf Stream, where the British had a small naval base and where there were no automobiles and not much of anything else either. We took a small boat called the Fort Victoria, with a red and black funnel, and surprisingly soon after we had left New York Harbor, the flying fishes began to leap out of the foam before her bows and skid along over the surface of the warm waves. And although I was very eager for my first sight of the island, it came upon us suddenly before I was aware, and stood up before us in the purple waters, green and white. You could already see the small white houses, made of coral, cleaner than sugar, shining in the sun, and all around us the waters paled over the shallows and became the color of emeralds, where there was sand, or lavender where there were rocks below the surface. We threaded our way in a zigzag between the buoys that marked the path through the labyrinthine reefs. The HMS Calcutta lay at anchor off Ireland Island dockyard, and Father pointed to Somerset where, among the dark green cedars, was the place where we would live. Yet it was evening before we finally got there. How quiet and empty it was, in Somerset, in the gathering dusk. Our feet padded softly in the creamy dust of the deserted road. No wind stirred the paper leaves of the banana trees, or in the oleanders. Our voices seemed loud, as we spoke. Nevertheless it was a very friendly island. Those who occasionally came by saluted us as if we were old acquaintances. The boarding house had a green veranda and many rocking chairs. The dark green paint needed renewing. The British officers, or whatever they were who lived in the place, sat and smoked their pipes, and talked, if they talked at all, about matters extremely profane. And here Father put down our bags. They were expecting us. In the shadows, we sat down to dinner. I quickly adjusted myself to the thought that this was home. It is almost impossible to make much sense out of the continual rearrangement of our lives and our plans from month to month in my childhood. Yet every new development came to me as a reasonable and worthy change. Sometimes I had to go to school, sometimes I did not. Sometimes Father and I were living together, sometimes I was with strangers and only saw him from time to time. People came into our lives and went out of our lives. We had now one set of friends, now another. Things were always changing. I accepted it all. Why should it ever have occurred to me that nobody else lived like that? To me, it seemed as natural as the variations of the weather and the seasons. And one thing I knew, for days on end I could run where I pleased, and do whatever I liked, and life was very pleasant. When Father left the boarding house, I remained there, and continued to live in it, because it was near the school. He was living in some other part of Somerset, with some people he had met, and he spent his days at work, painting landscapes. In fact, after that winter in Bermuda he had finished enough work to have an exhibition, and this made him enough money to go back to Europe. But meanwhile, I was going to the local school for white children, which was next to a large public cricket field, and I was constantly being punished for my complete inability to grasp the principles of multiplication and division. It must have been very difficult for Father to try to make all these decisions. Phi wanted me to go to school, and he wanted me to be with him. When both these things ceased to be possible at the same time, he first decided in favor of the school, but then, after considering at length the nature of the place where I had to live, and the kind of talk I heard there, all day long, with my wide open and impassive understanding, he took me out of the school, and brought me to live where he was. And I was very glad, because I was relieved of the burden of learning multiplication and long division. The only worry was that my former teacher passed along that road on her bicycle on her way home, and if I was playing by the road, I had to get out of sight for fear that she would send the truant officer around and make me come back to school. One evening I did not see her coming, and I was a little late in diving into the bushes that filled a deserted quarry and, as I peeked out between the branches, I could see her looking back over her shoulder as she slowly pedaled up the white hill. Day after day the sun shone on the blue waters of the sea, and on the islands in the bay, and on the white sand at the head of the bay, and on the little white houses strung along the hillside. I remember one day looking up into the sky, and taking it into my head to worship one of the clouds, which was shaped at one end like the head of Minerva with a helmet like the head of the armed lady on the big British pennies. Father left me in Bermuda with his friends, who were literary people and artists, and went to New York and had an exhibition. It got a good press and he sold many pictures. His style had developed, since Mother's death had delivered him from landscape gardening. It was becoming at the same time more abstract, more original, and simpler, and more definite in what it had to say. I think that the people in New York did not yet see the full force of his painting, or the direction in which he was going, because the Brooklyn Museum, for instance, bought the kind of pictures of Bermuda that might be thought remotely to resemble Winslow Homer, rather than the things that indicated Father's true originality. And anyway, there was not much in common between him and Winslow Homer, except the bare fact of having painted watercolors of subtropical scenes. As a watercolorist, he was more like John Marin, without any of Marin's superficiality. After the exhibition was over, and the pictures were sold, and Father had the money in his pocket, I returned from Bermuda, and found out that Father was going to sail for France, with his friends, and leave me in America. 5. Pop's office always seemed to me a fine place. The smell of typewriters and glue and office stationery had something clean and stimulating about it. The whole atmosphere was bright and active, and everybody was especially friendly, because Pop was very well liked. The term livewire was singularly appropriate for him. He was always bristling with nervous energy, and most people were happy when he came shouting through their departments, snapping his fingers and whacking all the desks with a rolled-up copy of the Evening Telegram. Fop worked for Grosset and Dunlap, publishers who specialized in cheap reprints of popular novels, and in children's books of an adventurous cast. They were the ones who gave the world Tom Swift and all his electrical contrivances, together with the Rover Boys and Jerry Todd and all the rest. And there were several big showrooms full of these books, where I could go and curl up in a leather armchair and read all day without being disturbed until Pop came along to take me down to Childs and eat chicken a la king. This was 1923 and Grosset and Dunlap were at a peak of prosperity. As a matter of fact, it was just about this time that Pop had carried off the one great stroke of his career. He had sold his employers the notion of printing the books of popular movies illustrated with stills from the film, to be sold in connection with the publicity given to the picture itself. This idea took on very quickly and remained popular all through the 20s, and made a lot of money for the company, and it was to be the cornerstone of Pop's own economic stability and, in fact, of the whole family's for 15 years to come. And so, Black Oxen and the Ten Commandments and the Eternal City and I forget what else went forth into all the drugstores and bookstores in all the small towns from Boston to San Francisco, full of pictures of Pola Negri and other stars of the time. In those days movies were still occasionally made on Long Island, and more than once, my brother and I and all our friends in the neighborhood would hear they were taking some scene or other down at Alley Pond. Once, under the trees, we witnessed what was supposed to be a gypsy wedding between Gloria Swanson and some forgotten hero. The idea was that the two of them allowed their wrists to be slashed, and bound together, so that their blood would mingle. That was the gypsy wedding, according to the ideas of whoever was producing this immortal masterpiece. Frankly, however, we were not very much interested in all this. As children, we had enough sense to find the whole concept extremely heavy. We were much more excited when W.C. Fields came to Alley Pond to make part of a short comedy. First they set up the cameras in front of an old tumble-down house. I don't remember whether our hero was supposed to be drunk or scared, but the door of the house would fly open, and W.C. Fields would come hurtling out and go careering down the steps in a way that made you wonder how he got to the bottom of them without breaking both legs and all of his ribs. After he had done this over and over again innumerable times, with a singular patience and philosophical tenacity, the men moved their cameras up on top of a big pile of old lumber that was standing by, and filmed what was evidently part of the same sequence. There was a steep wooded slope, full of trees and bushes, ending in a sheer drop of about 6 feet. At the bottom of this, they planted a couple of extremely tame cows. Then W.C. Fields came blundering through the bushes, in his same hysterical, stumbling flight from some unseen menace. Looking behind him, he failed to see the drop, and went plunging over, landing on top of the 2 tame cows, which were supposed to run madly away with him on their backs. However, they just let Fields land on top of them with a heavy thud, and then stood there, chewing on the grass, and looking bored, until he fell off, and climbed stoically back up the hill to start all over again. I mention all this because, as a matter of fact, the movies were really the family religion at Douglaston. That summer, 1923, Pop and Bonnie Maman had taken John Paul with them, and had gone to California, and had visited Hollywood, with the status of something more than simple tourists, since Pop knew a lot of movie people in a business way. The trip had something of the nature of a pilgrimage, however, and we never heard the end of what Jackie Coogan had personally said to them and how he had acted personally in their presence, in a real actual personal face-to-face meeting with Jackie Coogan. Pop and Bonnie Maman's other heroes were Doug and Mary. I admit, that what with Robin Hood and the Thief of Baghdad we all paid Douglas Fairbanks a somewhat corrupt form of hyperdulia, although neither I nor John Paul could get excited over Mary Pickford. But to Pop and Bonnie Maman, Doug and Mary seemed to sum up every possible human ideal. In them was all perfection of beauty and wit, majesty, grace and decorum, bravery and love, gaiety and tenderness, all virtues and every admirable moral sentiment, truth, justice, honor, piety, loyalty, zeal, trust, citizenship, valor, and, above all, marital fidelity. Day after day these two gods were extolled for the perfection of their mutual love, their glorious, simple, sincere, pious, faithful conjugal devotion to one another. Everything that good, plain, trusting middle-class optimism could devise, was gathered up into one big sentimental holocaust of praise, by my innocent and tender-hearted grandparents, and laid at the feet of Doug and Mary. It was a sad day in our family when Doug and Mary were divorced. My grandfather's favorite place of worship was the Capitol Theater, in New York. When the Roxy Theater was built, he transferred his allegiance to that huge pile of solidified caramel, and later on there was no shrine that so stirred his devotion as the music hall. There is no need to go into details of the trouble and confusion my brother and I often managed to create in the Douglaston household. When guests came whom we did not like, we would hide under the tables, or run upstairs and throw hard and soft objects down into the hall and into the living room. One thing I would say about my brother John Paul. My most vivid memories of him, in our childhood, all fill me with poignant compunction at the thought of my own pride and hard-heartedness, and his natural humility and love. I suppose it is usual for elder brothers, when they are still children, to feel themselves demeaned by the company of a brother 4 or 5 years younger, whom they regard as a baby and whom they tend to patronize and look down upon. So when Russ and I and Bill made huts in the woods out of boards and tar paper which we collected around the foundations of the many cheap houses which the speculators were now putting up, as fast as they could, all over Douglaston, we severely prohibited John Paul and Russ's little brother Tommy and their friends from coming anywhere near us. And if they did try to come and get into our hut, or even to look at it, we would chase them away with stones. When I think now of that part of my childhood, the picture I get of my brother John Paul is this: standing in a field, about 100 yards away from the clump of sumacs where we have built our hut, is this little perplexed 5-year-old kid in short pants and a kind of a leather jacket, standing quite still, with his arms hanging down at his sides, and gazing in our direction, afraid to come any nearer on account of the stones, as insulted as he is saddened, and his eyes full of indignation and sorrow. And yet he does not go away. We shout at him to get out of there, to beat it, and go home, and wing a couple of more rocks in that direction, and he does not go away. We tell him to play in some other place. He does not move. And there he stands, not sobbing, not crying, but angry and unhappy and offended and tremendously sad. And yet he is fascinated by what we are doing, nailing shingles all over our new hut. And his tremendous desire to be with us and to do what we are doing will not permit him to go away. The law written in his nature says that he must be with his elder brother, and do what he is doing, and he cannot understand why this law of love is being so wildly and unjustly violated in his case. Many times it was like that. And in a sense, this terrible situation is the pattern and prototype of all sin, the deliberate and formal will to reject disinterested love for us for the purely arbitrary reason that we simply do not want it. We will to separate ourselves from that love. We reject it entirely and absolutely, and will not acknowledge it, simply because it does not please us to be loved. Perhaps the inner motive is that the fact of being loved disinterestedly reminds us that we all need love from others, and depend upon the charity of others to carry on our own lives. And we refuse love, and reject society, in so far as it seems, in our own perverse imagination, to imply some obscure kind of humiliation. There was a time when I and my magnificent friends, in our great hut, having formed a gang, thought we were sufficiently powerful to antagonize the extremely tough Polish kids who had formed a real gang in Little Neck, a mile away. We used to go over in their neighborhood, and stand, facing in the general direction of the billboards, behind which they had their headquarters, and, from a very safe distance, we would shout defiance and challenge them to come out and fight. Nobody came out. Perhaps there was nobody at home. But then, one cold and rainy afternoon, we observed that numbers of large and small figures, varying in age from 10 to 16, most of them very brawny, with caps pulled down over their eyes in a business-like way, were filtering in, by the various streets, and gathering in the vacant lot outside our house. And there they stood, with their hands in their pockets. They did not make any noise, or yell, or shout any challenges, they just stood around, looking at the house. There were 20 or 25 of them. There were 4 of us. The climax of the situation came when Frida, our German maid, told us that she was very busy with house cleaning, and that we must all get out of the house immediately. Without listening to our extremely nervous protests, she chased us out the back way. We made a dash through several backyards and went down the other block, and ended up safely in the house where Bill lived, which was at the other end of the vacant lot, and from which we viewed the silent and pugnacious group from Little Neck, still standing around, and with the evident determination of staying there for quite a while. And then an extraordinary thing happened. The front door of our house, at the other end of the lot, opened. My little brother John Paul came walking down the steps, with a certain amount of dignity and calm. He crossed the street, and started across the lot. He walked towards the Little Neck gang. They all turned towards him. He kept on walking, and walked right into the middle of them. 1 or 2 of them took their hands out of their pockets. John Paul just looked at them, turning his head on one side, then on the other. And he walked right through the middle of them, and nobody even touched him. And so he came to the house where we were. We did not chase him away. 6. My grandparents were like most other Americans. They were Protestants, but you could never find out precisely what kind of Protestants they were. I, their own grandson, was never able to ascertain. They put money in the little envelopes that came to them from Zion Church, but they never went near the place itself, and they also contributed to the Salvation Army and a lot of other things, so you could not tell what they were by the places which they helped to support. Of course, they had sent my uncle in his boyhood to the choir school of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, on the rock above Harlem, which was then a peaceful bourgeois neighborhood. And they sent John Paul there too, in due course. Indeed, there was even some talk of sending me there. Yet that did not make them Episcopalians. It was not the religion that they patronized, but the school and the atmosphere. In practice, Bonnie Maman used to read the little black books of Mary Baker Eddy, and I suppose that was the closest she got to religion. On the whole, the general attitude around that house was the more or less inarticulate assumption that all religions were more or less praiseworthy on purely natural or social grounds. In any decent suburb of a big city you would expect to run across some kind of a church, once in a while. It was part of the scenery, like the high school and the YMCA and the big whaleback roof and water tank of the movie theater. The only exceptions to this general acceptability of religions were the Jews and Catholics. Who would want to be a Jew? But then, that was a matter of race more than of religion. The Jews were Jews, but they could not very well help it. But as for the Catholics, it seemed, in Pop's mind, that there was a certain sinister note of malice connected with the profession of anything like the Catholic faith. The Catholic Church was the only one against which I ever heard him speak with any definite bitterness or animosity. The chief reason was that he himself belonged to some kind of a Masonic organization, called, oddly enough, the Knights Templars. Where they picked up that name, I do not know, but the original Knights Templars were a military religious order in the Catholic Church, who had an intimate connection with the Cistercians, of which the Trappists are a reform. Being knights, the Knights Templars had a sword. Pop kept his sword first in the closet in his den, and then, for a while, it was in the coat closet by the front door, mixed up with the canes and umbrellas, and with a huge policeman's club which Pop evidently believed would be useful if a burglar came around. I suppose that at the meetings of the Knights Templars to which Pop went less and less frequently, he heard how wicked the Catholic Church was. He had probably heard that from his childhood up. It is what all Protestant children hear. It is part of their religious training. If there was another reason why he feared the Church of Rome, it was because of the accident that some of the most corrupt politicians that ever passed a bribe in a New York election were known to be Catholics. To Pop, the word Catholic and Tammany meant just about the same thing. And since this fitted in very well with what every Protestant child is told about the duplicity and hypocrisy of Catholics, Catholicism had become associated, in his mind, with everything dishonest and crooked and immoral. This was an impression that probably remained with him to the end of his days, but it ceased to be explicit when a Catholic lady came to live with us as a sort of companion to Bonnie-Maman, and a general nurse and housekeeper to the whole family. This was no temporary addition to the household. I think we were all very fond of Elsie from the beginning, and Bonnie-Maman got to depending on her so much that she stayed around and became more and more a part of the family, until she finally entered it altogether by marrying my uncle. With her arrival, Pop no longer let loose any of his tirades against Rome unless some bitter word happened to slip out without deliberation. This was one of the few things I got from Pop that really took root in my mind, and became part of my mental attitude, this hatred and suspicion of Catholics. There was nothing overt about it. It was simply the deep, almost subconscious aversion from the vague and evil thing, which I called Catholicism, which lived back in the dark corners of my mentality with the other spooks, like death and so on. I did not know precisely what the word meant. It only conveyed a kind of a cold and unpleasant feeling. The devil is no fool. He can get people feeling about heaven the way they ought to feel about hell. He can make them fear the means of grace the way they do not fear sin. And he does so, not by light but by obscurity, not by realities but by shadows, not by clarity and substance but by dreams and the creatures of psychosis. And men are so poor in intellect that a few cold chills down their spine will be enough to keep them from ever finding out the truth about anything. As a matter of fact, by this time I was becoming more and more positively averse to the thought of any religion, although I was only 9. The reason was that once or twice I had to go to Sunday school, and found it such a bore that from then on I went to play in the woods instead. I don't think the family was very grieved. All this time, Father was abroad. He had gone first to the south of France, to the Roussillon, where I was born. He was living first at Banyuls, then at Collioure, painting landscapes along the Mediterranean shore, and in the Red Mountains, all the way down to Port Vendres and the borders of Catalonia. Then, after a while, he and the people he was with crossed over into Africa and went inland in Algeria, to a place on the edge of the desert, and there he painted some more. Letters came from Africa. He sent me a package containing a small burnous, which I could wear, and a stuffed lizard of some sort. At that time I had gathered a small natural history museum of pieces of junk that are to be found around Long Island, like arrowheads and funny-looking stones. During those years, he was painting some of the best pictures he had ever painted in his life. But then something happened, and we got a letter from one of his friends, telling us that he was seriously ill. He was, in fact, dying. When Bonnie-Maman told me this news, I was old enough to understand what it meant, and I was profoundly affected, filled with sorrow and with fear. Was I never to see my father again? This could not happen. I don't know whether or not it occurred to me to pray, but I think by this time it must have, at least once or twice, although I certainly had very little of anything that could be called faith. If I did pray for my father, it was probably only one of those blind, semi-instinctive movements of nature that will come to anyone, even an atheist in a time of crisis, and which do not prove the existence of God, exactly, but which certainly show that the need to worship and acknowledge Him is something deeply ingrained in our dependent natures, and simply inseparable from our essence. It seems that for days Father lay in delirium. Nobody appeared to know what was the matter with him. He was expected to die from moment to moment. But he did not die. Finally he got past the crisis of this strange sickness, and recovered his consciousness, and began to improve and get well. And when he was on his feet again, he was able to finish some more pictures, and get his things together, and go to London, where he held his most successful exhibition, at the Leicester Galleries, early in 1925. When he returned to New York, in the early summer of that year, he came in a kind of triumph. He was beginning to be a successful artist. Long ago he had been elected to one of those more or less meaningless British societies, so that he could write FRBA after his name, which he never did, and I think he was already in Who's Who, although that was the kind of thing for which he had supreme contempt. But now, what was far more useful to an artist, he had gained the attention and respect of such an important and venerable critic as Roger Fry, and the admiration of people who not only knew what a good painting was, but had some money with which to buy one. As he landed in New York, he was a very different person, more different than I realized from the man who had taken me to Bermuda 2 years before. All I noticed, at the moment, was the fact that he had a beard, to which I strenuously objected, being filled with the provincial snobberies so strong in children and adolescents. "Are you going to shave it off now, or later?" I inquired, when we got to the house in Douglaston. "I am not going to shave it off at all," said my father. "That's crazy," I said. But he was not disturbed. He did shave it off, a couple of years later, by which time I had got used to it. However, he had something to tell me that upset my complacency far more than the beard. For by now, having become more or less acclimatized in Douglaston, after the unusual experience of remaining some 2 years in the same place, I was glad to be there, and liked my friends, and liked to go swimming in the bay. I had been given a small camera with which I took pictures, which my uncle caused to be developed for me at the Pennsylvania drug store, in the city. I possessed a baseball bat with the word Spalding burnt on it in large letters. I thought maybe I would like to become a Boy Scout, and, indeed, I had seen a great competition of Boy Scouts in the Flushing Armory, just next door to the Quaker meeting house where I had once got a glimpse of Dan Beard, with his beard. My father said, "We are going to France." "France?" I said, in astonishment. Why should anybody want to go to France? I thought, which shows that I was a very stupid and ignorant child. But he persuaded me that he meant what he said. And when all my objections were useless, I burst into tears. Father was not at all unsympathetic about it. He kindly told me that I would be glad to be in France, when I got there, and gave me many reasons why it was a good idea. And finally he admitted that we would not start right away. With this compromise I was temporarily comforted, thinking perhaps the plan would be dropped after a while. But fortunately it was not. And on August the 25th of that year the game of prisoner's base began. Again, and we sailed for France. Although I did not know it, and it would not have interested me then, it was the feast of St. Louis of France. TMO. Our Lady of the Museums. How did it ever happen that, when the dregs of the world had collected in Western Europe, when Goth, and Frank and Norman and Lombard had mingled with the rot of old Rome to form a patchwork of hybrid races, all of them notable for ferocity, hatred, stupidity, craftiness, lust, and brutality, how did it happen that, from all this, there should come Gregorian chant, monasteries, and cathedrals, the poems of Prudentius, the commentaries and histories of Bede, the Moralia of Gregory the Great? Saint Augustine's City of God, and his Trinity, the writings of Saint Anselm, Saint Bernard's sermons on the Canticles, the poetry of Cadman and Kinewulf and Langland and Dante, Saint Thomas's Summa, and the Oxonians of Duns Scotus? How does it happen that even today a couple of ordinary French stonemasons, or a carpenter and his apprentice, can put up a dovecot or a barn that has more architectural perfection than the piles of eclectic stupidity that grow up at the cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars on the campuses of American universities? When I went to France, in 1925, returning to the land of my birth, I was also returning to the fountains of the intellectual and spiritual life of the world to which I belonged. I was returning to the spring of natural waters, if you will, but waters purified and cleaned by grace with such powerful effect that even the corruption and decadence of the French society of our day has never been able to poison them entirely, or reduce them once again to their original and barbarian corruption. And yet it was France that grew the finest flowers of delicacy and grace and intelligence and wit and understanding and proportion and taste. Even the countryside, even the landscape of France, whether in the low hills and lush meadows and apple orchards of Normandy or in the sharp and arid and vivid outline of the mountains of Provence, or in the vast, rolling red vineyards of Languedoc, seems to have been made full of a special perfection, as a setting for the best of the cathedrals, the most interesting towns, the most fervent monasteries, and the greatest universities. But the wonderful thing about France is how all her perfections harmonize so fully together. She has possessed all the skills, from cooking to logic and theology, from bridge building to contemplation, from vine growing to sculpture, from cattle breeding to prayer, and possessed them more perfectly, separately, and together, than any other nation. Why is it that the songs of the little French children are more graceful, their speech more intelligent and sober, their eyes calmer and more profound than those of the children of other nations? Who can explain these things? France, I am glad I was born in your land, and I am glad God brought me back to you, for a time, before it was too late. I did not know all these things about France the rainy September evening when we landed at Calais, coming from England, through which we had passed on our way. Nor did I share or understand the enthusiastic satisfaction with which Father got off the boat and walked into the noise of the French station, filled with the cries of porters and with the steam of the French trains. I was tired, and fell asleep long before we got to Paris. I woke up long enough to be impressed by the welter of lights in the wet streets, and the dark sweep of the Seine, as we crossed one of the countless bridges, while far away the fires on the Eiffel Tower spelled Citroen. The words Montparnasse, Rue des Saints Paris, Gare d'Orléans filled my mind with their unmeaning, and spelled me no certitude concerning the tall grey houses, and the white shady awnings of the cafés, and the trees, and the people, and the churches, and the flying taxis, and the green and white buses full of noise. I did not have time, at the age of 10, to make anything out of this city, but already I knew I was going to like France, and then, once more, we were on a train. That day, on that express, going into the south, into the Midi, I discovered France. I discovered that land which is really, as far as I can tell, the one to which I do belong, if I belong to any at all, by no documentary title but by geographical birth. We flew over the Brown Loire, by a long, long bridge at Orleans, and from then on I was home, although I had never seen it before, and shall never see it again. It was there, too, that Father told me about Joan of Arc, and I suppose the thought of her was with me, at least in the back of my mind, all the day long. Maybe the thought of her, acting as a kind of implicit prayer by the veneration and love it kindled in me, won me her intercession in heaven, so that through her I was able to get some sort of actual grace out of the sacrament of her land, and to contemplate God without realizing it in all the poplars along those streams, in all the low-roofed houses gathered about the village churches, in the woods and the farms and the bridged rivers. We passed a place called Chateau d'Un. When the land became rockier, we came to Limoges, with a labyrinth of tunnels, ending in a burst of light and a high bridge and a panorama of the city crowding up the side of a steep hill to the feet of the plain-towered cathedral. And all the time we were getting deeper and deeper into Aquitaine, towards the old provinces of Quercy and Rouergue, where, although we were not sure yet of our destination, I was to live and drink from the fountains of the Middle Ages. In the evening we came to a station called Brive-la-Gaillarde. The dusk was gathering. The country was hilly, and full of trees, yet rocky, and you knew that the uplands were bare and wild. In the valleys were castles. It was too dark for us to see Cahors. And then, Montauban. What a dead town! What darkness and silence, after the train! We came out of the station into an empty, dusty square, full of shadows, and a dim light, here and there. The hoofs of a cab horse clopped away along the empty street, taking some of the other people who had descended from the express off into the mysterious town. We picked up our bags and crossed the square to a hotel that was there, one of those low, undefined, grey little hotels, with a dim bulb burning in a downstairs window, illuminating a small café, with a lot of iron tables and a few calendars covered with fly specks and the big volumes of the Baden crowding the rickety desk of the sour-faced lady in black who presided over the 4 customers. And yet, instead of being dreary, it was pleasant. And although I had no conscious memory of anything like this, it was familiar, and I felt at home. Father threw open the wooden shutters of the room, and looked out into the quiet night without stars, and said, "Do you smell the wood smoke in the air? That is the smell of the midi." 2. When we woke up in the morning, and looked out into the bright sunlit air, and saw the low tiled roofs, we realized that we had come upon a scene different from the last kind of landscape we had seen by the light of the previous evening in the train. We were at the borders of Languedoc. Everything was red. The town was built of brick. It stood on a kind of low bluff, over the clay-colored eddies of the river Tarn. We might almost have been in a part of Spain. But oh! It was dead, that town. Why were we there? It was not only that Father wanted to continue painting in the south of France. He had come back to us that year with more than a beard. Whether it was his sickness or what, I do not know, but something had made him certain that he could not leave the training and care of his sons to other people, and that he had a responsibility to make some kind of a home, somewhere, where he could at the same time carry on his work and have us living with him, growing up under his supervision. And what is more, he had become definitely aware of certain religious obligations for us as well as for himself. I am sure he had never ceased to be a religious man, but now a thing which I did not remember from my earlier years he told me to pray, to ask God to help us, to help him paint, to help him have a successful exhibition, to find us a place to live. When we were settled then, perhaps after a year or 2, he would bring John Paul over to France too. Then we would have a home. So far, of course, everything was indefinite. But the reason why he had come to Montauban was that he had been advised that there was a very good school there. The school in question was called the Institut Jean Calvin, and the recommendation had come from some prominent French Protestants whom Father knew. I remember we went and visited the place. It was a big, clean, white building overlooking the river. There were some sunny cloisters, full of greenery, and all the rooms were empty, because it was still the time of summer vacation. However, there was something about it that Father did not like, and I was, thank God, never sent there. As a matter of fact, it was not so much a school as a kind of Protestant residence where a lot of youths, who belonged, mostly, to fairly well-to-do families, boarded and received religious instruction and supervision and, for the rest, attended the classes of the local lycée. And so I obscurely began to realize that, although Father was anxious for me to get some kind of religious training, he was by no means in love with French Protestantism. As a matter of fact, I learned later from some of his friends, that at that time there had been not a little likelihood that he might become a Catholic. He seems to have been much attracted to the church, but in the end he resisted the attraction because of the rest of us. I think he felt that his first duty was to take the ordinary means at his disposal to get me and Jean Paul to practice whatever religion was nearest at hand to us, for if he became a Catholic there might have been immense complications with the rest of the family, and we would perhaps have remained without any religion at all. He would have felt far less hesitant if he had only had some Catholic friends of his own intellectual level, someone who would be able to talk to him intelligently about the faith. But as far as I know, he had none. He had a tremendous respect for the good Catholic people we met, but they were too inarticulate about the church to be able to tell him anything about it that he could understand, and also, they were generally far too shy. Then, too, after Thai first day, it became clear that Montauban was no place for us. Then, was really nothing there worth painting. It was a good enough town, but it was dull. The only thing that interested Father was the Musée Ingres, filled with meticulous drawings by that painter, who had been born in Montauban, and that collection of cold and careful sketches was not enough to keep anyone at a high pitch of inspiration for much more than 15 minutes. More characteristic of the town was a nightmarish bronze monument by Bourdelle, outside the museum, which seemed to represent a group of cliff dwellers battling in a mass of molten chocolate. However, when we happened to inquire at the Syndicate d'Initiative about places to live, we saw photographs of some little towns which, as we were told, were in a valley of a river called the Aveyron not very far away to the northeast of the city. The afternoon we took the peculiar, antiquated train out of Montauban into the country. We felt something like the three magi after leaving Herod and Jerusalem when they caught sight once again of their star. The locomotive had big wheels and a low, squat boiler, and an inordinately high smokestack, so that it seemed to have escaped from the museum, except that it was very sturdy and did its work well. And the 3 or 4 little coaches sped us quickly into a territory that was certainly sacramental. The last town that had a brick campanile to its church, after the manner of all Languedoc, was Montrecourt. Then the train entered the Aveyron Valley. After that, we were more or less in Rouergue. And then we began to see something. I did not realize what we were getting into until the train swept around a big curve of the shallow river, and came to stop under the sunny plane trees along the platform of a tiny station, and we looked out the window, and saw that we had just passed along the bottom of a sheer cliff 100 or 200 feet high, with the 13th century castle on the top of it. That was Bruniquel. All around us, the steep hills were thick with woods, small gnarled oaks, clinging to the rock. Along the river, the slender poplars rippled with the light of late afternoon, and green waters danced on the stones. The people who got on and off the train were peasants with black smocks, and on the roads we saw men walking beside teams of oxen, drawing their 2-wheeled carts, and they guided the placid beasts with their long sticks. Father told me that the people were all talking, not French, but the old patois, langue d'oc. The next place was Penay. At the meeting of 2 valleys, a thin escarpment of rock soared up boldly over the river, bent and sharply rising, like an open wing. On the top were the ruins of another castle. Further down, straggling along the ridge, went the houses of the village, and somewhere among them the small square tower of a church, an open iron belfry on top, with a visible bell. The valley seemed to get narrower and deeper as the train followed its narrow single track between the river and the rocks. Sometimes there was enough space between us and the river to contain a small hay field. Occasionally a deserted dirt road or cattle track would cross our way, and there would be a house and a crossing gate and one of those furious French bells, throwing the sudden scare of its clangor through the windows of the carriage as we passed by. The valley widened a little to contain the village of Casals, hanging on to the foot of the hill across the river, and then we were back in the gorge. If you went to the window and looked up, you could see the grey and yellow cliffs towering up so high they almost blocked out the sky. And now we could begin to distinguish caves high up on the rock. Later I would climb up there and visit some of them. Passing through tunnel after tunnel, and over many bridges, through bursts of light and greenery followed by deep shadow, we came at last to the town of our destination. It was an old town. Its history went back to the Roman days, which were the times of the martyred saint, its patron. Antoninus had brought Christianity to the Roman colony in this valley, and later he had been martyred in another place, Pamiers, down in the foothills of the Pyrenees, near Prades, where I was born. Even in 1925, Saint Antonin preserved the shape of a round, walled barg, only the walls themselves were gone, and were replaced on three sides by a wide circular street lined with trees and spacious enough to be called a boulevard, although you hardly ever saw anything on it but ox carts and chickens. The town itself was a labyrinth of narrow streets, lined by old 13th-century houses, mostly falling into ruins. Nevertheless, the medieval town was there, but for the fact that the streets were no longer crowded and busy, and the houses and shops were no longer occupied by prosperous merchants and artisans, and there was nothing left of the color and gaiety and noise of the Middle Ages. Nevertheless, to walk through those streets was to be in the Middle Ages, for nothing had been touched by man, only by ruin and by the passage of time. It seems that one of the busiest guilds of the town had been that of the tanners, and the old tanneries were still there, along a narrow foul-smelling sewer of a stream that ran through a certain section of the town. But in those old days the whole place had been filled with the activity of all the work belonging to a free and prosperous commune. And as I say, the center of it all was the church. Unfortunately, the very importance of the ancient shrine of Saint Antonin had drawn down violence upon it in the days of the religious wars. The church tie now stood on the ruins was entirely modern, and we could not judge what the old one had been like, or see, reflected in its work and construction, the attitude of the citizens who had built it. Even now, however, the church dominated the town, and each noon and evening sent forth the Angelus bells over the brown, ancient tiled roofs, reminding people of the Mother of God who watched over them. And even now, although I never thought of it and was, indeed, incapable of doing so, since I had no understanding of the concept of Mass, even now, several times each morning, under those high arches, on the altar over the relics of the martyr, took place that tremendous, secret, and obvious immolation, so secret that it will never be thoroughly understood by a created intellect, and yet so obvious that its very obviousness blinds us by excess of clarity, the unbloody sacrifice of God under the species of bread and wine. Here, in this amazing, ancient town, the very pattern of the place, of the houses and streets and of nature itself, the circling hills, the cliffs and trees, all focused my attention upon the one, important central fact of the church and what it contained. Here, everywhere I went, I was forced, by the disposition of everything around me, to be always at least virtually conscious of the church. Every street pointed more or less inward to the center of the town, to the church. Every view of the town, from the exterior hills, centered upon the long grey building with its high spire. The church had been fitted into the landscape in such a way as to become the keystone of its intelligibility. Its presence imparted a special form, a particular significance to everything else that the eye beheld, to the hills, the forests, the fields, the white cliff of the Rocher d'Anglers, and to the red bastion of the Roc Rouge, to the winding river, and the green valley of the Bonnet, the town, and the bridge, and even to the white stucco villas of the modern bourgeois that dotted the fields and orchards outside the precinct of the vanished ramparts, and the significance that was thus imparted was a supernatural one. The whole landscape, unified by the church and its heavenward spire, seemed to say, "This is the meaning of all created things. We have been made for no other purpose than that men may use us in raising themselves to God, and in proclaiming the glory of God. We have been fashioned, in all our perfection, each according to his own nature, and all our natures ordered and harmonized together, that man's reason and his love might fit in this one last element, this God-given key to the meaning of the whole. Oh, what a thing it is, to live in a place that is so constructed that you are forced, in spite of yourself, to be at least a virtual contemplative. Where all day long your eyes must turn, again and again, to the house that hides the sacramental Christ. I did not even know who Christ was, that he was God. I had not the faintest idea that there existed such a thing as the Blessed Sacrament. I thought churches were simply places where people got together and sang a few hymns. And yet now I tell you, you who are now what I once was, unbelievers, it is that sacrament, and that alone, the Christ living in our midst, and sacrificed by us, and for us and with us, in the clean and perpetual sacrifice, it is He alone who holds our world together, and keeps us all from being poured headlong and immediately into the pit of our eternal destruction. And I tell you there is a power that goes forth from that sacrament, a power of light and truth, even into the hearts of those who have heard nothing of Him and seem to be incapable of belief. 3. We soon rented an apartment in a 3-story house at the edge of the town, on the Place de la Condamine, where they held the cattle market. But Father planned to build a house of his own, and soon he bought some land nearby on the lower slopes of the big hill that closed off the western arm of the Valley of the Bonnet. On top of the hill was a little chapel, now abandoned, called Le Calvaire, and indeed up the rocky path through the vineyards behind our land there had once been a series of shrines, making the 14 stations of the cross between the town and the top of the hill. But that kind of piety had died away in the 19th century, there were not enough good Catholics left to keep it alive. And then when Father began to make plans for building his house, we traveled all over the countryside looking at places, and also visiting villages where there might be good subjects for pictures. Thus I was constantly in and out of old churches, and stumbled upon the ruins of ancient chapels and monasteries. We saw wonderful hill towns like Najac and Cordes. Cordes was even more perfectly preserved than Saint Antonin, but it did not have the form of our town built around its shrine, although Cordes was, of course, centered upon its church too. But Cordes had been built as a sort of fortified summer resort for the Counts of Languedoc, and its chief attraction were the more or less fancy houses of the court officials who came out there for the hunting with their lord. Then, too, we went down into the plains to the south, and came to Albi, with the red cathedral of Saint Cecilia frowning over the Tarn like a fortress, and from the top of that tower we looked out over the plains of Languedoc, where all the churches were forts. This land was long wild with heresy, and with the fake mysticism that tore men away from the church and from the sacraments, and sent them into hiding to fight their way to some strange, suicidal nirvana. There was a factory in St. Antonin, the only factory in the place employing the only proletarians, 3 or 4 men, one of whom was also the only communist. The factory made some kind of a machine for raising hay effortlessly from the surface of a field onto the top of a wagon. The man who owned it was called Rodelasse, the town capitalist. He had 2 sons who ran his plant for him. One of them was a tall, lanky, solemn, dark-haired man with horn-rimmed spectacles. One evening we were sitting in one of the cafes of the town, a deserted place run by a very old man. Rodelasse got to talking with Father, and I remember his polite inquiry as to whether we were Russians. He got that idea from the beard. When he found out we had come there to live, he immediately offered to sell us his house, and invited us out there to dinner, that we might see it. The house of Simon de Montfort, as it was called, was a big farm a mile or two out of town on the road to Calais. It stood up the slope of a hill overlooking the valley of the Bonnet and was itself in the mouth of a deep circular valley full of woods where, as we found, a small stream full of watercress rose from a clear spring. The house itself was an ancient place, and looked as if de Montfort might indeed have lived in it. But it also looked as if he might still be haunting it. It was very dark and gloomy, and, being dark, was no place for a painter. Besides, it was too expensive for us. And father preferred to build a house of his own. It was not long after I had started to go to the local elementary school, where I sat with great embarrassment among the very smallest children, and tried to pick up French as we went along, that father had already drawn up plans for the house we would build on the land he had now bought at the foot of Calvary. It would have one big room, which would be a studio and dining room and living room, and then upstairs there would be a couple of bedrooms. That was all. We traced out the foundations and father and a workman began to dig. Then a water diviner came in and found us water and we had a well dug. Near the well father planted 2 poplar trees, one for me, one for John Paul, and to the east of the house he laid out a large garden when the following spring came around. Meanwhile, we had made a lot of friends. I do not know whether it was through the capitalist, Rhoda Lassay, or through the radical socialist teamster Pierrot, that we got in contact with the local rugby football club, or they with us, but one of the first things that happened after our arrival was that a delegation from the club, the Avant-Garde de Saint-Antonin, presented themselves to father and asked him to become president of the club. He was English, and therefore he was an expert, they assumed, in every type of sport. As a matter of fact, he had played rugby for his school in New Zealand. So he became president of the club, and occasionally refereed their wild games, at the risk of his life. It was not only that the rules had changed, since his time, but there was a special interpretation of the rules in St. Antonin which no one could discover without a private revelation or the gift of the discernment of souls. However, he lived through the season. I used to accompany him and the team to all the games they played away from home, going as far as Figeac to the northeast, deep in the hill country of Rouergue, or Galluc, on the plains of Languedoc, to the south, a town with one of those fortress churches and a real stadium for its rugby team. St. Antonin was not, of course, called in to play the Galluc first 15, but only to play an opener, while the crowds were coming in for the principal game. In those days the whole south of France was infected with a furious and violent passion for rugby football, and played it with a bloodthirsty energy that sometimes ended in mortal injuries. In the really important games, the referee usually had to be escorted from the grounds afterwards by a special bodyguard, and not infrequently had to make his escape over the fence and through the fields. The only sport that raised a more universal and more intense excitement than rugby, was long-distance bicycle racing. St. Antonin was off the circuit of the big road races, but occasionally there would be a race that came through our hills, and we would stand at the end of the long climb to the top of Rocher d'Anglers, and watch them coming slowly up the hill, with their noses almost scraping the front wheels of their bikes as they bent far down and toiled, with all their muscles clenched into tremendous knots. And the veins stood out on their foreheads. One of the members of the rugby team was a small, rabbit-like man, the son of the local hay and feed dealer, who owned a car and drove most of the team back and forth from the games. One night he nearly killed himself and about 6 of us when a rabbit got into the lights on the road ahead of us and kept running in front of the car. Immediately, this wild Frenchman jammed his foot down on the gas and started after the rabbit. The white tail bobbed up and down in the light, always just a few feet ahead of the wheels, and whipping from one side of the road to the other, to throw the auto off his scent, only the auto didn't hunt that way. It just kept roaring after the rabbit, zigzagging from one side of the road to the other and nearly spilling us all into the ditch. Those of us who were piled up in the back seat began to get a little nervous, especially when we observed that we were coming to the top of the long steep hill that went winding down into the valley where St. Antonin was. If we kept after that rabbit, we would surely go over the bank, and then we wouldn't stop turning over until we landed in the river, a couple of 100 feet below. Somebody growled a modest complaint. Say, Bane? Tu ne l'attraperas pas. The son of the hay and feed dealer said nothing. He bent over the wheel with his eyes popping at the road, and the white tail in front of us kept darting away from the wheels of the car, zigzagging from the high bank on one side to the ditch on the other. And then we came over the hill. The darkness and emptiness of the valley was before us. The road began to descend. The complaints in the back seat increased, became a chorus. But the driver stepped on the gas even harder. The car careened wildly across the road. We had nearly caught the rabbit. But not quite. He was out there ahead of us again. "We'll get him on the hill," exclaimed the driver. "Rabbits can't run downhill, their hind legs are too long." The rabbit ahead of us was doing a fine job of running downhill, just about 5 feet ahead of our front wheels. Then somebody began to yell, "Look out! Look out!" We were coming to a fork in the road. The main road went on to the left, and an older road sloped off at a steeper incline to the right. In between them was a wall. And the rabbit headed straight for the wall. "Stop! Stop!" we implored. Nobody could tell which way the rabbit was going to go, and the wall was flying straight at us. "Hold on!" somebody shouted. The car gave a wild lurch, and if there had been any room in the back we would all have fallen on the floor. But we were not dead. The car was still on the main road, roaring down into the valley and, to our immense relief, there was no rabbit, out there in the lights. "Did you catch him?" I asked hopefully. "Maybe you caught him back there." "Oh, no," replied the driver sadly, "he took the other road." Our friend the teamster Piero was a huge, powerful man, but he did not play on the football team. He was too lazy and too dignified, although he would have been a decorative addition to the outfit. There were 3 or 4 others like him, big men with huge black mustaches and bristling eyebrows, as wild as the traditional representations of Gog and Magog. One of them used to play whole games wearing a grey, peaked street cap. I suppose if we had ever played on a really hot day he would have come out on the field with a straw hat on. Anyway, this element of the team would have made a fine subject for Douanier Rousseau, and Piero would have fitted in admirably. Only his sport was sitting at the table of a café imbibing cognac. Sometimes, too, he made excursions to Toulouse, and once, while we were standing on the bridge, he gave me a blood-curdling description of a fight he had had with an Arab, with a knife, in the big city. It was Piero who took us to a wedding feast at a farm up by Cales. I went to several of these feasts, during the time when I was at St. Antonin, and I never saw anything so gargantuan, and yet it was never wild or disordered. The peasants and the foresters and the others who were there certainly ate and drank tremendously, but they never lost their dignity as human beings. They sang and danced and played tricks on one another, and the language was often fairly coarse, but in a manner which was more or less according to custom, and on the whole the atmosphere was good and healthy, and all this pleasure was sanctified by a sacramental occasion. On this occasion Piero put on his good black suit and his clean cap and hitched up a gig, and we drove to Cales. It was the farm of his uncle or cousin. The place was crowded with carts and carriages, and the feast was a more or less communal affair. Everybody had provided something towards it, and father brought a bottle of strong, black Greek wine which nearly pulverized the host. There were too many guests to be contained in the big dining room and kitchen of the farm, with its blood sausages and strings of onions hanging from the beams. One of the barns had been cleaned out and tables had been set up in there, and about 1 o'clock in the afternoon everybody sat down and began to eat. After the soups, the women began to bring in the main courses from the kitchen, and there were plates and plates of every kind of meat. Rabbit, veal, mutton, lamb, beef, stews and steaks, and fowl, fried, boiled, braised, roasted, sautéed, fricasseed, dished this way and that way, with wine sauces and all other kinds of sauces, with practically nothing else to go with it except an occasional piece of potato or carrot or onion in the garnishing. All the year round they live on bread and vegetables and bits of sausage, Father explained, so now they don't want anything but meat. And I suppose he had the right explanation. But before the meal was half over, I got up from the table and staggered out into the air, and leaned against the wall of the barn, and watched the huge, belligerent geese parading up and down the barnyard, dragging their tremendous overstuffed livers in the dirt, those livers which would soon he turned into the kind of pate de foie gras which even now made me sick. The feast lasted until late in the afternoon, and even when night fell some were still at it there in the barn. But meanwhile the owner of the farm and Pierrot and Father and I had gone out to see an old abandoned chapel that stood on the property. I wonder what it had been, a shrine, a hermitage perhaps? But now, in any case, it was in ruins. And it had a beautiful 13th or 14th century window, empty of course of its glass. Father bought the whole thing, with some of the money he had saved up from his last exhibition, and we eventually used the stones and the window and the door arches and so on in building our house at St. Antonin. By the time the summer of 1926 came around, we were well established in St. Antonin, although work on the house had not yet really begun. By this time I had learned French, or all the French that a boy of 11 was expected to use in the ordinary course of his existence, and I remember how I had spent hours that winter reading books about all the other wonderful places there were in France. Pop had sent us money at Christmas, and we used some of it to buy a big expensive 3-volume set of books, full of pictures, called Les Pays de France. And I shall never forget the fascination with which I studied it, and filled my mind with those cathedrals and ancient abbeys and those castles and towns and monuments of the culture that had so captivated my heart. I remember how I looked at the ruins of Jumièges and Cluny, and wondered how those immense basilicas had looked in the days of their glory. Then there was Chartres, with its 2 unequal spires, the long vast nave of Bourges, the soaring choir of Beauvais, the strange fat Romanesque cathedral of Angoulême, and the white Byzantine domes of Périgueux. And I gazed upon the huddled buildings of the ancient Grande Chartreuse, crowded together in their solitary valley, with the high mountains loaded with firs, soaring up to their rocky summits on either side. What kind of men had lived in those cells? I cannot say that I wondered much about that, as I looked at the pictures. I had no curiosity about monastic vocations or religious rules, but I know my heart was filled with a kind of longing to breathe the air of that lonely valley and to listen to its silence. I wanted to be in all these places, which the pictures of Les Pays de France showed me. Indeed, it was a kind of a problem to me and an unconscious source of obscure and half-realized woe, that I could not be in all of them at once. 4. That summer, 1926, much to Father's distress because he wanted to stay at St. Antonin and work on the house and at his painting, Pop gathered up a great mountain of baggage in New York, stirred Bonnie Maman into action, dressed up my brother John Paul in a new suit and, armed with passports and a whole sheaf of tickets from Thomas Cook and Son, boarded the liner Leviathan and started for Europe. News of this invasion had been disturbing Father for some time. Pop was not content to come and spend a month or 2 in St. Antonin with us. In fact, he was not particularly anxious to come to this small, forgotten town at all. He wanted to keep on the move and, Since he had 2 months at his disposal, he saw no reason why he could not cover the whole of Europe from Russia to Spain and from Scotland to Constantinople. However, being dissuaded from this Napoleonic ambition, he consented to restrict his appetite for sightseeing to England, Switzerland, and France. In May or June the information reached us that Pop had descended in force upon London, had scoured the Shakespeare country and other parts of England and was now preparing to cross the Channel and occupy the north of France. We were instructed to get ourselves together and to move northward, join forces with him in Paris, after which we would proceed together to the conquest of Switzerland. Meanwhile at St. Antonin we had peaceful visitors, 2 gentle old ladies, friends of the family in New Zealand, and with them we started out, with no haste, on our northward journey. We all wanted to see Rocamadour. Rocamadour is a shrine to the Mother of God, where an image of Our Lady is venerated in a cave chapel halfway up a cliff, against the site of which a monastery was built in the Middle Ages. The legend says that the place was first settled by the publican Zacchaeus, the man who climbed the sycamore tree to see Christ as he came by, and whom Christ told to climb down again, and entertain him in his own house. At the moment when we were leaving Rocamadour, after a short visit that filled my mind with memory of a long summer evening, with swallows flying around the wall of the old monastery up against the cliff, and around the tower of the new shrine on top of it, Pop was riding around all the chateaux of the Loire in a bus full of Americans. And as they went whizzing through Chenonceau and Blois and Tours, Pop, who had his pockets crammed full of 2 and 5 sou pieces, and even francs and 2-franc pieces, would dig in and scatter handfuls of coins into the streets whenever they passed a group of playing children. And the dusty wake of the bus would ring with his burst of laughter as all the kids plunged after the coins in a wild scramble. It was that way all through the valley of the Loire. When we got to Paris, having left the 2 old ladies from New Zealand in an obscure town called St. Cyr down in the south, we found Pop and Bonnie Maman entrenched in the most expensive hotel they could find. The Continental was far beyond their means, but it was 1926 and the franc was so low that Pop's head was completely turned by it, and he had lost all sense of values. The first 5 minutes in that hotel room in Paris told us all we needed to know about the way it was going to be for the next 2 weeks, in the whirlwind tour of Switzerland that was just about to begin. The room was crammed to the doors with so much useless luggage that you could hardly move around in it. And Bonnie Maman and Jean-Paul let it be known that they had sunk into a state of more or less silent opposition and passive resistance to all of Pop's enthusiastic displays of optimism and pep. When Pop told us about the Loire campaign and the largesse with which he had showered every village from Orleans to Nantes, we realized from the mute pain in Bonnie Maman's expression, as she turned an eloquent and pleading look to my father, just how the rest of the family felt about all this. And, seeing what we were in for, we more or less instinctively took sides with the oppressed. It was clear that every move, from now on, was going to be rich in public and private humiliation for the more or less delicate sensibilities of the rest of us, from Bonnie Maman who was extremely touchy by nature, to Jean-Paul and myself who were quick to see or imagine that others were laughing at Pop and felt ourselves included in the derision by implication. And thus we started out for the Swiss frontier, traveling in easy stages 7 or 8 hours a day in the train and stopping overnight. There was the constant embarkation and debarkation from trains and taxis and hotel buses, and each time every one of the 16 pieces of luggage had to be accounted for, and the voice of my grandfather would be heard echoing along the walls of the greatest railway stations in Europe. "Martha, where the dickens did you leave that pigskin bag?" On every piece of luggage, by way of identification, Pop had pasted a pink American 2-cent stamp, a device which had aroused sharp and instantaneous criticism from myself and Jean-Paul. "What are you trying to do, Pop?" we asked with sarcasm. "Are you going to send that stuff through the mail?" The first day was not so bad for me and Father, because we were still in France. We saw a little of Dijon, and the train passed through Besançon on the way to Bâle. But as soon as we got into Switzerland, things were different. For some reason, we found Switzerland extremely tedious. It was not Father's kind of landscape, and anyway he had no time to sketch or paint anything, even if he had wanted to. In every city we hunted, first thing of all, for the museum. But the museums were never satisfactory. They were filled mostly with huge canvases by some modern Swiss national artist, paintings representing monstrous great executioners trying to chop the heads off Swiss patriots. Besides, it was always hard for us to find the museum in the first place, because we did not know German, and we couldn't make any sense out of the answers people gave us. Then when we finally did get there, instead of the comfort of a few decent pictures, we would immediately be confronted by another immense red and yellow cartoon by this Swiss jingo whose name I have forgotten. Finally we took to making fun of everything in the museums, and playing around, and putting our hats on the statues, which was all right because the place was always totally deserted anyway. But once or twice we nearly got in trouble with the stuffy Swiss custodians, who came around the corner by surprise and found us mocking the hatted masterworks, kidding the busts of Beethoven and the rest. As a matter of fact, the only pleasure Father got out of the whole expedition was a jazz concert he heard in Paris, given by a big American Negro orchestra. I cannot imagine who it was. I think it was too far back for Louis Armstrong, but Father was very happy with that. I did not go. Pop did not approve of jazz. But when we got to Lucerne, there was an orchestra in the hotel, and our table in the dining room was so close to it that I could reach out and touch the drum. And the drummer was a Negro with whom I immediately made friends, although he was rather shy. Meals were very interesting with all this business-like drumming going on right in my ear, and I was more fascinated by the activities of the drummer than I was by the melons and meats that were set before us. This was the only pleasure I got out of Switzerland, and then, almost immediately, Pop got our table changed. The rest of the time was one long fight. We fought on pleasure steamers, we fought on funicular railways, we fought on the tops of mountains and at the foot of mountains and by the shores of lakes and under the heavy branches of the evergreens. In the hotel at Lucerne, John Paul and I nearly came to blows, Bonnie Maman being on John Paul's side, over the question as to whether the English had stolen the tune of God Save the King from My Country 'Tis of Thee, or whether the Americans had cribbed My Country 'Tis of Thee from God Save the King. By this time, since I was on Father's British passport, I considered myself English. Perhaps the worst day of all was the day we climbed the Jungfrau in a train. All the way up I was arguing with Pop, who thought we were being cheated, for he contended that the Jungfrau was not nearly so high as all the other mountains around us, and he had embarked on this excursion on the more or less tacit assumption that the Jungfrau was the highest mountain around these parts, and now look, the Eiger and the Monk were much higher. I was vehement in explaining that the Jungfrau looked lower because it was further away, but Pop did not believe in my theory of perspective. By the time we got to the Jungfrau Joch, everybody was ready to fall down from nervous exhaustion, and the height made Bonnie Maman faint, and Pop began to feel sick, and I had a big crisis of tears in the dining room. And then when Father and I and John Paul walked out into the blinding white snow field without dark glasses, we all got headaches, and so the day, as a whole, was completely horrible. Then, in Interlaken, although Pop and Bonnie Maman had the intense consolation of being able to occupy the same rooms that had been used only a few months before by Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford, John Paul humiliated the whole family by falling fully dressed into a pond full of goldfish and running through the hotel dripping with water and green weeds. Finally, we were all scared out of our wits when one of the maids, exhausted by the strain of waiting on so many hundreds of English and American tourists, fainted, while carrying a loaded tray, and crashed to the floor in a tornado of dishes right behind my chair. We were glad to get out of Switzerland, and back into France, but by the time we reached Avignon, I had developed such a disgust for sightseeing that I would not leave the hotel to go and see the Palace of the Popes. I remained in the room and read Tarzan of the Apes, finishing the whole book before Father and John Paul returned from what was probably the only really interesting thing we had struck in the whole miserable journey. 5. Pop had come very unwillingly to St. Antonin, and as soon as he got there he tried to leave again. The streets were too dirty. They disgusted him. But Bonnie-Maman refused to move until the full month, or whatever time they had planned to stay, had passed. However, one of the official family acts that took place during this time was an excursion to Montauban, and the inspection of the lycée to which I was to be sent in the fall. I suppose those brick cloisters looked innocent enough in the afternoon sun of late August, when they were empty of the fiends in black smocks who were to fill them in late September. I was to get my fill of bitterness in those buildings, in due time. Pop and Bonnie-Maman and Jean Paul and all the luggage left on the express for Paris as August came to an end. Then, in the first week of September, came the patronal feast of St. Antonin, with torchlight processions, and everybody dancing the polka and the schottische under the Japanese lanterns on the esplanade. There were many other attractions and excitements, including a certain fanciful novelty in shooting galleries. At one end of town, there was a pigeon tied by the leg to the top of a tree, and everybody blasted at it with a shotgun until it was dead. At the other end of town, by the river bank, men were shooting at a chicken which was tied to a floating box, moored out in the center of the stream. For my own part, I entered a great competition with most of the boys and youths of the town, in which we all jumped into the river and swam after a duck that was thrown off the bridge. It was finally caught by a respectable fellow called Georges who was studying to be a school teacher at the normal school in Montauban. At this time, too, being 11.5 years old, I fell in love with a mousy little girl with blonde locks called Henriette. It was a rather desultory affair. She went home and told her parents that the son of the Englishman was in love with her, and her mother clapped her hands and their household rang with alleluias on that day. The next time I saw her she was very friendly, and during one of the dances, with a kind of official artfulness, she allowed me to chase her round and round a tree. Then the artificiality of the business dawned on me and I went home. Father said to me, "What's this I hear about you chasing after girls at your age?" After that life became very serious, and a few weeks later I put on my new blue uniform and went off to the lycée. Although by this time I knew French quite well, the first day in the big, gravelled yard, when I was surrounded by those fierce, cat-like little faces, dark and morose, and looked into those score of pairs of glittering and hostile eyes, I forgot every word, and could hardly answer the furious questions that were put to me. And my stupidity only irritated them all the more. They began to kick me, and to pull and twist my ears, and push me around, and shout various kinds of insults. I learned a great deal of obscenity and blasphemy in the first few days, simply by being the direct or indirect object of so much of it. After this everybody accepted me and became quite friendly and pleasant, once they were used to my pale, blue-eyed, and seemingly stupid English face. Nevertheless, when I lay awake at night in the huge dark dormitory and listened to the snoring of the little animals all around me, and heard through the darkness and the emptiness of the night the far screaming of the trains, or the mad iron cry of a bugle in a distant caserne of Senegalese troops, I knew for the first time in my life the pangs of desolation and emptiness and abandonment. At first I used to go home nearly every Sunday taking the early train from Montauban-Villeneuve, at about 5:30 in the morning. And I would plead with Father to let me out of that miserable school, but it was in vain. After about 2 months I got used to it and ceased to be so unhappy. The wound was no longer so raw, but I was never happy or at peace in the violent and unpleasant atmosphere of those brick cloisters. The children I had associated with at St. Antonin had not been by any means angels, but there had at least been a certain simplicity and affability about them. Of course, the boys who went to the lycée were of the same breed and the same stamp. There was no specific difference, except that they came from families that were better off. All my friends at St. Antonin had been the children of workmen and peasants, with whom I sat in the elementary school. But when a couple of hundred of these southern French boys were thrown together in the prison of that lycée, a subtle change was operated in their spirit and mentality. In fact, I noticed that when you were with them separately, outside the school, they were mild and peaceable and humane enough. But when they were all together there seemed to be some diabolical spirit of cruelty and viciousness and obscenity and blasphemy and envy and hatred that banded them together against all goodness and against one another in mockery and fierce cruelty and in vociferous, uninhibited filthiness. Contact with that wolf pack felt very patently like contact with the mystical body of the devil, and, especially in the first few days, the members of that body did not spare themselves in kicking me around without mercy. The students were divided into two strictly segregated groups, and I was among lay petties, those in quatrime, the fourth class, and below it. The oldest among us were 15 and 16, and among these were 5 or 6 big morose bullies with thick black hair growing out of their foreheads almost down to the eyebrows. They were physically stronger than anybody else and, though less intelligent, they were craftier in the works of evil, louder in obscenity and completely unrestrained in their brutality, when the mood was on them. Of course, they were not always unpleasant and hostile, but in a sense their friendship was more dangerous than their enmity and, in fact, it was this that did the most harm, because the good children who came to the school quickly got into the habit of tolerating all the unpleasantness of these individuals, in order not to get their heads knocked off for failing to applaud. And so the whole school, or at least our part of it, was dominated by their influence. When I think of the Catholic parents who sent their children to a school like that, I begin to wonder what was wrong with their heads. Down by the river, in a big clean white building, was a college run by the Marist fathers. I had never been inside it, indeed, it was so clean that it frightened me. But I knew a couple of boys who went to it. They were sons of the little lady who ran the pastry shop opposite the church at St. Antonin, and I remember them as exceptionally nice fellows, very pleasant and good. It never occurred to anyone to despise them for being pious. And how unlike the products of the lycée they were. When I reflect on all this, I am overwhelmed at the thought of the tremendous weight of moral responsibility that Catholic parents accumulate upon their shoulders by not sending their children to Catholic schools. Those who are not of the Church have no understanding of this. They cannot be expected to. As far as they can see, all this insistence on Catholic schools is only a money-making device by which the Church is trying to increase its domination over the minds of men, and its own temporal prosperity. And of course most non-Catholics imagine that the Church is immensely rich, and that all Catholic institutions make money hand over fist, and that all the money is stored away somewhere to buy gold and silver dishes for the Pope and cigars for the College of Cardinals. Is it any wonder that there can be no peace in a world where everything possible is done to guarantee that the youth of every nation will grow up absolutely without moral and religious discipline, and without the shadow of an interior life, or of that spirituality and charity and faith which alone can safeguard the treaties and agreements made by governments? And Catholics, thousands of Catholics everywhere, have the consummate audacity to weep and complain because God does not hear their prayers for peace, when they have neglected not only His will, but the ordinary dictates of natural reason and prudence, and let their children grow up according to the standards of a civilization of hyenas. The experience of living with the kind of people I found in the lycée was something new to me, but in degree, rather than in kind. There was the same animality and toughness and insensitivity and lack of conscience that existed to some extent in my own character, and which I had found more or less everywhere. But these French children seemed to be so much tougher and more cynical and more precocious than anyone else I had ever seen. How, then, could I fit them in with the ideal of France which my father had, and which even I had then in an obscure and inchoate form? I suppose the only answer is corruptio optimi pessima. Since evil is the defect of good, the lack of a good that ought to be there, and nothing positive in itself, it follows that the greatest evil is found where the highest good has been corrupted. And I suppose the most shocking thing about France is the corruption of French spirituality into flippancy and cynicism, of French intelligence into sophistry, of French dignity and refinement into petty vanity and theatrical self-display, of French charity into a disgusting fleshly concupiscence, and of French faith into sentimentality or puerile atheism. There was all of this in the Lycée Ingres, at Montauban. However, as I say, I adjusted myself to the situation, and got into a group of more or less peaceful friends who had more wit than obscenity about them and were, in fact, the more intelligent children in the three lower classes. I say intelligent, I mean, also, precocious. But they had ideals and ambitions and, as a matter of fact, by the middle of my first year, I remember we were all furiously writing novels. On the days when we went out for walks, 2 by 2 into the country in a long line which broke up into groups at the edge of town, my friends and I would get together, walking in a superior way, with our caps on the backs of our heads and our hands in our pockets, like the great intellectuals that we were, discussing our novels. The discussion was not merely confined to telling the plot of what we were writing, a certain amount of criticism was passed back and forth. For instance, I was engaged in a great adventure story, the scene of which was laid in India, and the style of which was somewhat influenced by Pierre Loti. It was written in French. At one point in the story I had the hero, who was in financial difficulties, accept a loan of some money from the heroine. This concept evoked loud cries of protest from my confrères, who found that it offended all the most delicate standards required in a romantic hero. What do you mean, accept money from the heroine? Allons donc, mon Dieu, c'est impossible, c'est tout à fait inouï. I had not thought of that at all, but I made the change. That particular novel was never finished, as I remember. But I know I finished at least one other, and probably two, besides one which I wrote at St. Antonin before coming to the Lycée. They were all scribbled in exercise books, profusely illustrated in pen and ink, and the ink was generally bright blue. One of the chief of these works, I remember, was inspired by Kingsley's Westward Ho! And by Lomadune, and it was about a man living in Devonshire in the 16th century. The villains were all Catholics, in league with Spain, and the book ended in a tremendous naval battle off the coast of Wales, which I illustrated with great care. At one point in the book a priest, one of the villains, set fire to the house of the heroine. I did not tell my friends this. I think they would have been offended. They were at least nominal Catholics, and were among the students who lined up 2 by 2 to go to Mass at the cathedral on Sunday mornings. On the other hand, I do not think they can have been very well instructed Catholics, for one day, as we were emerging from the Lycée, on the way out to one of those walks, we passed 2 religious in black soutanes, with black bushy beards, standing in the square before the school, and one of my friends hissed in my ear, "Jesuits." For some reason or other he was scared of Jesuits. And, as a matter of fact, now that I know more about religious orders, I realize that they were not Jesuits but Passionist missionaries, with the white insignia of the Passionists on their breasts. At first, on the Sundays when I remained at the Lycée, I stayed in permanence with the others who did not go to Mass at the cathedral. That is, I sat in the study hall reading the novels of Jules Verne or Rudyard Kipling. I was very much affected by a French translation of The Light That Failed. But later on, Father arranged for me to receive instructions, with a handful of others, from a little fat Protestant minister who came to the lycée to evangelize us. On Sunday mornings we gathered around the stove in the bleak, octagonal edifice which had been erected in one of the courts as a Protestant temple for the students. The minister was a serious little man, and he explained the parables of the Good Samaritan and the Pharisee and the publican and so on. I don't remember that there was any particularly deep spirituality about it, but there was nothing to prevent him from showing us the obvious moral lessons. I am grateful that I got at least that much of religion, at an age when I badly needed it. It was years since I had even been inside a church for any other purpose than to look at the stained glass windows or the Gothic vaulting. However, it was practically useless. What is the good of religion without personal spiritual direction? Without sacraments, without any means of grace except a desultory prayer now and then, at intervals, and an occasional vague sermon? There was also a Catholic chapel in the lycée, but it was falling into ruins and the glass was out of most of the windows. Nobody ever saw the inside of it, because it was locked up tight. I suppose back in the days when the lycée was built the Catholics had managed, at the cost of several years of patient effort, to get this concession out of the government people who were erecting the school, but in the long run it did not do them much good. The only really valuable religious and moral training I ever got as a child came to me from my father, not systematically, but here and there and more or less spontaneously, in the course of ordinary conversations. Father never applied himself, of set purpose, to teach me religion. But if something spiritual was on his mind, it came out more or less naturally. And this is the kind of religious teaching, or any other kind of teaching, that has the most effect. A good man out of the good treasure of his heart, bringeth forth good fruit, and an evil man out of the evil treasure bringeth forth that which is evil. For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. And it is precisely this speech out of the abundance of the heart that makes an impression and produces an effect in other people. We give ear and pay at least a partially respectful attention to anyone who is really sincerely convinced of what he is saying, no matter what it is, even if it is opposed to our own ideas. I have not the slightest idea what the little pastor told us about the Pharisee and the publican, but I shall never forget a casual remark Father happened to make, in which he told me of St. Peter's betrayal of Christ, and how, hearing the cock crow, Peter went out and wept bitterly. I forget how it came up, and what the context was that suggested it. We were just talking casually, standing in the hall of the flat we had taken on the Place de la Condamine. I have never lost the vivid picture I got, at that moment, of Peter going out and weeping bitterly. I wonder how I ever managed to forget, for so many years, the understanding I acquired at that moment of how St. Peter felt, and of what his betrayal meant to him. Father was not afraid to express his ideas about truth and morality to anybody that seemed to need them, that is, if a real occasion arose. He did not, of course, go around interfering with everybody else's business. But once his indignation got the better of him, and he gave a piece of his mind to a shrew of a French woman, one of those spiteful sharp-tongued bourgeoises, who was giving free expression to her hatred of one of her neighbors who very much resembled herself. He asked her why she thought Christ had told people to love their enemies. Did she suppose God commanded this for his benefit? Did he get anything out of it that he really needed from us? Or was it not rather for our own good that he had given us this commandment? He told her that if she had any sense, she would love other people if only for the sake of the good and health and peace of her own soul, instead of tearing herself to pieces with her own envy and spitefulness. It was St. Augustine's argument that envy and hatred try to pierce our neighbor with a sword, when the blade cannot reach him unless it first passes through our own body. I suppose Father had never read any of St. Augustine, but he would have liked him. This incident with the shrew reminds one a little of Leon Bloy. Father had not read him either, but he would have liked him too. They had much in common, but Father shared none of Bloy's fury. If he had been a Catholic, his vocation as a lay contemplative would certainly have developed along the same lines. For I am sure he had that kind of a vocation. But unfortunately it never really developed, because he never got to the sacraments. However, there were in him the latent germs of the same spiritual poverty and all of Bloy's hatred of materialism and of false spiritualities and of worldly values in people who called themselves Christians. In the winter of 1926 Father went to Murat. Murat is in the Cantal, the old province of Auvergne, a Catholic province. It is in the mountains of central France, green mountains, old volcanoes. The valleys are full of rich pastures and the mountains are heavy with fir trees or raise their green domes into the sky, bare of woods, covered with grass. The people of this land are Celts, mostly. The Auvergnats have been more or less laughed at, in French tradition, for their simplicity and rusticity. They are very stolid people, but very good people. At Murat, Father boarded with a family who had a little house, a sort of a small farm, on the slope of one of the steep hills outside the town, and I went up there to spend the Christmas holidays, that year. Murat was a wonderful place. It was deep in snow, and the houses with their snow-covered roofs relieved the grey and blue and slate-dark pattern of the buildings crowded together on the sides of 3 hills. The town huddled at the foot of a rock crowned by a colossal statue of the Immaculate Conception, which seemed to me, at the time, to be too big, and to bespeak too much religious enthusiasm. By now I realized that it did not indicate any religious excess at all. These people wanted to say in a very obvious way that they loved Our Lady, who should indeed be loved and revered, as a queen of great power and a lady of immense goodness and mercy, mighty in her intercession for us before the throne of God, tremendous in the glory of her sanctity and her fullness of grace as Mother of God. For she loves the children of God, who are born into the world with the image of God in their souls, and her powerful love is forgotten, and it is not understood, in the blindness and foolishness of the world. However, I did not bring up the subject of Murat in order to talk about this statue, but about M. and Madame Privat. They were the people with whom we boarded, and long before we got to Murat, when the train was climbing up the snowy valley, from Aurillac, on the other side of the Puy du Cantal, Father was telling me, wait until you see the Privats. In a way, they were to be among the most remarkable people I ever knew. The Auvergnats are, as a rule, not tall. The Privats were both of them not much taller than I was, being then 12, but tall for my age. One suppose M. Privat was about 5'3" or 4, but not more. But he was tremendously broad, a man of great strength. He seemed to have no neck, but his head rose from his shoulders in a solid column of muscle and bone, and for the rest, his shadow was almost completely square. He wore a black broad-brimmed hat, like most of the peasants of the region, and it gave his face an added solemnity when his sober and judicious eyes looked out at you peacefully from under the regular brows and that regular brim above them. These 2 decks, 2 levels of regularity, added much to the impression of solidity and immobility and impassiveness which he carried with him everywhere, whether at work or at rest. His little wife was more like a bird, thin, serious, earnest, quick, but also full of that peacefulness and impassiveness which, as I now know, came from living close to God. She wore a funny little headdress which I find it almost impossible to describe, except to say that it looked like a little sugar loaf perched on top of her head, and garnished with a bit of black lace. The women of Auvergne still wear that headdress. It is a great pleasure for me to remember such good and kind people and to talk about them, although I no longer possess any details about them. I just remember their kindness and goodness to me, and their peacefulness and their utter simplicity. They inspired real reverence, and I think, in a way, they were certainly saints. And they were saints in that most effective and telling way, sanctified by leading ordinary lives in a completely supernatural manner, sanctified by obscurity, by usual skills, by common tasks, by routine, but skills, tasks, routine which received a supernatural form from grace within, and from the habitual union of their souls with God in deep faith and charity. Their farm, their family, and their church were all that occupied these good souls, and their lives were full. Father, who thought more and more of my physical and moral health, realized what a treasure he had found in these two, and consequently Murat was more and more in his mind as a place where I should go and get healthy. That winter, at the lycée, I had spent several weeks in the infirmary with various fevers, and the following summer, when Father had to go to Paris, he took the opportunity to send me once again to Murat, to spend a few weeks living with the Privats, who would feed me plenty of butter and milk and would take care of me in every possible way. Those were weeks that I shall never forget, and the more I think of them, the more I realize that I must certainly owe the Privats for more than butter and milk and good nourishing food for my body. I am indebted to them for much more than the kindness and care they showed me, the goodness and the delicate solicitude with which they treated me as their own child, yet without any assertive or natural familiarity. As a child, and since then too, I have always tended to resist any kind of a possessive affection on the part of any other human being. There has always been this profound instinct to keep clear, to keep free. And only with truly supernatural people have I ever felt really at my ease, really at peace. That was why I was glad of the love the Privats showed me, and was ready to love them in return. It did not burn you, it did not hold you, it did not try to imprison you in demonstrations, or trap your feet in the snares of its interest. I used to run in the woods, and climb the mountains. I went up the Plom du Cantal, which is nothing more than a huge hill, with a boy who was, I think, the Privat's nephew. He went to a Catholic school taught, I suppose, by priests. It had not occurred to me that every boy did not talk like the brats I knew at the lycée. Without thinking, I let out some sort of a remark of the kind you heard all day long at Montauban, and he was offended and asked where I had picked up that kind of talk. And yet, while being ashamed of myself, I was impressed by the charitableness of his reaction. He dismissed it at once, and seemed to have forgotten all about it, and left me with the impression that he excused me on the grounds that I was English and had used the expression without quite knowing what it meant. After all, this going to Murat was a great grace. Did I realize it? I did not know what a grace was. And though I was impressed with the goodness of the Privats, I could not fail to realize what was its root and its foundation. And yet it never occurred to me at the time to think of being like them, of profiting in any way by their example. I think I only talked to them once about religion. We were all sitting on the narrow balcony looking out over the valley, at the hills turning dark blue and purple in the September dusk. Somehow, something came up about Catholics and Protestants, and immediately I had the sense of all the solidity and rectitude of the Privats turned against me, accusing me like the face of an impregnable fortification. So I began to justify Protestantism, as best I could. I think they had probably said that they could not see how I managed to go on living without the faith, for there was only one faith, one church. So I gave them the argument that every religion was good, they all led to God, only in different ways, and every man should go according to his own conscience, and settle things according to his own private way of looking at things. They did not answer me with any argument. They simply looked at one another and shrugged, and Monsieur Privat said quietly and sadly, "Mais c'est impossible." It was a terrible, a frightening, a very humiliating thing to feel all their silence and peacefulness and strength turned against me, accusing me of being estranged from them, isolated from their security, cut off from their protection and from the strength of their inner life by my own fault, by my own willfulness, by my own ignorance, and my uninstructed Protestant pride. One of the humiliating things about it was that I wanted them to argue, and they despised argument. It was as if they realized, as I did not, that my attitude and my desire of argument and religious discussion implied a fundamental and utter lack of faith, and a dependence on my own lights, an attachment to my own opinion. What is more, they seemed to realize that I did not believe in anything, and that anything I might say I believed would be only empty talk. Yet they did not give me the feeling that this was some slight matter, something to be indulged in a child, something that could be left to work itself out in time, of its own accord. I had never met people to whom belief was a matter of such moment. And yet there was nothing they could do for me directly. But what they could do, I am sure they did, and I am glad they did it. And I thank God from the bottom of my heart that they were concerned, and so deeply and vitally concerned, at my lack of faith. Who knows how much I owe to those two wonderful people? Anything I say about it is only a matter of guessing, but, knowing their charity, it is to me a matter of moral certitude that I owe many graces to their prayers, and perhaps ultimately the grace of my conversion and even of my religious vocation. Who shall say? But one day I shall know, and it is good to be able to be confident that I will see them again and be able to thank them. 6. Father had gone to Paris to be best man at the wedding of one of his friends from the old days in New Zealand. Captain John Crystal had made himself a career in the British Army and was an officer in the Hussars. Later on he became governor of a prison, but he was not as dreary as that might imply. After the wedding, the captain and his wife went off on their honeymoon, and the mother of the new Mrs. Crystal came down to St. Antonin with Father. Mrs. Stratton was an impressive kind of a person. She was a musician, and a singer, but I forget whether she had been on the stage. In any case, she was not a very theatrical character, rather the opposite, although she had a certain amount of dash about her. She was not what you would call elderly, by any means, and besides she was a woman of great vitality and strength of character, with rich intelligence and talent, and strong and precise ideas about things. Her convictions commanded respect, as did her many talents, and above all her overwhelming personal dignity. You felt that she ought to have been called Lady Stratton, or the Countess of something. At first I was secretly resentful of the great influence she at once began to exercise over our lives, and thought she was bossing our affairs too much, but even I was able to realize that her views and advice and guidance were very valuable things. But so strong was her influence that I think it was due to her more than to anyone else that we gave up the idea of living permanently in St. Antonin. The house was almost finished and ready for occupation, and it was a beautiful little house too, simple and solid. It looked good to live in, with that one big room with the medieval window and a huge medieval fireplace. Father had even managed to procure a winding stone stair, and it was by that you went up to the bedroom. The garden around the house, where Father had done much work, would have been fine. On the other hand, Father was traveling too much for the house to be really useful. In the winter of 1927 he was some months at Marseilles and the rest of the time at Sète, another Mediterranean port. Soon he would have to go to England, for by this time he was ready for another exhibition. All this time I was at the lycée, becoming more and more hard-boiled in my precocity, and getting accustomed to the idea of growing up as a Frenchman. Then Father went to London for the exhibition. It was the spring of 1928. The school year would soon be over. I was not thinking much about the future. All I knew was that Father would be back from England in a few days. It was a bright, sunny morning in May when he arrived at the lycée, and the first thing he told me was to get my things packed. We were going to England. I looked around me like a man that has had chains struck from his hands. How the light sang on the brick walls of the prison whose gates had just burst open before me, sprung by some invisible and beneficent power. My escape from the lycée was, I believe, providential. In the last moments in which I had an opportunity to do so, I tasted the ferocious delights of exultant gloating over the companions I was about to leave. They stood around me in the sun, with their hands hanging at their sides, wearing their black smocks and their berets, and laughing and sharing my excitement, not without envy. And then I was riding down the quiet street in a carriage, with my luggage beside me, and father talking about what we were going to do. How lightly the cab horses' hoofs rang out in the hard, white dirt of the street. How gaily they echoed along the pale smug walls of the dusty houses. Liberty, they said, liberty, 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 all down the street. We passed the big polygonal barn of a post office, covered with the tatters of ancient posters, and entered under the dappled shadow of the plane trees. I looked ahead, up the long street to Villeneuve station, where I had taken the train so many times in the small hours of the morning, on my way home to spend the Sunday in St. Antonin. When we got on the little train, and travelled the way we had first come to the Aveyron Valley, I did indeed feel my heart tighten at the loss of my 13th century, but oh, it had long ceased to belong to us. We had not been able to hold on, for very long, to the St. Antonin of the first year, and the bitter lie of the lycée had burned all its goodness out of me again, and I was cauterized against it, and had become somewhat insensitive to it, not so much so, however, that I did not feel a little sad at leaving it forever. It is sad, too, that we never lived in the house that father built. But never mind. The grace of those days has not been altogether lost, by any means. Before I was really able to believe that I was out of the lycée for good, we were racing through Picardy on the Nord Railway. Pretty soon the atmosphere would take on that dim pearlish grey that would tell us we were nearing the Channel, and all along the line we would read the big billboards saying, in English, "Visit Egypt." Then, after that, the Channel steamer, Folkestone cliffs, white as cream in the sunny haze, the jetty, the grey-green downs and the line of prim hotels along the top of the rock, these things all made me happy. And the cockney cries of the porters and the smell of strong tea in the station refreshment room spelled out all the associations of what had, up to now, always been a holiday country for me, a land heavy with awe-inspiring proprieties, but laden with all kinds of comforts, and in which every impact of experience seemed to reach the soul through 7 or 8 layers of insulation. England meant all this for me, in those days, and continued to do so for a year or two more, because going to England meant going to Aunt Maud's house in Ealing. The red brick house at 18 Carlton Road with the little lawn that was also a bowling green and the windows looking out on the enclosed patch of grass which was the Durston House cricket field, was a fortress of 19th century security. Here in Ealing, where all the Victorian standards stood entrenched in row upon row of identical houses, Aunt Maud and Uncle Ben lived in the very heart and the centre of the citadel, and indeed Uncle Ben was one of the commanders. The retired headmaster of Durston House Preparatory School for Boys, on Castlebar Road, looked like almost all the great, tearful, solemn warlords of Victorian society. He was a stoop-shouldered man with a huge, white waterfall moustache, a pince-nez, ill-fitting tweeds. He walked slowly and with a limp, because of his infirmities, and required much attention from everybody, especially Aunt Maud. When he spoke, although he spoke quietly and distinctly, you knew he had a booming voice if he wanted to use it, and sometimes when he had a particularly dramatic statement to make, his eyes would widen, and he would stare you in the face, and shake his finger at you, and intone the words like the ghost in Hamlet. Then, if that had been the point of some story, he would sit back in his chair, and laugh quietly, displaying his great teeth, and gazing from face to face of those who sat at his feet. As for Aunt Maud, I think I have met very few people in my life so like an angel. Of course, she was well on in years, and her clothes, especially her hats, were of a conservatism most extreme. I believe she had not forsaken a detail of the patterns that were popular at the time of the Diamond Jubilee. She was a sprightly and charming person, a tall, thin, quiet, meek old lady who still, after all the years, had something about her of the sensible and sensitive Victorian girl. Nice, in the strict sense, and in the broad colloquial sense, was a word made for her. She was a very nice person. In a way, her pointed nose and her thin smiling lips even suggested the expression of one who had just finished pronouncing that word. How nice! Now that I was going to go to school in England, I would be more and more under her wing. In fact, I had barely landed when she took me on one of those shopping expeditions in Oxford Street that was the immediate prelude to Ripley Court, a school in Surrey which was now in the hands of her sister-in-law, Mrs. Pierce, the wife of Uncle Ben's late brother, Robert. He had been killed in a cycling accident when, coming to the bottom of a hill, he had failed to turn the corner and had run straight into a brick wall. His brakes had gone back on him halfway down. It was on one of those mornings in Oxford Street, perhaps not the very first one, that Aunt Maud and I had a great conversation about my future. We had just bought me several pairs of grey flannel trousers and a sweater and some shoes and some grey flannel shirts and one of those floppy flannel hats that English children have to wear, and now, having emerged from D.H. Evans, were riding down Oxford Street on the top of an open bus, right up in the front, where one could see simply everything. "I wonder if Tom has thought at all about his future," Aunt Maud said and looked at me, winking and blinking with both eyes as a sign of encouragement. I was Tom. She sometimes addressed you in the third person, like that, perhaps as a sign of some delicate, inward diffidence about bringing the matter up at all. I admitted that I had thought a little about the future, and what I wanted to be. But I rather hesitated to tell her that I wanted to be a novelist. "Do you think writing would be a good profession for anyone?" I said tentatively. "Yes indeed, writing is a very fine profession. But what kind of writing would you like to do?" "I have been thinking that I might write stories," I said. "I imagine you would probably do quite well at that, someday," said Aunt Maud, kindly, but added, "Of course, you know that writers sometimes find it very difficult to make their way in the world." "Yes, I realize that," I said reflectively. "Perhaps if you had some other occupation, as a means of making a living, you might find time to write in your spare moments. Novelists sometimes get their start that way, you know." "I might be a journalist," I suggested, "and write for the newspapers." "Perhaps that is a good idea," she said. "A knowledge of languages would be very valuable in that field, too. You could work your way up to the position of a foreign correspondent. And I could write books in my spare time." "Yes, I suppose you probably could manage it that way." I think we rode all the way out to Ealing, talking in this somewhat abstract and utopian strain, and finally we got off, and crossed Haven Green to Castlebar Road where we had to stop in at Durston House for something or other. It was not the first time I had met Mrs. Pierce, the headmistress of Ripley Court. She was a bulky and rather belligerent-looking woman with great pouches under her eyes. She was standing in a room in which were hung several of my father's paintings. She had probably been looking at them, and considering the error and instability of an artist's way of life when Aunt Maud mentioned the fact that we had been talking about my own future. "Does he want to be a dilettante like his father?" said Mrs. Pierce roughly, surveying me with a rather outraged expression through the lenses of her spectacles. "We were thinking that perhaps he might become a journalist," said Aunt Maud gently. "Nonsense," said Mrs. Pierce. "Let him go into business and make a decent living for himself. There's no use in his wasting his time and deceiving himself. He might as well get some sensible ideas into his head from the very start, and prepare himself for something solid and reliable and not go out into the world with his head full of dreams. And then, turning to me, she cried out, "Boy, don't become a dilettante, do you hear?" I was received at Ripley Court, although the summer term was almost over, more or less as if I were an orphan or some kind of a stray that required at once pity and a special, not unsuspicious kind of attention. I was the son of an artist, and had just come from 2 years in a French school, and the combination of artist and France added up to practically everything that Mrs. Pierce and her friends suspected and disliked. Besides, to crown it all, I did not know any Latin. What was to be made of a boy who was already in the middle of his 14th year and could not decline mensa, had never even opened a Latin grammar? So I had the humiliation of once again descending to the lowest place and sitting with the smallest boys in the school and beginning at the beginning. But Ripley was a pleasant and happy place after the prison of the lycée. The huge, dark green sweep of the cricket field, and the deep shadows of the elm trees where one sat waiting for his innings, and the dining room where we crammed ourselves with bread and butter and jam at tea time and listened to Mr. Onslow reading aloud from the works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, all this was immense luxury and peace after Montauban. And the mentality of the red-faced, innocent English boys was a change. They seemed to be much pleasanter and much happier, and indeed they had every reason to be so, since they all came from the shelter of comfortable and secure homes and were so far protected from the world by a thick wall of ignorance, a wall which was to prove no real protection against anything as soon as they passed on to their various public schools, but which, for the time being, kept them children. On Sundays, we all dressed up in the ludicrous clothes that the English conceive to be appropriate to the young, and went marching off to the village church, where a whole transept was reserved for us. There we all sat in rows, in our black Eton jackets and our snow-white Eton collars choking us up to the chin, and bent our well-brushed and combed heads over the pages of our hymnals. And at last I was really going to church. On Sunday evenings, after the long walk in the country, through the lush Surrey fields, we gathered again in the wooden drill room of the school, and sat on benches, and sang hymns, and listened to Mr. Onslow reading aloud from Pilgrim's Progress. Thus, just about the time when I most needed it, I did acquire a little natural faith, and found many occasions of praying and lifting up my mind to God. It was the first time I had ever seen people kneel publicly by their beds before getting into them, and the first time I had ever sat down to meals after a grace. And for about the next 2 years I think I was almost sincerely religious. Therefore, I was also, to some extent, happy and at peace. I do not think there was anything very supernatural about it, although I am sure grace was working in all our souls in some obscure and uncertain way. But at least we were fulfilling our natural duties to God and therefore satisfying a natural need, for our duties and our needs, in all the fundamental things for which we were created, come down in practice to the same thing. Later on, like practically everyone else in our stupid and godless society, I was to consider these 2 years as my religious phase. I am glad that that now seems very funny. But it is sad that it is funny in so few cases. Because I think that practically everybody does go through such a phase, and for the majority of them, that is all that it is, a phase and nothing more. If that is so, it is their own fault, for life on this earth is not simply a series of phases which we more or less passively undergo. If the impulse to worship God and to adore Him in truth by the goodness and order of our own lives is nothing more than a transitory and emotional thing, that is our own fault. It is so only because we make it so, and because we take what is substantially a deep and powerful and lasting moral impetus, supernatural in its origin and in its direction, and reduce it to the level of our own weak and unstable and futile fancies and desires. Prayer is attractive enough when it is considered in a context of good food, and sunny joyous country churches, and the green English countryside. And, as a matter of fact, the Church of England means all this. It is a class religion, the cult of a special society and group, not even of a whole nation, but of the ruling minority in a nation. That is the principal basis for its rather strong coherence up to now. There is certainly not much doctrinal unity, much less a mystical bond between people, many of whom have even ceased to believe in grace or sacraments. The thing that holds them together is the powerful attraction of their own social tradition, and the stubborn tenacity with which they cling to certain social standards and customs, more or less for their own sake. The Church of England depends, for its existence, almost entirely on the solidarity and conservatism of the English ruling class. Its strength is not in anything supernatural, but in the strong social and racial instincts which bind the members of this caste together, and the English cling to their church the way they cling to their king and to their old schools, because of a big, vague, sweet complex of subjective dispositions regarding the English countryside, old castles and cottages, games of cricket in the long summer afternoons, tea parties on the Thames, croquet, roast beef, pipe smoking, the Christmas panto, Punch and the London Times, and all those other things, the mere thought of which produces a kind of a warm and inexpressible ache in the English heart. I got mixed up in all this as soon as I entered Ripley Court, and it was strong enough in me to blur and naturalize all that might have been supernatural in my attraction to pray and to love God. And consequently the grace that was given me was stifled, not at once, but gradually. As long as I lived in this peaceful hothouse atmosphere of cricket and Eton collars and synthetic childhood, I was pious, perhaps sincerely. But as soon as the frail walls of this illusion broke down again, that is, as soon as I went to a public school and saw that, underneath their sentimentality, the English were just as brutal as the French, I made no further effort to keep up what seemed to me to be a more or less manifest pretense. At the time, of course, I was not capable of reasoning about all this. Even if my mind had been sufficiently developed to do so, I would never have found the perspective for it. Besides, all this was going on in my emotions and feelings, rather than in my mind and will, thanks to the vagueness and total unsubstantiality of Anglican doctrine as it gets preached, in practice, from most pulpits. It is a terrible thing to think of the grace that is wasted in this world, and of the people that are lost. Perhaps one explanation of the sterility and inefficacy of Anglicanism in the moral order is, besides its lack of vital contact with the mystical body of the true Church, the social injustice and the class oppression on which it is based, for, since it is mostly a class religion, it contracts the guilt of the class from which it is inseparable. But this is a guess which I am not prepared to argue out. I was already nearly too old for Ripley Court, being by now 14, but I had to pick up enough Latin to be able to make at least a presentable showing in a scholarship examination for some public school. As to the school where I should go, Uncle Ben made a more or less expert choice, in his capacity as retired headmaster of a prep school. Since Father was poor, and an artist, there would be no thinking of one of the big schools like Harrow or Winchester, though Winchester was the one for which Uncle Ben had the greatest respect, having achieved his ambition of sending many of his pupils there with scholarships. The reason was twofold, not merely that Father could not be considered able to pay the bills, although, in fact, Pop was to pay them, from America, but the scholarship examinations would be altogether too hard for me. The final choice was regarded by everyone as very suitable. It was an obscure but decent little school in the Midlands, an old foundation, with a kind of a little tradition of its own. It had recently gone up slightly in its rating because of the work of its greatest headmaster, who was just about to retire. All of this was the kind of thing Uncle Ben knew and told me, and Aunt Maud confirmed it, saying, "I am sure you will find Oakham a very nice school." Part 3. The Harrowing of Hell / In the autumn of 1929 I went to Oakham. There was something very pleasant and peaceful about the atmosphere of this little market town, with its school and its old 14th-century church with the grey spire, rising in the middle of a wide midland vale. Obscure it certainly was. Oakham's only claim to fame was the fact that it was the county town, and in fact the only real town in the smallest county in England. And there were not even any main roads or main railway lines running through Rutland, except for the Great North Road which skirted the Lincolnshire border. In this quiet backwater, under the trees full of rooks, I was to spend 3.5 years getting ready for a career. 3.5 years were a short time, but when they were over, I was a very different person from the embarrassed and clumsy and more or less well-meaning, but interiorly unhappy 14-year-old who came there with a suitcase and a brown felt hat and a trunk and a plain wooden tuck box. Meanwhile, before I entered Oakham, and took up my abode in the ratty, gas-lit corner of Hodgewing that was called the nursery, things had happened to complicate and sadden my life still further. In the Easter vacation of 1929 I had been with Father at Canterbury, where he was working, painting pictures mostly in the big, quiet cathedral close. I had spent most of my days walking in the country around Canterbury, and the time went quietly except for the momentous occasion of a big Charlie Chaplin movie which came, late indeed, to Canterbury. It was the gold rush. When the holidays were over and I went back to Ripley Court, Father crossed over to France. The last I heard about him was that he was at Rouen. Then, one day, towards the end of the summer term, when the school cricket 11 went into Ealing to play Durston House, I was surprised to find myself appointed to go along as scorer. There was, of course, no likelihood of my ever going as a member of the team, since I was a hopeless cricketer from the start. On the way into town, on the bus or somewhere, I learned that my father was in Ealing, at Aunt Maud's, and that he was ill. This was why they had sent me along, I suppose. During the tea interval I would have a chance to run into the house which overlooked the cricket field and see Father. The bus unloaded us in the lane that led to the field. In the tiny pavilion, the other scorer and I opened our large, green-ruled books, and wrote down the names of one another's team in the boxes down the side of the big rectangular page. Then, with our pencils all sharpened we waited, as the first pair went into bat, striding heavily in their big white pads. The dim June sun shone down on the field. Over yonder, where the poplars swayed slightly in the haze, was Aunt Maud's house, and I could see the window in the brick gable where Father probably was. So the match began. I could not believe that Father was very ill. If he were, I supposed that they would have made more fuss about it. During the tea interval, I went over, and passed through the green wooden door in the wall to Aunt Maud's garden and entered the house and went upstairs. Father was in bed. You could not tell from his appearance how ill he was, but I managed to gather it from the way he talked and from his actions. He seemed to move with difficulty and pain, and he did not have much to say. When I asked him what was the matter, he said nobody seemed to know. I went back to the cricket pavilion a little saddened and unquiet. I told myself that he would probably get better in a week or two. And I thought this guess had proved to be right when, at the end of term, he wrote to me that we would be spending the summer in Scotland, where an old friend of his, who had a place in Aberdeenshire, had invited him to come and rest and get well. We took one of those night trains from King's Cross. Father seemed well enough, although by the time we got to Aberdeen the following noon, after stopping at a lot of grey and dreary Scotch stations, he was weary and silent. We had a long wait at Aberdeen, and we thought of going out and taking a look at the city. We stepped out of the station into a wide, deserted cobbled street. In the distance there was a harbour. We saw gulls, and the masts and funnel of what appeared to be a couple of trawlers. But the place seemed to have been struck by a plague. There was no one in sight. Now that I think of it, it must have been Sunday, for dead as Aberdeen is, it surely could not have been so completely deserted on a weekday. The whole place was as grey as a tomb, and the forbidding aspect of all that hostile and untenanted granite depressed us both so much that we immediately returned to the station, and sat down in the refreshment room, and ordered some hotchpotch, which did little or nothing to lighten our spirits. It was late afternoon by the time we got to Insk. The sun came out, and slanted a long ray at the far hills of heather which constituted our host's grouse moor. The air was clear and silent as we drove out of the forsaken town that seemed to us more of a settlement than a town, and headed into the wilderness. For the first few days Father kept to his room, coming down for meals. Once or twice he went out into the garden. Soon he could not even come down for meals. The doctor paid frequent visits, and soon I understood that Father was not getting better at all. Finally, one day he called me up to the room. "I have to go back to London," he said. "London? I must go to a hospital, son." "Are you worse?" "I don't get any better." "Have they still not found out what it is that is the matter with you, Father?" He shook his head. But he said, "Pray God to make me well. I think I ought to be all right in due course. Don't be unhappy." But I was unhappy. "You like it here, don't you?" he asked me. "Oh, it's all right, I suppose. You'll stay here. They are very nice. They will take care of you, and it will do you good. Do you like the horses?" I admitted without any undue excitement or enthusiasm that the ponies were all right. There were 2 of them. The 2 nieces of the family and I spent part of the day grooming them and cleaning out their stalls, and part of the day riding them. But, as far as I was concerned, it was too much work. The nieces, divining this unsportsmanlike attitude of mine, tended to be a little hostile and to boss me around in a patronizing sort of a way. They were 16 or 17, and seemed to have nothing whatever on their minds except horses, and they did not even look like their normal selves when they were not in riding breeches. And so Father said goodbye, and we put him on the train, and he went to London to the Middlesex Hospital. The summer days dragged on, cold days full of mist, some days bright with sun. I became less and less interested in the stable and the ponies, and before August was half done, the nieces had given me up in disgust and I was allowed to drop away into my own unhappy isolation, my world without horses, without hunting and shooting, without tartans and without the Braemar gathering and all those other noble institutions. Instead, I sat in the branches of a tree reading the novels of Alexandre Dumas, volume after volume, in French, and later, in rebellion against the world of horses, I would borrow a bicycle that happened to be around the place, and go off into the country and look at the huge ancient stone circles where the Druids had once congregated to offer human sacrifice to the rising sun when there was a rising sun. One day I was in the deserted house all by myself with Athos, Porthos, Aramis, and D'Artagnan, Athos being my favorite and, in a sense, the one into whom I tended to project myself. The telephone rang. I thought for a while of letting it ring and not answering it, but eventually I did. It turned out to be a telegram for me. At first I could not make out the words, as the Scotch lady in the telegraph office was pronouncing them. Then, when I did make them out, I did not believe them. The message ran, "Entering New York Harbor. All well." And it came from Father, in the hospital, in London. I tried to argue the woman at the other end of the wire into telling me that it came from my Uncle Harold, who had been traveling in Europe that year. But she would not be argued into anything but what she saw right in front of her nose. The telegram was signed Father, and it came from London. I hung up the receiver and the bottom dropped out of my stomach. I walked up and down in the silent and empty house. I sat down in one of the big leather chairs in the smoking room. There was nobody there. There was nobody in the whole huge house. I sat there in the dark, unhappy room, unable to think, unable to move, with all the innumerable elements of my isolation crowding in upon me from every side, without a home, without a family, without a country, without a father, apparently without any friends, without any interior peace or confidence or light or understanding of my own, without God, too, without God, without heaven, without grace, without anything. And what was happening to father, there in London? I was unable to think of it. The first thing that Uncle Ben did when I entered the house at Ealing was to tell me the news with all the dramatic overtones he gave to his most important announcements. His eyes widened and he stared at me and bared his great teeth, pronouncing every syllable with tremendous distinctness and emphasis, saying, "Your father has a malignant tumor on the brain." Father lay in a dark ward in the hospital. He did not have much to say. But it was not as bad as I had feared, from the telegram he had sent me. Everything he said was lucid and intelligible, and I was comforted, in the sense that a clearly apparent physiological cause seemed to me to exclude the thought of insanity in the strict sense. Father was not out of his mind. But you could already see the evil, swelling lump on his forehead. He told me, weakly, that they were going to try and operate on him, but they were afraid they could not do very much. Again he told me to pray. I did not say anything about the telegram. Leaving the hospital, I knew what was going to happen. He would lie there like that for another year, perhaps 2 or 3 years. And then he would die unless they first killed him on an operating table. Since those days, doctors have found out that you can cut away whole sections of the brain, in these operations, and save lives and minds and all. In 1929 they evidently did not yet know this. It was father's lot to die slowly and painfully in the years when the doctors were just reaching the point of the discovery. 2. Oakham, Oakham. The grey murk of the winter evenings in that garret, where 7 or 8 of us moiled around in the gaslight, among the tuck boxes, noisy, greedy, foul-mouthed, fighting and shouting. There was one who had a ukulele which he did not know how to play. And Pop used to send me the brown rotogravure sections of the New York Sunday papers, and we would cut out the pictures of the actresses and paste them up on the walls. And I toiled with Greek verbs. And we drank raisin wine and ate potato chips until we fell silent and sat apart, stupefied and nauseated. And under the gaslight I would write letters to father in the hospital, letters on cream-colored notepaper, stamped with the school crest in blue. After 3 months it was better. I was moved up into the upper 5th, and changed to a new study downstairs, with more light, though just as crowded and just as much of a mess. And we had Cicero and European history all about the 19th century, with a certain amount of cold scorn poured on Pio Nono. In the English class we read The Tempest and the Nun's Priest's Tale and the Pardoner's Tale, and Buggy Jerwood, the school chaplain, tried to teach us trigonometry. With me, he failed. Sometimes he would try to teach us something about religion. But in this he also failed. In any case, his religious teaching consisted mostly in more or less vague ethical remarks, an obscure mixture of ideals of English gentlemanliness and his favorite notions of personal hygiene. Everybody knew that his class was liable to degenerate into a demonstration of some practical points about rowing, with Buggy sitting on the table and showing us how to pull an oar. There was no rowing at Oakham, since there was no water. But the chaplain had been a rowing blue at Cambridge, in his time. He was a tall, powerful, handsome man, with hair graying at the temples, and a big English chin, and a broad, uncreased brow, with sentences like "One stand for fair play and good sportsmanship" written all over it. His greatest sermon was on the 13th chapter of 1 Corinthians, and a wonderful chapter indeed. But his exegesis was a bit strange. However, it was typical of him and, in a way, of his whole church. Buggy's interpretation of the word charity in this passage, and in the whole Bible, was that it simply stood for all that we mean when we call a chap a gentleman. In other words, charity meant good sportsmanship, cricket, the decent thing, wearing the right kind of clothes, using the proper spoon, not being a cad or a bounder. There he stood, in the plain pulpit, and raised his chin above the heads of all the rows of boys in black coats, and said, one might go through this chapter of St. Paul and simply substitute the word gentleman for charity wherever it occurs. If I talk with the tongues of men and of angels, and be not a gentleman, I am become as sounding brass, or a tinkling cymbal. A gentleman is patient, is kind, a gentleman envieth not, dealeth not perversely, is not puffed up. A gentleman never falleth away. And so it went. I will not accuse him of finishing the chapter with now there remain faith, hope and gentlemanliness, and the greatest of these is gentlemanliness, although it was the logical term of his reasoning. The boys listened tolerantly to these thoughts. But I think St. Peter and the 12 apostles would have been rather surprised at the concept that Christ had been scourged and beaten by soldiers, cursed and crowned with thorns and subjected to unutterable contempt and finally nailed to the cross and left to bleed to death in order that we might all become gentlemen. As time went on, I was to get into fierce arguments with the football captain on this subject, but that day was yet to come. As long as I was among the 14 and 15-year-olds in Hodgewing, I had to mind my behavior with the lords of the school, or at least in their presence. We were disciplined by the constant fear of one of those pompous and ceremonious sessions of bullying, arranged with ritualistic formality, when a dozen or so culprits were summoned into one of the hollows around Brook Hill, or up the Braunston Road, and beaten with sticks, and made to sing foolish songs and to hear themselves upbraided for their moral and social defects. When I got into the 6th form, which I did after a year, I came more directly under the influence and guidance of the new headmaster, F.C. Doherty. He was a young man for a headmaster, about 40, tall, with a great head of black hair, a tremendous smoker of cigarettes, and a lover of Plato. Because of the cigarettes, he used to like to give his class in his own study, when he decently could, for there he could smoke one after another, while in the classrooms he could not smoke at all. He was a broad-minded man, and I never realized how much I owed to him until I left Oakham. If it had not been for him, I would probably have spent years in the 5th form trying to pass the school certificate in mathematics. He saw that I could far easier pass the higher certificate, specializing in French and Latin where, although the examination in these subjects would be very hard, there would be no maths. And the higher certificate meant far more than the other. It was he who began, from the start, to prepare me for the university, getting me to aim at a Cambridge scholarship. And it was he who let me follow the bent of my own mind, for modern languages and literature, although that meant that I spent much of my time studying alone in the library, since there was no real modern course at Oakham at the time. This was all the more generous of him for the fact that he really was very much attached to the classics, and especially Plato, and he would have liked all of us to catch some of that infection. And yet this infection which, in my eyes, was nothing short of deadly was something I resisted with all my will. I do not exactly know why I hated Plato, but after the first 10 pages of the Republic I decided that I could not stand Socrates and his friends, and I don't think I ever recovered from that repugnance. There can hardly have been any serious intellectual reason for my dislike of these philosophers, although I do have a kind of congenital distaste for philosophic idealism. But we were reading the Republic in Greek, which meant that we never got far enough into it to be able to grasp the ideas very well. Most of the time I was too helpless with the grammar and syntax to have time for any deeper difficulties. Nevertheless, after a couple of months of it, I got to a state where phrases like the good, the true, and the beautiful filled me with a kind of suppressed indignation, because they stood for the big sin of Platonism, the reduction of all reality to the level of pure abstraction, as if concrete, individual substances had no essential reality of their own, but were only shadows of some remote, universal, ideal essence filed away in a big card index somewhere in heaven, while the demiurges milled around the logos piping their excitement in high, fluted, English intellectual tones. Platonism entered very much into the headmaster's ideas of religion, which were deeply spiritual and intellectual. Also he was slightly more high church than most of the people at Oakham. However, it was no easier to find out, concretely, what he believed than it was to find out what anybody else believed in that place. I had several different masters in the 1 hour a week devoted to religious instruction, outside of the daily chapel. The first one just plodded through the 3rd book of Kings. The second, a tough little Yorkshireman, who had the virtue of being very definite and outspoken in everything he said, once exposed to us Descartes' proof of his own and God's existence. He told us that as far as he was concerned, that was the foundation of what religion meant to him. I accepted the cogito ergo sum with less reserve than I should have, although I might have had enough sense to realize that any proof of what is self-evident must necessarily be illusory. If there are no self-evident first principles, as a foundation for reasoning to conclusions that are not immediately apparent, how can you construct any kind of a philosophy? If you have to prove even the basic axioms of your metaphysics, you will never have a metaphysics, because you will never have any strict proof of anything, for your first proof will involve you in an infinite regress, proving that you are proving what you are proving and so on, into the exterior darkness where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth. If Descartes thought it was necessary to prove his own existence, by the fact that he was thinking, and that his thought therefore existed in some subject, how did he prove that he was thinking in the first place? But as to the second step, that God must exist because Descartes had a clear idea of him, that never convinced me, then or at any other time, or now either. There are much better proofs for the existence of God than that one. As for the headmaster, when he gave us religious instruction, as he did in my last year or so at Oakham, he talked Plato, and told me to read A. E. Taylor, which I did, but under compulsion, and taking no trouble to try and understand what I was reading. In 1930, after I had turned 15, and before most of these things happened, the way began to be prepared for my various intellectual rebellions by a sudden and very definite sense of independence, a realization of my own individuality which, while being natural at that age, took an unhealthy egotistic turn. And everything seemed to conspire to encourage me to cut myself off from everybody else and go my own way. For a moment, in the storms and confusion of adolescence, I had been humbled by my own interior sufferings, and having a certain amount of faith and religion, I had subjected myself more or less willingly and even gladly to the authority of others, and to the ways and customs of those around me. But in Scotland I had begun to bare my teeth and fight back against the humiliation of giving in to other people, and now I was rapidly building up a hard core of resistance against everything that displeased me, whether it was the opinions or desires of others, or their commands, or their very persons. I would think what I wanted and do what I wanted, and go my own way. If those who tried to prevent me had authority to prevent me, I would have to be at least externally polite in my resistance, but my resistance would be no less determined, and I would do my own will, have my own way. When Pop and Bonnie Man came to Europe again in 1930, they practically threw the doors of the world wide open to me and gave me my independence. The economic crisis of 1929 had not altogether ruined Pop. He did not have all his substance invested in companies that crashed, but the indirect effect on him was just as serious as it was on every other ordinary businessman. In June 1930, they all came down to Oakham, Pop, Bonnie Man, and John Paul. It was a quiet visit. They no longer took towns by storm. The depression had changed all that. Besides, they were used to traveling in Europe by now. The fear and trepidation that had been so strong an element in their excitement in the old days were somewhat allayed. Their voyages were comparatively but only comparatively serene. They had a couple of big rooms in the labyrinthine Crown Inn at Oakham, and one of the first things Pop did was to take me apart into one of them and talk to me in a way that amounted to an emancipation. I think it was the first time in my life I had ever been treated as if I were completely grown up and able to take care of myself in everything, and to hold my own in a business conversation. In reality, I have never been able to talk intelligently about business. But I listened to Pop exposing our financial affairs as if I understood every word about it, and when it was over I had, indeed, grasped all the essentials. No one knew what was going to happen in the world in the next 10 or 20 years. Grosset and Dunlap was still in business, and so was Pop, but one could never tell when the business itself might fold up, or if he himself would be turned out. But in order to make sure that John Paul and I would be able to finish school, and even go on to the university, and have something to keep us from starving while we were looking for a job afterwards, Pop had taken the money he had planned to leave us in his will, and had put it away for us where it would be as safe as possible, in some kind of insurance policy which would pay us so much a year. He worked it out on a piece of paper and showed me all the figures and I nodded wisely. I didn't grasp the details but I understood that I ought to be able to get along all right until about 1940. And in any case, before a couple of years had gone by, Pop discovered that the big magic insurance policy did not work as neatly as he had expected, so he had to change his plans again, with the loss of a little money somewhere. When it was all done, Pop gave me the piece of paper with all the figures on it, and sat up straight in his chair, and looked out the window, running his hand over the top of his bald head and said, "So now it's all settled. No matter what happens to me, you will both be taken care of. You've got nothing to worry about for a few years, anyway." I was a bit dazed by the momentousness of it, and by Pop's own great generosity. Because, after all, he really meant it that way. What he was trying to do was to arrange everything so that even if he were ruined, we would be able to take care of ourselves. Fortunately, he was never ruined. That day at Oakham, Pop crowned his generosity and his recognition of my maturity by an altogether astounding concession. He not only told me he was in favor of my smoking, but even bought me a pipe. I was 15, mind you, and Pop had always hated smoking anyway. Besides, it was forbidden by the rules of the school rules which I had been systematically breaking all that year, more for the sake of asserting my independence than for the pleasure of lighting and relighting those cold, biting pipefuls of Rhodesian cut plug. When the holidays came there was another big change. It was decided that I would no longer spend my holidays with Aunt Maud or other relatives in the suburbs or outside of London. My godfather, an old friend of Father's from New Zealand, who was by now a Harley Street specialist, offered to let me stay at his place in town when I was in London, and that meant that most of the day and night I was more or less free to do what I liked. Tom, my godfather, was to be the person I most respected and admired, and consequently the one who had the greatest influence on me at this time in my life. He too gave me credit for being more intelligent and mature than I was, and this of course pleased me very much. He was later to find out that his trust in me was misplaced. Life in the flat where Tom and his wife lived was very well ordered and amusing. You got breakfast in bed, served by a French maid, on a small tray, coffee or chocolate in a tiny pot, toast or rolls, and, for me, fried eggs. After breakfast, which came in at about 9, I knew I would have to wait a little to get a bath, so I would stay in bed for an hour or so more reading a novel by Evelyn Waugh or somebody like that. Then I would get up and take my bath and get dressed and go out and look for some amusement walk in the park, or go to a museum, or go to some gramophone shop and listen to a lot of hot records and then buy one, to pay for the privilege of listening to all the rest. I used to go to Levy's, on the top floor of one of those big buildings in the crescent of Regent Street, because they imported all the latest Victors and Brunswicks and OKs from America, and I would lock myself up in one of those little glass-doored booths, and play all the Duke Ellingtons and Louis Armstrongs and the old King Olivers and all the other things I have forgotten. Basin Street Blues, Bale Street Blues, St. James Infirmary, and all the other places that had blues written about them, all these I suddenly began to know much of by indirection and woeful hearsay, and I guess I lived vicariously in all the slums in all the cities of the South, Memphis and New Orleans and Birmingham, places which I have never yet seen. I don't know where those streets were, but I certainly knew something true about them, which I found out on that top floor in Regent Street and in my study at Oakham. Then I would go back to my godfather's place, and we would have lunch in the dining room, sitting at the little table that always seemed to me so small and delicate that I was afraid to move for fear the whole thing would collapse and the pretty French dishes would smash on the floor and scatter the French food on the waxed floorboards. Everything in that flat was small and delicate. It harmonized with my godfather and his wife. Not that he was delicate, but he was a little man who walked quietly and quickly on small feet, or stood at the fireplace with a cigarette between his fingers, neat and precise as a decent doctor ought to be. And he had something of the pursed lips of medical men, the contraction of the lips that they somehow acquire leaning over wide-open bodies. Tom's wife was delicate. In fact, she looked almost brittle. She was French, and the daughter of a great Protestant patriarch with a long white beard who dominated French Calvinism from the Rue des Saints Paris. Everything in their flat was in proportion to their own stature and delicacy and precision and neatness and wit. Yet I do not say it looked like a doctor's place, still less like an English doctor's place. English doctors always seem to go in for very heavy and depressing kinds of furniture. But Tom was not the kind of specialist that always wears a frock coat and a wing collar. His flat was bright and full of objects I was afraid to break and, on the whole, I was scared to walk too heavily for fear I might suddenly go through the floor. What I most admired about Tom and Iris, from the start, was that they knew everything and had everything in its proper place. From the first moment when I discovered that one was not only allowed to make fun of English middle-class notions and ideals but encouraged to do so in that little bright drawing room, where we balanced coffee cups on our knees, I was very happy. I soon developed a habit of wholesale and glib detraction of all the people with whom I did not agree or whose taste and ideas offended me. They, in turn, lent me all the novels and told me about the various plays, and listened with amusement to Duke Ellington, and played me their records of La Argentina. It was from them that I was to discover all the names that people most talked about in modern writing: Hemingway, Joyce, D.H. Lawrence, Evelyn Waugh, Celine with his Voyage au bout de la Nuit, Gide, and all the rest, except that they did not bother much with poets. I heard about T.S. Eliot from the English master at Oakham who had just come down from Cambridge and read me aloud The Hollow Men. It was Tom who, once when we were in Paris, took me to see a lot of pictures by Chagall and several others like him, although he did not like Braque and the Cubists and never developed any of my enthusiasm for Picasso. It was he who showed me that there was some merit in Russian movies and in René Clair, but he never understood the Marx Brothers. It was from him that I discovered the difference between the Café Royal and the Café Anglais, and many other things of the same nature. And he also could tell you what members of the English nobility were thought to take dope. Really, all these things implied a rather strict standard of values, but values that were entirely worldly and cosmopolitan. Values they were, however, and one kept to them with a most remarkably nice fidelity. I only discovered much later on that all this implied not only aesthetic but a certain worldly moral standard, the moral and artistic values being fused inseparably in the single order of taste. It was an unwritten law, and you had to be very smart and keenly attuned to their psychology to get it, but there it was, a strict moral law, which never expressed any open hatred of evil, or even any direct and explicit condemnation of any other sins than bourgeois Pharisaism and middle-class hypocrisy, which they attacked without truce. Nevertheless, their code disposed of other deordinations with quiet and pointed mockery. The big difficulty with me and my failure was that I did not see, for instance, that their interest in D.H. Lawrence as art was, in some subtle way, disconnected from any endorsement of his ideas about how a man ought to live. Or rather, the distinction was more subtle still, and it was between their interest in and amusement at those ideas, and the fact, which they took for granted, that it was rather vulgar to practice them the way Lawrence did. This was a distinction which I did not grasp until it was too late. Until the time I went to Cambridge, I developed rapidly under their influence, and in many ways the development was valuable and good, and of course, there must be no question of the kindness and sincerity of the interest which they took in me, or their generosity in devoting themselves so wholeheartedly to my care and to my training, in their informal and unofficial way. It was Tom who definitely assured me that I should prepare for the English diplomatic or at least consular service, and did not spare any effort to see that I advanced steadily, in every possible way, towards that end. He was able to foresee an infinity of little details that would have to be taken care of long before they arose, the value, for instance, of reading for the bar, which simply meant eating a certain number of dinners at one of the Inns of Court, so as to fulfill the minimum residence requirements of a London law student, and the payment of a fee for a minor distinction which would be useful in the diplomatic service. As it happened, I never got around to eating those dinners, and I dare to hope I shall be no lower in heaven for my failure to do so. 3. It was the summer of 1930, before most of these things had happened. I mean, the summer when Pop had made over to me the portion of my inheritance and threw open the door for me to run away and be a prodigal, or be a prodigal without running away from any earthly home, for that matter. I could very well eat the husks of swine without the inconvenience of going into a far country to look for them. Most of that summer we were all together in London. The reason was, that we could be near the hospital and visit Father. I remember the first of those visits. It was several months since I had been in London, and then only in passing, so I had really hardly seen Father at all since he had entered the hospital the autumn before. So all of us went to the hospital. Father was in a ward. We had arrived much too early, and had to wait. We were in a new wing of the big hospital. The floor was shiny and clean. Vaguely depressed by the smell of sickness and disinfectant and the general medical smell that all hospitals have, we sat in a corridor downstairs for upwards of half an hour. I had just bought Hugo's Italian Self-Taught, and began to teach myself some verbs, sitting there in the hall, with John Paul restive on the bench beside me. And the time dragged. Finally the clock we had been watching got around to the appropriate hour. We went up in an elevator. They all knew where the ward was. It was a different ward. I think they had changed his ward 2 or 3 times. And he had had more than one operation. But none of them had been successful. We went into the ward. Father was in bed, to the left, just as you went in the door. And when I saw him, I knew at once there was no hope of his living much longer. His face was swollen. His eyes were not clear, but, above all, the tumor had raised a tremendous swelling on his forehead. I said, "How are you, Father?" He looked at me and put forth his hand, in a confused and unhappy way, and I realized that he could no longer even speak. But at the same time, you could see that he knew us, and knew what was going on, and that his mind was clear, and that he understood everything. But the sorrow of his great helplessness suddenly fell upon me like a mountain. I was crushed by it. The tears sprang to my eyes. Nobody said anything more. I hid my face in the blanket and cried. And poor father wept, too. The others stood by. It was excruciatingly sad. We were completely helpless. There was nothing anyone could do. When I finally looked up and dried my tears, I noticed that the attendants had put screens all around the bed. I was too miserable to feel ashamed of my un-English demonstration of sorrow and affection. And so we went away. What could I make of so much suffering? There was no way for me, or for anyone else in the family, to get anything out of it. It was a raw wound for which there was no adequate relief. You had to take it, like an animal. We were in the condition of most of the world, the condition of men. Without faith in the presence of war, disease, pain, starvation, suffering, plague, bombardment, death. You just had to take it, like a dumb animal. Try to avoid it, if you could. But you must eventually reach the point where you can't avoid it anymore. Take it. Try to stupefy yourself, if you like, so that it won't hurt so much. But you will always have to take some of it. And it will all devour you in the end. Indeed, the truth that many people never understand, until it is too late, is that the more you try to avoid suffering, the more you suffer, because smaller and more insignificant things begin to torture you, in proportion to your fear of being hurt. The one who does most to avoid suffering is, in the end, the one who suffers most, and his suffering comes to him from things so little and so trivial that one can say that it is no longer objective at all. It is his own existence, his own being, that is at once the subject and the source of his pain, and his very existence and consciousness is his greatest torture. This is another of the great perversions by which the devil uses our philosophies to turn our whole nature inside out, and eviscerate all our capacities for good, turning them against ourselves. All summer we went regularly and faithfully to the hospital once or twice a week. There was nothing we could do but sit there, and look at Father and tell him things which he could not answer. But he understood what we said. In fact, if he could not talk, there were other things he could still do. One day I found his bed covered with little sheets of blue notepaper on which he had been drawing. And the drawings were real drawings. But they were unlike anything he had ever done before, pictures of little, irate Byzantine-looking saints with beards and great halos. Of us all, Father was the only one who really had any kind of a faith. And I do not doubt that he had very much of it, and that behind the walls of his isolation, his intelligence and his will, unimpaired, and not hampered in any essential way by the partial obstruction of some of his senses, were turned to God, and communed with God who was with him and in him, and who gave him, as I believe, light to understand and to make use of his suffering for his own good, and to perfect his soul. It was a great soul, large, full of natural charity. He was a man of exceptional intellectual honesty and sincerity and purity of understanding. And this affliction, this terrible and frightening illness which was relentlessly pressing him down even into the jaws of the tomb, was not destroying him after all. Souls are like athletes, that need opponents worthy of them, if they are to be tried and extended and pushed to the full use of their powers, and rewarded according to their capacity. And my father was in a fight with this tumor, and none of us understood the battle. We thought he was done for, but it was making him great. And I think God was already weighing out to him the weight of reality that was to be his reward, for he certainly believed far more than any theologian would require of a man to hold explicitly as necessity of means, and so he was eligible for this reward, and his struggle was authentic, and not wasted or lost or thrown away. In the Christmas holidays I only saw him once or twice. Things were about the same. I spent most of the holidays in Strasbourg, where Tom had arranged for me to go for the sake of the languages, German and French. I stayed in a big Protestant pension in the Rue Finckmat, and was under the unofficial tutelage of a professor at the university, a friend of Tom's family and of the Protestant patriarch. Professor Herring was a kind and pleasant man with a red beard, and one of the few Protestants I have ever met who struck one as being at all holy, that is, he possessed a certain profound interior peace, which he probably got from his contact with the fathers of the Church, for he was a teacher of theology. We did not talk much about religion, however. Once when some students were visiting him, one of them explained to me the essentials of Unitarianism, and when I asked the professor about it afterwards, he said it was all right, in a way which indicated that he approved, in a sort of academic and eclectic way, of all these different forms of belief, or rather that he was interested in them as objectively intriguing manifestations of a fundamental human instinct, regarding them more or less through the eyes of a sociologist. As a matter of fact, sometimes Protestant theology does, in certain circumstances, amount to little more than a combination of sociology and religious history, but I will not accuse him of teaching it altogether in that sense, for I really have no idea how he taught it. Under the inspiration of the environment, I went to a Lutheran church and sat through a long sermon in German which I did not understand. But I think that was all the worship of God I did in Strasbourg. I was more interested in Josephine Baker, a big skinny colored girl from some American city like St. Louis, who came to one of the theaters and sang Fai deux amours, Monday pays et Paris. So I went back to school, after seeing Father for a moment on the way through London. I had been back for barely a week when I was summoned, one morning, to the headmaster's study, and he gave me a telegram which said that Father was dead. The sorry business was all over. And my mind made nothing of it. There was nothing I seemed to be able to grasp. Here was a man with a wonderful mind and a great talent and a great heart, and, what was more, he was the man who had brought me into the world, and had nourished me and cared for me and had shaped my soul and to whom I was bound by every possible kind of bond of affection and attachment and admiration and reverence, killed by a growth on his brain. Tom got an obituary printed in the Times, and he saw to it that the funeral went off more or less decently, but it was still another one of those cremations. This time it was at Golders Green. The only difference was that the minister said more prayers, and the chapel looked a little more like a chapel, and Tom had got them to hide the coffin under a very beautiful shroud of silk from the Orient somewhere, China or Bali or India. But in the end they took the shroud off and rolled the coffin through one of those sliding doors and then, in the sinister secrecy of the big, intricate crematory, out of our sight, the body was burned, and we went away. Nevertheless, all that is of no importance, and it can be forgotten. For I hope that, in the living Christ, I shall one day see my Father again, that is, I believe that Christ, who is the Son of God, and who is God, has power to raise up all those who have died in His grace, to the glory of His own resurrection, and to share, body and soul, in the glory of His divine inheritance, at the last day. The death of my father left me sad and depressed for a couple of months. But that eventually wore away. And when it did, I found myself completely stripped of everything that impeded the movement of my own will to do as it pleased. I imagined that I was free. And it would take me 5 or 6 years to discover what a frightful captivity I had got myself into. It was in this year, too, that the hard crust of my dry soul finally squeezed out all the last traces of religion that had ever been in it. There was no room for any God in that empty temple full of dust and rubbish which I was now so jealously to guard against all intruders, in order to devote it to the worship of my own stupid will. And so I became the complete 20th century man. I now belonged to the world in which I lived. I became a true citizen of my own disgusting century, the century of poison gas and atomic bombs. A man living on the doorsill of the apocalypse, a man with veins full of poison, living in death. Baudelaire could truly address me, then, reader, hypocrite lecteur, mau semblable, mau frere. 4. Meanwhile there was one discovery of mine, one poet who was a poet indeed, and a romantic poet, but vastly different from those contemporaries, with whom he had so little to do. I think my love for William Blake had something in it of God's grace. It is a love that has never died, and which has entered very deeply into the development of my life. Father had always liked Blake, and had tried to explain to me what was good about him when I was a child of 10. The funny thing about Blake is that although the songs of innocence look like children's poems, and almost seem to have been written for children, they are, to most children, incomprehensible. Or at least, they were so to me. Perhaps if I had read them when I was 4 or 5, it would have been different. But when I was 10, I knew too much. I knew that tigers did not burn in the forests of the night. That was very silly, I thought. Children are very literal-minded. I was less literal when I was 16. I could accept Blake's metaphors and they already began, a little, to astound and to move me, although I had no real grasp of their depth and power. And I liked Blake immensely. I read him with more patience and attention than any other poet. I thought about him more. And I could not figure him out. I do not mean, I could not figure out the prophetic books, nobody can do that. But I could not place him in any kind of a context, and I did not know how to make his ideas fit together. One grey Sunday in the spring, I walked alone out the Brook Road and up Brook Hill, where the rifle range was. It was a long, bare hog back of a hill, with a few lone trees along the top, and it commanded a big sweeping view of the Vale of Catmose, with the town of Oakham lying in the midst of it, gathered around the grey, sharp church spire. I sat on a stile on the hilltop, and contemplated the wide vale, from the north, where the kennels of the Cottesmore hounds were, to Lax Hill and Manton in the south. Straight across was Burley House, on top of its hill, massed with woods. At my feet, a few red brick houses straggled out from the town to the bottom of the slope. And all the time I reflected, that afternoon, upon Blake. I remember how I concentrated and applied myself to it. It was rare that I ever really thought about such a thing of my own accord. But I was trying to establish what manner of man he was. Where did he stand? What did he believe? What did he preach? On one hand he spoke of the priests in black gowns who were going their rounds binding with briars my joys and desires. And yet on the other hand he detested Voltaire and Rousseau and everybody like them and everything that they stood for, and he abominated all materialistic deism, and all the polite, abstract natural religions of the 18th century, the agnosticism of the 19th and, in fact, most of the common attitudes of our day. The atoms of Democritus and Newton's particles of light are sands upon the Red Sea shore, where Israel's tents do shine so bright. I was absolutely incapable for reconciling, in my mind, two things that seemed so contrary. Blake was a revolutionary, and yet he detested the greatest and most typical revolutionaries of his time, and declared himself opposed without compromise to people who, as I thought, seemed to exemplify some of his own most characteristic ideals. How incapable I was of understanding anything like the ideals of a William Blake. How could I possibly realize that his rebellion, for all its strange heterodoxies, was fundamentally the rebellion of the saints? It was the rebellion of the lover of the living God, the rebellion of one whose desire of God was so intense and irresistible that it condemned, with all its might, all the hypocrisy and petty sensuality and skepticism and materialism which cold and trivial minds set up as unpassable barriers between God and the souls of men. The priests that he saw going their rounds in black gowns, he knew no Catholics at the time, and had probably never even seen a Catholic priest, were symbols, in his mind, of the weak, compromising, Pharisaic piety of those whose God was nothing but an objectification of their own narrow and conventional desires and hypocritical fears. He did not distinguish any particular religion or sect as the objects of his disdain. He simply could not stand false piety and religiosity, in which the love of God was stamped out of the souls of men by formalism and conventions, without any charity, without the light and life of a faith that brings man face to face with God. If on one page of Blake these priests in black gowns were frightening and hostile figures, on another, the grey monk of Charlemagne was a saint and a hero of charity and of faith, fighting for the peace of the true God with all the ardent love that was the only reality Blake lived for. Towards the end of his life, Blake told his friend Samuel Palmer that the Catholic Church was the only one that taught the love of God. I am not, of course, recommending the study of William Blake to all minds as a perfect way to faith and to God. Blake is really extraordinarily difficult and obscure, and there is, in him, some of the confusion of almost all the heterodox and heretical mystical systems that ever flourished in the West, and that is saying a lot. And yet, by the grace of God, at least in my opinion, he was kept very much uncontaminated by all his crazy symbols precisely because he was such a good and holy man, and because his faith was so real and his love for God so mighty and so sincere. The providence of God was eventually to use Blake to awaken something of faith and love in my own soul in spite of all the misleading notions, and all the almost infinite possibilities of error that underlie his weird and violent figures. I do not, therefore, want to seem to canonize him. But I have to acknowledge my own debt to him, and the truth which may appear curious to some, although it is really not so, that through Blake I would one day come, in a roundabout way, to the only true Church, and to the one living God, through his Son, Jesus Christ. 5. In 3 months, the summer of 1931, I suddenly matured like a weed. I cannot tell which is the more humiliating, the memory of the half-baked adolescent I was in June, or the glib and hard-boiled specimen I was in October, when I came back to Oakham full of a thorough and deep-rooted sophistication of which I was both conscious and proud. The beginning was like this. Pop wrote to me to come to America. I got a brand new suit made. I said to myself, on the boat I am going to meet a beautiful girl, and I am going to fall in love. So I got on the boat. The first day I sat in a deck chair and read the correspondence of Goethe and Schiller, which had been imposed on me as a duty, in preparation for the scholarship examinations at the university. What is worse, I not only tolerated this imposition but actually convinced myself that it was interesting. The second day I had more or less found out who was on the boat. The third day I was no longer interested in Goethe and Schiller. The fourth day I was up to my neck in the trouble that I was looking for. It was a 10-day boat. I would rather spend 2 years in a hospital than go through that anguish again. That devouring, emotional, passionate love of adolescence that sinks its claws into you and consumes you day and night and eats into the vitals of your soul. All the self-tortures of doubt and anxiety and imagination and hope and despair that you go through when you are a child, trying to break out of your shell, only to find yourself in the middle of a legion of full-armed emotions against which you have no defense. It is like being flayed alive. No one can go through it twice. This kind of a love affair can really happen only once in a man's life. After that he is calloused. He is no longer capable of so many torments. He can suffer, but not from so many matters of no account. After one such crisis he has experience, and the possibility of a second time no longer exists, because the secret of the anguish was his own utter guilelessness. He is no longer capable of such complete and absurd surprises. No matter how simple a man may be, the obvious cannot go on astonishing him forever. I was introduced to this particular girl by a Catholic priest who came from Cleveland and played shuffleboard in his shirt sleeves without a Roman collar on. He knew everybody on the boat in the first day, and as for me, 2 days had gone by before I even realized that she was on board. She was traveling with a couple of aunts, and the three of them did not mix in with the other passengers very much. They kept to themselves in their 3-deck chairs and had nothing to do with the gentlemen in tweed caps and glasses who went breezing around and around the promenade deck. When I first met her, I got the impression she was no older than I was. As a matter of fact, she was about twice my age, but you could be twice 16 without being old, as I now realize, 16 years after the event. She was small and delicate and looked as if she were made out of porcelain. But she had big wide-open California eyes and was not afraid to talk in a voice that was at once ingenuous and independent and had some suggestion of weariness about it, as if she habitually stayed up too late at night. To my dazzled eyes she immediately became the heroine of every novel, and I all but flung myself face down on the deck at her feet. She could have put a collar on my neck and led me around from that time forth on the end of a chain. Instead of that, I spent my days telling her and her aunts all about my ideals and my ambitions, and she in her turn attempted to teach me how to play bridge. And that is the surest proof of her conquest, for I never allowed anyone else to try such a thing as that on me, never. But even she could not succeed in such an enterprise. We talked. The insatiable wound inside me bled and grew, and I was doing everything I could to make it bleed more. Her perfume and the peculiar smell of the denicotinized cigarettes she smoked followed me everywhere and tortured me in my cabin. She told me how once she was in a famous nightclub in a famous city when a famous person, a prince of the royal blood, had stared very intently at her for a long time and had finally got up and started to lurch in the direction of her table when his friends had made him sit down and behave himself. I could see that all the counts and dukes who liked to marry people like Constance Bennet would want also to marry her. But the counts and dukes were not here on board this glorified cargo boat that was carrying us all peacefully across the mild dark waves of the North Atlantic. The thing that crushed me was that I had never learned to dance. We made Nantucket Light on Sunday afternoon and had to anchor in quarantine that night. So the ship rode in the Narrows on the silent waters, and the lights of Brooklyn glittered in the harbor like jewels. The boat was astir with music and with a warm glowing life that pulsated within the dark hull and poured out into the July night through every porthole. There were parties in all the cabins. Everywhere you went, especially on deck where it was quiet, you were placed in the middle of movie scenery, the setting for the last reel of the picture. I made a declaration of my undying love. I would not, could not, ever love anyone else but her. It was impossible, unthinkable. If she went to the ends of the earth, destiny would bring us together again. The stars in their courses from the beginning of the world had plotted this meeting, which was the central fact in the whole history of the universe. Love like this was immortal. It conquered time and outlasted the futility of human history. And so forth. She talked to me, in her turn, gently and sweetly. What it sounded like was, "You do not know what you are saying. This can never be. We shall never meet again." What it meant was, "You are a nice kid. But for heaven's sake grow up before someone makes a fool of you." I went to my cabin and sobbed over my diary for a while and then, against all the laws of romance, went peacefully to sleep. However, I could not sleep for long. At 5 o'clock I was up again, and walking restlessly around the deck. It was hot. A grey mist lay on the Narrows. But when it became light, other anchored ships began to appear as shapes in the mist. One of them was a Red Star liner on which, as I learned from the papers when I got on shore, a passenger was at that precise moment engaged in hanging himself. At the last minute before landing I took a snapshot of her which, to my intense sorrow, came out blurred. I was so avid for a picture of her that I got too close with the camera and it was out of focus. It was a piece of poetic justice that filled me with woe for months. Of course the whole family was there on the dock. But the change was devastating. With my heart ready to explode with immature emotions, I suddenly found myself surrounded by all the cheerful and peaceful and comfortable solicitudes of home. Everybody wanted to talk. Their voices were full of questions and information. They took me for a drive on Long Island and showed me where Mrs. Hearst lived and everything. But I only hung my head out of the window of the car and watched the green trees go swirling by, and wished that I were dead. I would not tell anybody what was the matter with me, and this reticence was the beginning of a kind of estrangement between us. From that time on, no one could be sure what I was doing or thinking. I would go to New York and I would not come home for meals, and I would not tell anyone where I had been. Most of the time I had not been anywhere special. I would go to the movies, and then wander around the streets and look at the crowds of people and eat hot dogs and drink orange juice at Nedick's. Once with great excitement I got inside a speakeasy. And when I found out that the place was raided a few days later, I grew so much in my own estimation that I began to act as if I had shot my way out of the wildest joints in town. Bonnie Maman was the one who suffered most from my reticence. For years she had been sitting at home wondering what Pop was doing in the city all day, and now that I was developing the same wandering habits, it was quite natural for her to imagine strange things about me, too. But the only wickedness I was up to was that I roamed around the city smoking cigarettes and hugging my own sweet sense of independence. I found out that Grosset and Dunlap published more than the Rover Boys. They brought out reprints of writers like Hemingway and Aldous Huxley and D.H. Lawrence, and I devoured them all, on the cool sleeping porch of the house at Douglaston, while the moths of the summer darkness came batting and throbbing against the screens, attracted by my light that burned until all hours. Most of the time I was running into my uncle's room to borrow his dictionary, and when he found out what words I was looking up, he arched his eyebrows and said, "What are you reading, anyway?" At the end of the summer I started back for England on the same boat on which I had come. This time the passenger list included some girls from Bryn Mawr and some from Vassar and some from somewhere else, all of whom were going to a finishing school in France. It seems as if all the rest of the people on board were detectives. Some of them were professional detectives. Others were amateurs. All of them made me and the Bryn Mawr girls the object of their untiring investigations. But in any case the ship was divided into these two groups, on the one hand the young people, on the other the elders. We sat in the smoking room all the rainy days playing Duke Ellington records on the portable Vi that belonged to one of the girls. When we got tired of that we wandered all over the ship looking for funny things to do. The hold was full of cattle, and there was also a pack of foxhounds down there. We used to go down and play with the dogs. At Le Havre, when the cattle were unloaded, one of the cows broke loose and ran all over the dock in a frenzy. One night 3 of us got up in the crow's nest on the foremast, where we certainly did not belong. Another time we had a party with the radio operators and I got into a big argument about communism. That was another thing that had happened that summer. I had begun to get the idea that I was a communist, although I wasn't quite sure what communism was. There are a lot of people like that. They do no little harm by virtue of their sheer, stupid inertia, lost in between all camps, in the no man's land of their own confusion. They are fair game for anybody. They can be turned into fascists just as quickly as they can be pulled into line with those who are really Reds. The other group was made up of the middle-aged people. At their core were the red-faced, hard-boiled cops who spent their time drinking and gambling and fighting among themselves and spreading scandal all over the boat about the young ones who were so disreputable and wild. The truth is that we did have quite a big bar bill, the Bryn Mawr girls and myself. But we were never drunk, because we drank slowly and spent the whole time stuffing ourselves with sardines on toast and all the other dainties which are the stock in trade of English liners. In any case, I set foot once more on the soil of England dressed up in a gangster suit which Pop had bought me at Wallach's, complete with padded shoulders. And I had a new, pale grey hat over my eye, and walked into England pleased with the consciousness that I had easily acquired a very lurid reputation for myself with scarcely any trouble at all. The separation of the two generations on board the ship had pleased me. It had flattered me right down to the soles of my feet. It was just what I wanted. It completed my self-confidence, guaranteed my self-assertion. Anyone older than myself symbolized authority. And the vulgarity of the detectives and the stupidity of the other middle-aged people who had believed all their stories about us fed me with a pleasantly justifiable sense of contempt for their whole generation. Therefore I concluded that I was now free of all authority, and that nobody could give me any advice that I had to listen to. Because advice was only the cloak of hypocrisy or weakness or vulgarity or fear. Authority was constituted by the old and weak, and had its roots in their envy for the joys and pleasures of the young and strong. Finally, when I arrived at Oakham several days after the beginning of the term, I was convinced that I was the only one in the whole place who knew anything about life, from the headmaster on down. I was now a house prefect in Hotchwing with a great big study and a lot of slightly lopsided wicker armchairs full of cushions. On the walls I hung Medici prints of Manet and some other impressionists and photographs of various Greco-Roman Venuses from museums in Rome. And my bookshelf was full of a wide variety of strange bright-colored novels and pamphlets, all of which were so inflammatory that there would never be any special need for the Church to put them on the index, for they would all be damned ipso jure, most of them by the natural law itself. I will not name the ones I remember, because some fool might immediately go and read them all, but I might mention that one of the pamphlets was Marx's Communist Manifesto, not because I was seriously exercised about the injustices done to the working class, which were and are very real, but were too serious for my empty-headed vanity, but simply because I thought it fitted in nicely with the decor in which I now moved in all my imaginings. For it had become evident to me that I was a great rebel. I fancied that I had suddenly risen above all the errors and stupidities and mistakes of modern society. There are enough of them to rise above, I admit, and that I had taken my place in the ranks of those who held up their heads and squared their shoulders and marched into the future. In the modern world, people are always holding up their heads and marching into the future, although they haven't the slightest idea what they think the future is or could possibly mean. The only future we seem to walk into, in actual fact, is full of bigger and more terrible wars, wars well calculated to knock our upraised heads off those squared shoulders. Here in this study I edited the school magazine which had fallen into my hands that autumn, and read T.S. Eliot, and even tried to write a poem myself about Elpenor, in Homer, getting drunk and falling off the roof of a palace. And his soul fled into the shades of hell. And the rest of the time I played Duke Ellington's records or got into arguments about politics and religion. All those vain and absurd arguments. My advice to an ordinary religious man, supposing anyone were to desire my advice on this point, would be to avoid all arguments about religion, and especially about the existence of God. However, to those who know some philosophy I would recommend the study of Duns Scotus proofs for the actual existence of an infinite being, which are given in the second distinction of the first book of the Opus Oxonians in Latin that is hard enough to give you many headaches. It is getting to be rather generally admitted that, for accuracy and depth and scope, this is the most perfect and complete and thorough proof for the existence of God that has ever been worked out by any man. I doubt if it would have done much good to bring these considerations before me in those days, when I was just turning 17, and thought I knew all about philosophy without ever having learned any. However, I did have a desire to learn. I was attracted to philosophy. It was an attraction the headmaster had worked hard to implant in our souls, but there was, and could be, no course in philosophy at Oakham. I was left to my own devices. I remember once mentioning all this to Tom, my guardian. We were walking out of his front door, into Harley Street, and I told him of my desire to study philosophy, and to know the philosophers. He, being a doctor, told me to leave philosophy alone. There were few things, he told me, that were a greater waste of time. Fortunately, this was one of the matters in which I decided to ignore his advice. Anyway, I went ahead and tried to read some philosophy. I never got very far with it. It was too difficult for me to master all by myself. People who are immersed in sensual appetites and desires are not very well prepared to handle abstract ideas. Even in the purely natural order, a certain amount of purity of heart is required before an intellect can get sufficiently detached and clear to work out the problems of metaphysics. I say a certain amount, however, because I am sure that no one needs to be a saint to be a clever metaphysician. I dare say there are plenty of metaphysicians in hell. However, the philosophers to whom I was attracted were not the best. For the most part, I used to take their books out of libraries, and return them without ever having opened them. It was just as well. Nevertheless, during the Easter vacation, when I was 17, I earnestly and zealously set about trying to figure out Spinoza. I had gone to Germany, by myself as usual, for the vacation. In Cologne I had bought a big rucksack and slung it over my shoulders and started up the Rhine Valley on foot, in a blue jersey and an old pair of flannel bags, so that people in the inns along the road asked me if I was a Dutch sailor off one of the river barges. In the rucksack, which was already heavy enough, I had a couple of immoral novels and the Everyman Library edition of Spinoza. Spinoza and the Rhine Valley. I certainly had a fine sense of appropriateness. The two go very well together. However, I was about 80 years too late. And the only thing that was lacking was that I was not an English or American student at Heidelberg. Then the mixture would have been perfect in all its mid-19th century ingredients. I picked up more, on this journey, than a few intellectual errors, half understood. Before I got to Koblenz, I had trouble in one foot. Some kind of an infection seemed to be developing under one of the toenails. But it was not especially painful, and I ignored it. However, it made walking unpleasant, and so, after going on as far as St. Goar, I gave up in disgust. Besides, the weather had turned bad, and I had got lost in the forest, trying to follow the imaginary hiker's trail called the Rheinhohenweg. I went back to Koblenz, and sat in a room over a big beer hall called the Neue Franziskaner and continued my desultory study of Spinoza and my modern novelists. Since I understood the latter much better than the philosopher, I soon gave him up and concentrated on the novels. After a few days, I returned to England, passing through Paris, where Pop and Bonnie Maman were. There I picked up some more and even worse books, and went back to school. I had not been back for more than a few days when I began to feel ill. At first, I thought I was only out of sorts because of the sore foot and a bad toothache, which had suddenly begun to afflict me. They sent me down to the school dentist, Dr. McTaggart, who lived in a big brick building like a barracks, on the way to the station. Dr. McTaggart was a lively little fellow. He knew me well, for I was always having trouble with my teeth. He had a theory that you should kill the nerves of teeth, and he had already done so to half a dozen of mine. For the rest, he would trot gaily around and around the big chair in which I sat, mute and half frozen with terror. And he would sing, as he quickly switched his drills, "It won't be a stylish marriage, we can't afford a carriage, but you'll look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two." Then he would start wrecking my teeth once again, with renewed gusto. This time he tapped at the tooth, and looked serious. "It will have to come out," he said. I was not sorry. The thing was hurting me, and I wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. But Dr. McTaggart said, "I can't give you anything to deaden the pain, you know." "Why not?" "There is a great deal of infection, and the matter has spread far beyond the roots of the tooth." I accepted his reasoning on trust and said, "Well, Go ahead. And I sat back in the chair, mute with misgivings, while he happily trotted over to his toolbox singing "It Won't Be a Stylish Marriage" and pulled out an ugly-looking forceps. "All ready," he said, jacking back the chair, and brandishing the instrument of torture. I nodded, feeling as if I had gone pale to the roots of my hair. But the tooth came out fast, in one big, vivid flash of pain, and left me spitting a lot of green and red business into that little blue whispering whirlpool by the side of the dentist's chair. "Oh, goodness," said Dr. McTaggart, "I don't like that very much, I must say." I walked wearily back to school, reflecting that it was not really so terrible after all to have a tooth pulled out without Novocaine. However, instead of getting better, I got worse. By evening, I was really ill, and that sleepless night was spent in a fog of sick confusedness and general pain. The next morning they took my temperature and put me to bed in the sick room, where I eventually got to sleep. That did not make me any better. And I soon gathered in a vague way that our matron, Miss Harrison, was worried about me, and communicated her worries to the headmaster, in whose own house this particular sick room was. Then the school doctor came around. And he went away again, returning with Dr. McTaggart, who, this time, did not sing. And I heard them agreeing that I was getting to be too full of gangrene for my own good. They decided to lance a big hole in my gum, and see if they could not drain the pocket of infection there, and so, having given me a little ether, they went ahead. I awoke with my mouth full of filth, both doctors urging me to hurry up and get rid of it. When they had gone, I lay back in bed and closed my eyes and thought, I have blood poisoning. And then my mind went back to the sore foot I had developed in Germany. Well, I would tell them about it when they came back the next time. Sick, weary, half asleep, I felt the throbbing of the wound in my mouth. Blood poisoning. The room was very quiet. It was rather dark, too. And as I lay in bed, in my weariness and pain and disgust, I felt for a moment the shadow of another visitor pass into the room. It was Death, that came to stand by my bed. I kept my eyes closed, more out of apathy than anything else. But anyway, there was no need to open one's eyes to see the visitor, to see Death. Death is someone you see very clearly with eyes in the center of your heart, eyes that see not by reacting to light, but by reacting to a kind of a chill from within the marrow of your own life. And, with those eyes, those interior eyes, open upon that coldness, I lay half asleep and looked at the visitor, Death. What did I think? All I remember was that I was filled with a deep and tremendous apathy. I felt so sick and disgusted that I did not very much care whether I died or lived. Perhaps Death did not come very close to me, or give me a good look at the nearness of his coldness and darkness, or I would have been more afraid. But at any rate, I lay there in a kind of torpor and said, "Come on, I don't care." And then I fell asleep. What a tremendous mercy it was that Death did not take me at my word, that day, when I was still only 17 years old. What a thing it would have been if the trapdoors that were prepared for me had yawned and opened their blackness and swallowed me down in the middle of that sleep. Oh, I tell you, it is a blessing beyond calculation that I woke up again, that day, or the following night, or in the week or two that came after. And I lay there with nothing in my heart but apathy. There was a kind of pride and spite in it, as if it was life's fault that I had to suffer a little discomfort, and for that I would show my scorn and hatred of life, and die, as if that were a revenge of some sort. Revenge upon what? What was life? Something existing apart from me, and separate from myself? Don't worry, I did not enter into any speculations. I only thought, if I have to die, what of it? What do I care? Let me die, then, and I'm finished. Religious people, those who have faith and love God and realize what life is and what death means, and know what it is to have an immortal soul, do not understand how it is with the ones who have no faith, and who have already thrown away their souls. They find it hard to conceive that anyone could enter into the presence of death without some kind of compunction. But they should realize that millions of men die the way I was then prepared to die, the way I then might have died. They might say to me, "Surely you thought of God, and you wanted to pray to Him for mercy." No. As far as I remember, the thought of God, the thought of prayer did not even enter my mind, either that day, or all the rest of the time that I was ill, or that whole year, for that matter. Or if the thought did come to me, it was only as an occasion for its denial and rejection. I remember that in that year, when we stood in the chapel and recited the Apostles' Creed, I used to keep my lips tight shut, with full deliberation and of set purpose, by way of declaring my own creed, which was, "I believe in nothing." Or at least I thought I believed in nothing. Actually, I had only exchanged a certain faith in God, who is truth, for a vague uncertain faith in the opinions and authority of men and pamphlets and newspapers, wavering and varying and contradictory opinions which I did not even clearly understand. I wish I could give those who believe in God some kind of an idea of the state of a soul like mine was in then. But it is impossible to do it in sober, straight, measured, prose terms. And, in a sense, image and analog would be even more misleading, by the very fact that they would have life in them, and convey the notion of some real entity, some kind of energy, some sort of activity. But my soul was simply dead. It was a blank, a nothingness. It was empty, it was a kind of a spiritual vacuum, as far as the supernatural order was concerned. Even its natural faculties were shriveled husks of what they ought to have been. A soul is an immaterial thing. It is a principle of activity, it is an act, a form, an energizing principle. It is the life of the body, and it must also have a life of its own. But the life of the soul does not inhere in any physical, material subject. So to compare a soul without grace to a corpse without life is only a metaphor. But it is very true. Saint Teresa had a vision of hell. She saw herself confined in a narrow hole in a burning wall. The vision terrified her above all with the sense of the appalling stress of this confinement and heat. All this is symbolic, of course. But a poetic grasp of the meaning of the symbol should convey something of the experience of a soul which is reduced to an almost infinite limit of helplessness and frustration by the fact of dying in sin, and thus being eternally separated from the principle of all vital activity which, for the soul in its own proper order, means intellection and love. But I now lay on this bed, full of gangrene, and my soul was rotten with the corruption of my sins. And I did not even care whether I died or lived. The worst thing that can happen to anyone in this life is to lose all sense of these realities. The worst thing that had ever happened to me was this consummation of my sins in abominable coldness and indifference, even in the presence of death. What is more, there was nothing I could do for myself. There was absolutely no means, no natural means within reach, for getting out of that state. Only God could help me. Who prayed for me? One day I shall know. But in the economy of God's love, it is through the prayers of other men that these graces are given. It was through the prayers of someone who loved God that I was one day, to be delivered out of that hell where I was already confined without knowing it. The big gift God gave me was that I got well. They bundled me up and put me on a stretcher with blankets all up around my face and nothing sticking out but my nose, and carried me across the stone quadrangle where my friends were playing quad cricket with a sawed-off bat and a grey tennis ball. They stood aside in awe as I passed on the way to the school sanatorium. I had explained to the doctor about my foot, and they came and cut off the toenail and found the toe full of gangrene. But they gave me some antitoxin and did not have to cut off the toe. Dr. McTaggart came around every day or two to treat the infected place in my mouth, and gradually I began to get better, and to eat, and sit up, and read my filthy novels again. Nobody thought of prohibiting them, because nobody else had heard of the authors. It was while I was in the sanatorium that I wrote a long essay on the modern novel Gide, Hemingway, Dos Passos, Jules Rimet, Dreiser, and so on, for the Bailey English Prize, and won a lot of books bound in tree calf for my efforts. 2 attempts were made to convert me to less shocking tastes. The music master lent me a set of records of Bach's B minor Mass, which I liked, and sometimes played on my portable gramophone, which I had with me in the big airy room looking out on the headmaster's garden. But most of the time I played the hottest and loudest records, turning the V towards the classroom building, 80 yards away across the flower beds, hoping that my companions, grinding out the syntax of Virgil's Georgics, would be very envious of me. The other loan was that of a book. The headmaster came along, one day, and gave me a little blue book of poems. I looked at the name on the back. Gerard Manley Hopkins. I had never heard of him. But I opened the book, and read the Starlight Night and the Harvest poem and the most lavish and elaborate early poems. I noticed that the man was a Catholic and a priest and, what is more, a Jesuit. I could not make up my mind whether I liked his verse or not. It was elaborate and trick, and in places it was a little lush and overdone, I thought. Yet it was original and had a lot of vitality and music and depth. In fact, the later poems were all far too deep for me, and I could not make anything out of them at all. Nevertheless, I accepted the poet, with reservations. I gave the book back to the head, and thanked him, and never altogether forgot Hopkins, though I was not to read him again for several years. I got out of the sanatorium in a month or 6 weeks. With the end of June, came our big examination, the higher certificate, which I took in French and German and Latin. Then we went away for the vacation, and I settled down to wait until September for the results of the exam. Pop and Bonnie Maman and John Paul were once again in Europe for the summer, and we all spent a couple of months in a big, dreary hotel in Bournemouth, standing on top of a cliff and facing the sea with a battery of white iron balconies, painted silver, so that they gleamed in the pale, English summer sun and in the morning mist. I will not go into the emotions of that summer, in which I and a girl I met there kept going through storms of sentiment alternating with adolescent quarrels, during which I used to escape from Bournemouth into the Dorset Downs and wander around for the whole day in the country trying to recover my equilibrium. But at the end of the summer, when she went back to London, and my family also took the boat at Southampton and went home, I packed up my rucksack and went into the New Forest, with a pup tent, and sat down under some pine trees at the edge of a common a couple of miles from Brockenhurst. Oh, the tremendous loneliness of that first night in the forest! The frogs sang in the brackish stream, and the fireflies played in the gorse, and occasionally a lone car would pass along the distant road, exaggerating the silence by the sound that died in the wake of its passing. And I sat in the door of my tent, uneasily trying to digest the eggs and bacon I had fried and the bottle of cider I had brought out from the village. She had said she would write me a letter, addressed to the post office at Brockenhurst, as soon as she got home, but I thought this campsite at the edge of the common was too dreary. Besides, the water of the stream tasted funny and I thought maybe I might get poisoned, so I moved on down toward Bewley, where I did not have to eat my own cooking, but ate in an inn. And I spent the afternoon lying in the grass in front of the old Cistercian abbey, copiously pitying myself for my boredom and for the loneliness of immature love. At the same time, however, I was debating in my mind whether to go to a gymkhana, that is a sort of a polite amateur horse show, and mingle with all the gentry of the county, perhaps meeting someone even more beautiful than the girl for whom I thought I was, at the moment, pining away even unto death. However, I wisely decided to avoid the tents of such a dull affair. As for the Cistercian Abbey, which was the scene of these meditations, I did not think much about it at all. I had wandered through the ruins of the old buildings, and had stood in the parish church that had taken over the old refectory of the monks, and I had tasted a little of the silence and peacefulness of the greensward under the trees, where the cloister used to be. But it was all in the usual picnic spirit with which the average modern Englishman visits one of his old abbeys. If he does happen to wonder what kind of men once lived in such places, or why they ever did so, he does not ask himself if people still try to do the same thing today. That would seem to him a kind of impertinence. But by this time I had practically lost all interest in such speculations. What did I care about monks and monasteries? The world was going to open out before me, with all its entertainments, and everything would be mine, and with my intelligence and my 5 sharp senses I would rob all its treasures and rifle its coffers and empty them all. And I would take what pleased me, and the rest I would throw away. And if I merely felt like spoiling the luxuries I did not want to use, I would spoil them and misuse them, to suit myself, because I was master of everything. It did not matter that I would not have much money, I would have enough, and my wits would do the rest. And I was aware that the best pleasures can be had without very much money or with none at all. I was at the house of one of my friends from school when the results of the higher certificate came out in September, and I could not decently indulge all my vanity at my success, because he had failed. However, he and I were to go up to Cambridge together for the scholarship examinations that December. Andrew was the son of a country parson in the Isle of Wight, and he had been cricket captain at Oakham. He wore horn-rimmed spectacles and had a great chin that he held up in the air, and a lock of black hair fell down over his forehead, and he was one of the school intellectuals. He and I used to work, or rather sit, in the library at Oakham, with many books open before us, but talking about impertinent matters and drinking a foul purple concoction called Vimto out of bottles which we concealed under the table or behind the volumes of the Dictionary of National Biography. He had discovered a black book called, as I think, The Outline of Modern Knowledge, which was something that had just come to the library and was full of information about psychoanalysis. Indeed, it went into some details of psychoanalytical fortune-telling by the inspection of feces which I never ran into anywhere else, and which I still preserved enough sense to laugh at that time. But later, at Cambridge, psychoanalysis was to provide me with a kind of philosophy of life and even a sort of pseudo-religion which was nearly the end of me altogether. By that time, Andrew himself had lost interest in it. When we went up to the university, to sit for the scholarship exam, in the dank heavy-hanging mists of December, I spent most of the time between papers devouring D.H. Lawrence's Fantasia of the Unconscious, which, even as psychoanalysis, is completely irresponsible and, just as it says, a fantasia. Lawrence picked up a lot of terms like lumbar ganglion and threw them all together and stewed them up with his own worship of the sex instinct to produce the weird mixture which I read as reverently as if it were some kind of sacred revelation, sitting in the rooms of an undergraduate who liked Picasso, but who had gone down for the Christmas vacation. Andrew, for his part, was at St. Catherine's, terrified of a tutor who had a reputation for being a very ferocious person. All that week I sat under the high, silent rafters of the hall, at Trinity College, and covered long sheets of foolscap with my opinions concerning Molière and Racine and Balzac and Victor Hugo and Goethe and Schiller and all the rest, and a few days after it was all over, we looked in the Times, and this time both Andrew and I had succeeded. We were exhibitioners, he at St. Catherine's and I at Clare, while his study mate, Dickens, who was the only other person at Oakham besides myself who liked hot records, had another exhibition at St. John's. My satisfaction was very great. I was finished with Oakham, not that I disliked the school, but I was glad of my liberty. Now, at last, I imagined that I really was grown up and independent, and I could stretch out my hands and take all the things I wanted. So during the Christmas holidays I ate and drank so much and went to so many parties that I made myself sick. But I picked myself up, and dusted myself off, and on January 31st of the new year, my 18th birthday, Tom took me to the Café Anglais and treated me to champagne, and the next day I was off on the way to Italy. 6. Already at Avignon I foresaw that I was going to run out of money before I got to Genoa. I had a letter of credit on a bank there. So from Avignon I wrote back to Tom asking for money. From Marseilles I started out on foot along the coast, walking on the white mountain road, overlooking the bright blue water, having on my hip a flask of rum and in the rucksack some more of the same novels. At Cassis all the restaurants were crammed with people who had come out from Marseilles for the day, since it was Sunday, and I had to wait long for my bouillabaisse. It was dark by the time I arrived at the grim little port of La Ciotat, under its sugar-loaf rock. Tired, I sat on the jetty and contemplated the moon. At Hyères I had to wait a couple of days before the money arrived, and when it did, the letter that went with it was filled with sharp reproofs. Tom, my guardian, took occasion of my impracticality to call attention to most of my other faults as well, and I was very humiliated. So after a month of my precious liberty, I received my first indication that my desires could never be absolute. They must necessarily be conditioned and modified by contacts and conflicts with the desires and interests of others. This was something that it would take me a long time to find out, and indeed in the natural order alone I would never really get to understand it. I believed in the beautiful myth about having a good time so long as it does not hurt anybody else. You cannot live for your own pleasure and your own convenience without inevitably hurting and injuring the feelings and the interests of practically everybody you meet. But, as a matter of fact, in the natural order, no matter what ideals may be theoretically possible, most people more or less live for themselves and for their own interests and pleasures or for those of their own family or group, and therefore they are constantly interfering with one another's aims, and hurting one another and injuring one another, whether they mean it or not. I started out from Hyères again, this time more weary and depressed, walking among the pines, under the hot sun, looking at the rocks and the yellow mimosas and the little pink villas and the light blazing on the sea. That night I came down a long hill in the dusk to a hamlet called Cavalier, and slept in a boarding house full of sombre retired accountants who drank vin rose with their wives under the dim light of weak electric bulbs, and I went to bed and dreamt that I was in jail. At St. Tropez I had a letter of introduction to a friend of Tom's, a man with TB, living in a sunny house on top of a hill, and there I met a couple of Americans who had rented a villa in the hills behind Caen, and they invited me there, when I came that way. On the way to Caen, I got caught by a storm, towards evening, in the mountains of the Estoril, and was picked up by a chauffeur driving a big fancy deluge. I slung my rucksack off my shoulder and threw it in the back seat and settled down, with the warmth of the motor seeping up through the boards and into my wet, tired feet. The chauffeur was an Englishman who had an auto-hiring business in Nice and said he had just picked up the Lindbergh family off the liner at Villefranche and had taken them somewhere down the road here. At Caen he took me to a very dull place, a club for English chauffeurs and sailors off the yachts of the rich people who were wintering on the Riviera. There I ate ham and eggs and watched the chauffeurs politely playing billiards, and grew depressed at the smell of London that lingered in the room, the smell of English cigarettes and English beer. It reminded me of the fogs I thought I had escaped. Then I found the villa of the people I had met at St. Tropez, and stayed there a couple of days, and finally, fed up with walking, and seeing that I would probably be bored with the rest of the road along the coast, I got on the train and went to Genoa. Perhaps the boredom that I felt had its roots in some physical cause, because the first morning I woke up in Genoa, with a bunch of Italian house painters working on the roof outside my window, I was out of sorts and had a great boil on my elbow, which I clumsily tried to heal by my own private treatments, which did not work. So I cashed my letter of credit and got on another train and went to Florence, where I had another letter of introduction to a man who was a sculptor. Florence was freezing. I took a trolley out across the Arno, and found the steep road up the hill where my man lived, and climbed it in the icy silence of a Tuscan winter evening. At first I thought nobody was going to answer my knock on the big hollow-sounding door, but presently an old Italian cook came out, and led me into the studio where I made myself known and explained that I had a boil on my elbow. So the cook got some hot water and I sat in the dry dust of plaster and among the stone chips around the base of some half-finished work, and talked to the sculptor while his cook fixed up a poultice for my boil. The artist was the brother of the former headmaster of Oakham, the one who had preceded Doherty. I had seen some of his bas-reliefs which decorated the front of the school chapel. He was not as old as his brother, the ex-head. But he was a kind, stoop-shouldered person with graying hair, and had most of the old head's geniality. He said to me, "I was thinking of going down and seeing the Greta Garbo film in town this evening. Do you like Greta Garbo?" I admitted that I did. "Very well, then," he said, "we will go." But Florence was too cold, and I thought the boil was getting better. So the next day I left, on the way to Rome. I was tired of passing through places. I wanted to get to the term of my journey, where there was some psychological possibility that I would stop in one place and remain. The train ambled slowly through the mountains of Umbria. The blue sky glared down upon the rocks. The compartment was empty save for myself, and nobody got in until one of the last stations before Rome. All day I stared out at the bare hills, at the wild, ascetic landscape. Somewhere out there, on one of those mountains, St. Francis had been praying and the seraph with the fiery, blood-red wings had appeared before him with the Christ in the midst of those wings, and from the wounds, other wounds had been nailed in Francis's hands and feet and side. If I had thought of that day, it would have been all I needed to complete the discouragement of my pagan soul, for it turned out that the boil was no better after all, and that I had another toothache. For that matter, my head felt as if I had a fever as well, and I wondered if the old business of blood poisoning was starting once again. So there I was, with all the liberty that I had been promising myself for so long. The world was mine. How did I like it? I was doing just what I pleased, and instead of being filled with happiness and well-being, I was miserable. The love of pleasure is destined by its very nature to defeat itself and end in frustration. But I was one of the last men in the world who would have been convinced by the wisdom of a St. John of the Cross in those strange days. But now I was entering a city which bears living testimony to these truths, to those who can see it, to those who know where to look for it, to those who know how to compare the Rome of the Caesars with the Rome of the martyrs. I was entering the city that had been thus transformed by the cross. Square white apartment houses were beginning to appear in thick clusters at the foot of the bare, grey-green hills, with clumps of cypress here and there, and presently over the roofs of the buildings, I saw, rising up in the dusk, the mighty substance of St. Peter's dome. The realization that it was not a photograph filled me with great awe. My first preoccupation in Rome was to find a dentist. The people in the hotel sent me to one nearby. There were a couple of nuns in the waiting room. After they left, I entered. The dentist had a brown beard. I did not trust my Italian for so important a matter as a toothache. I spoke to him in French. He knew a little French. And he looked at the tooth. He knew what he thought was wrong with it, but he did not know the technical word in French. "Ah," he said, "vous avez un colpo diarrhea." I figured it out easily enough to mean that I had caught a chill in my tooth according to this man with the brown beard. But still, cowardice closed my mouth, and I was content not to argue that I thought it was by no means a chill, but an abscess. I shall treat it with ultraviolet rays, said the dentist. With a mixture of relief and skepticism, I underwent this painless and futile process. It did nothing whatever to relieve the toothache. But I left with warm assurances from the dentist that it would all disappear during the night. Far from disappearing during the night, the toothache did what all toothaches do during the night, kept me awake, in great misery, cursing my fate. The next morning I got up and staggered back to my friend Colpo Diaria next door. I met him coming down the stairs with his beard all brushed and a black hat on his head, with gloves and spats and everything. Only then did I realize that it was Sunday. However, he consented to give a look at the chilled tooth. In a mixture of French and Italian he asked me if I could stand ether. I said yes, I could. He draped a clean handkerchief over my nose and mouth and dropped a couple of drops of ether on it. I breathed deeply, and the sweet sick knives of the smell reached into my consciousness and the drumming of the heavy dynamos began. I hoped that he wasn't breathing too deeply himself, or that his hand wouldn't slip, and spill the whole bottle of it in my face. However, a minute or two later I woke up again and he was waving the red, abscessed roots of the tooth in my face and exclaiming, "Sei fini." I moved out of my hotel and found a pensione with windows that looked down on the sunny Triton fountain in the middle of the Piazza Barberini and the Bristol Hotel and the Barberini Cinema and the Barberini Palace, and the maid brought me some hot water to treat the boil on my arm. I went to bed and tried to read a novel by Maxim Gorky which very quickly put me to sleep. I had been in Rome before, on an blaster vacation from school, for about a week. I had seen the Forum and the Colosseum and the Vatican Museum and St. Peter's. But I had not really seen Rome. This time, I started out again, with the misconception common to Anglo-Saxons, that the real Rome is the Rome of the ugly ruins, the Rome of all those grey caryatid temples wedged in between the hills and the slums of the city. I tried to reconstruct the ancient city, in my mind a dream which did not work very well, because of the insistent shouting of the sellers of postcards who beset me on every side. After a few days of trying the same thing, it suddenly struck me that it was not worth the trouble. It was so evident, merely from the masses of stone and brick that still represented the palaces and temples and baths, that imperial Rome must have been one of the most revolting and ugly and depressing cities the world has ever seen. In fact, the ruins with cedars and cypresses and umbrella pines scattered about among them were far more pleasant than the reality must have been. However, I still roamed about the museums, especially the one in the Baths of Diocletian, which had also been, at one time, a Carthusian monastery, probably not a very successful one, and I studied Rome in a big learned book that I had bought, together with an old second-hand Baedeker in French. And after spending the day in museums and libraries and bookstores and among the ruins, I would come home again and read my novels. In fact, I was also beginning to write one of my own, although I did not get very far with it as long as I was at Rome. I had a lot of books with me, a strange mixture: Dryden, the poems of D. H. Lawrence, some Tauchnitz novels, and James Joyce's Ulysses in a fancy India paper edition, slick and expensive, which I lent to someone, later on, and never got back. Things were going on as they usually did with me. But after about a week, I don't know how it began, I found myself looking into churches rather than into ruined temples. Perhaps it was the frescoes on the wall of an old chapel ruined too at the foot of the Palatine, at the edge of the Forum, that first aroused my interest in another and a far different Rome. From there it was an easy step to Sts Cosmas and Damian, across the Forum, with the great mosaic, in the apse, of Christ coming in judgment in a dark blue sky, with the suggestion of fire in the small clouds beneath his feet. The effect of this discovery was tremendous. After all the vapid, boring, semi-pornographic statuary of the empire, what a thing it was to come upon the genius of an art full of spiritual vitality and earnestness and power, an art that was tremendously serious and alive and eloquent and urgent in all that it had to say. And it was without pretentiousness, without fakery, and had nothing theatrical about it. Its solemnity was made all the more astounding by its simplicity and by the obscurity of the places where it lay hid, and by its subservience to higher ends, architectural, liturgical and spiritual ends which I could not even begin to understand, but which I could not avoid guessing, since the nature of the mosaics themselves and their position and everything about them proclaimed it aloud. I was fascinated by these Byzantine mosaics. I began to haunt the churches where they were to be found, and, as an indirect consequence, all the other churches that were more or less of the same period. And thus, without knowing anything about it, I became a pilgrim. I was unconsciously and unintentionally visiting all the great shrines of Rome, and seeking out their sanctuaries with some of the eagerness and avidity and desire of a true pilgrim, though not quite for the right reason. And yet it was not for a wrong reason either. For these mosaics and frescoes and all the ancient altars and thrones and sanctuaries were designed and built for the instruction of people who were not capable of immediately understanding anything higher. I never knew what relics and what wonderful and holy things were hidden in the churches whose doors and aisles and arches had become the refuge of my mind. Christ's cradle and the pillar of the flagellation and the true cross and St. Peter's chains, and the tombs of the great martyrs, the tomb of the child Saint Agnes and the martyr Saint Cecilia and of Pope Saint Clement and of the great deacon Saint Lawrence who was burned on a gridiron. These things did not speak to me, or at least I did not know they spoke to me. But the churches that enshrined them did, and so did the art on their walls. And now for the first time in my life I began to find out something of who this person was that men called Christ. It was obscure, but it was a true knowledge of him, in some sense, truer than I knew and truer than I would admit. But it was in Rome that my conception of Christ was formed. It was there I first saw him, whom I now serve as my God and my King, and who owns and rules my life. It is the Christ of the Apocalypse, the Christ of the martyrs, the Christ of the fathers. It is the Christ of St. John, and of St. Paul, and of St. Augustine and St. Jerome and all the fathers and of the desert fathers. It is Christ God, Christ King. For in him dwelleth the fullness of the Godhead corporeally, and you are filled in him, who is the head of all principality and power. For in him were all things created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominations or principalities or powers, all things were created by him and in him. And he is before all, and by him all things consist, because in him it hath well pleased the Father that all fullness should dwell. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature, the first begotten of the dead, and the Prince of the kings of the earth, who hath loved us, and washed us from our sins in his own blood, and hath made us a kingdom and priests to God his Father. The saints of those forgotten days had left upon the walls of their churches words which by the peculiar grace of God I was able in some measure to apprehend, although I could not decode them all. But above all, the realiest and most immediate source of this grace was Christ himself, present in those churches, in all his power, and in his humanity, in his human flesh and his material, physical, corporeal presence. How often I was left entirely alone in these churches with the tremendous God, and knew nothing of it except I had to know something of it, as I say, obscurely. And it was he who was teaching me who he was, more directly than I was capable of realizing. These mosaics told me more than I had ever known of the doctrine of a God of infinite power, wisdom, and love who had yet become man, and revealed in his manhood the infinity of power, wisdom, and love that was his Godhead. Of course I could not grasp and believe these things explicitly. But since they were implicit in every line of the pictures I contemplated with such admiration and love, surely I grasped them implicitly. I had to, in so far as the mind of the artist reached my own mind, and spoke to it his conception and his thought. And so I could not help but catch something of the ancient craftsman's love of Christ, the Redeemer and Judge of the world. It was more or less natural that I should want to discover something of the meaning of the mosaics I saw of the Lamb standing as though slain, and of the 24 elders casting down their crowns. And I had bought a Vulgate text, and was reading the New Testament. I had forgotten all about the poems of D.H. Lawrence except for the fact that he had 4 poems about the 4 evangelists, based on the traditional symbols from Ezekiel and the Apocalypse of the 4 mystical creatures. One evening, when I was reading these poems, I became so disgusted with their falseness and futility that I threw down the book and began to ask myself why I was wasting my time with a man of such unimportance as this. For it was evident that he had more or less completely failed to grasp the true meaning of the New Testament, which he had perverted in the interests of a personal and homemade religion of his own, which was not only fanciful, but full of unearthly seeds, all ready to break forth into hideous plants like those that were germinating in Germany's unweeded garden, in the dank weather of Nazism. So for once I put my favorite aside. And I read more and more of the Gospels, and my love for the old churches and their mosaics grew from day to day. Soon I was no longer visiting them merely for the art. There was something else that attracted me, a kind of interior peace. I loved to be in these holy places. I had a kind of deep and strong conviction that I belonged there, that my rational nature was filled with profound desires and needs that could only find satisfaction in churches of God. I remember that one of my favorite shrines was that of St. Peter in chains, and I did not love it for any work of art that was there, since the big attraction, the big number, the big feature in that place is Michelangelo's Moses. But I had always been extreme, bored by that horned and pop-eyed frown and by the crack in the knee. I'm glad the thing couldn't speak, for it would probably have given out some very heavy statements. Perhaps what was attracting me to that church was the apostle himself to whom it is dedicated. And I do not doubt that he was praying earnestly to get me out of my own chains, chains far heavier and more terrible than ever were his. Where else did I like to go? St. Pudenziana, St. Praxed's, above all St. Mary Major and the Lateran, although as soon as the atmosphere got heavy with Baroque melodrama I would get frightened, and the peace and the obscure, tenuous sense of devotion I had acquired would leave me. So far, however, there had been no deep movement of my will, nothing that amounted to a conversion, nothing to shake the iron tyranny of moral corruption that held my whole nature in fetters. But that also was to come. It came in a strange way, suddenly, a way that I will not attempt to explain. I was in my room. It was night. The light was on. Suddenly it seemed to me that Father, who had now been dead more than a year, was there with me. The sense of his presence was as vivid and as real and as startling as if he had touched my arm or spoken to me. The whole thing passed in a flash, but in that flash, instantly, I was overwhelmed with a sudden and profound insight into the misery and corruption of my own soul, and I was pierced deeply with a light that made me realize something of the condition I was in, and I was filled with horror at what I saw, and my whole being rose up in revolt against what was within me. And my soul desired escape and liberation and freedom from all this with an intensity and an urgency unlike anything I had ever known before. And now I think for the first time in my whole life I really began to pray, praying not with my lips and with my intellect and my imagination, but praying out of the very roots of my life and of my being, and praying to the God I had never known, to reach down towards me out of his darkness and to help me to get free of the 1,000 terrible things that held my will in their slavery. There were a lot of tears connected with this, and they did me good, and all the while, although I had lost that first vivid, agonizing sense of the presence of my Father in the room, I had him in my mind, and I was talking to him as well as to God, as though he were a sort of intermediary. I do not mean this in any way that might be interpreted that I thought he was among the saints. I did not really know what that might mean then, and now that I do know I would hesitate to say that I thought he was in heaven. Judging by my memory of the experience, I should say it was as if he had been sent to me out of purgatory. For after all, there is no reason why the souls in purgatory should not help those on earth by their prayers and influence, just like those in heaven, although usually they need our help more than we need theirs. But in this case, assuming my guess has some truth in it, things were the other way round. However, this is not a thing on which I would place any great stress. And I do not offer any definite explanation of it. How do I know it was not merely my own imagination, or something that could be traced to a purely natural, psychological cause? I mean the part about my father. It is impossible to say. I do not offer any explanation. And I have always had a great antipathy for everything that smells of necromancy, table turning and communications with the dead, and I would never deliberately try to enter into any such thing. But whether it was imagination or nerves or whatever else it may have been, I can say truly that I did feel, most vividly, as if my father were present there, and the consequences that I have described followed from this, as though he had communicated to me without words an interior light from God, about the condition of my own soul, although I wasn't even sure I had a soul. The one thing that seems to me morally certain is that this was really a grace, and a great grace. If I had only followed it through, my life might have been very different and much less miserable for the years that were to come. Before now I had never prayed in the churches I had visited. But I remember the morning that followed this experience. I remember how I climbed the deserted Aventine, in the spring sun, with my soul broken up with contrition, but broken and clean, painful but sanitary like a lanced abscess, like a bone broken and reset. And it was true contrition, too, for I don't think I was capable of mere attrition, since I did not believe in hell. I went to the Dominicans' church, Santa Sabina. And it was a very definite experience, something that amounted to a capitulation, a surrender, a conversion, not without struggle, even now, to walk deliberately into the church with no other purpose than to kneel down and pray to God. Ordinarily, I never knelt in these churches, and never paid any formal or official attention to whose house it was. But now I took holy water at the door and went straight up to the altar rail and knelt down and said, slowly, with all the belief I had in me, the Our Father. It seems almost unbelievable to me that I did no more than this, for the memory remains in me as that of such an experience that it would seem to have implied at least a half-hour of impassioned prayer and tears. The thing to remember is that I had not prayed at all for some years. Another thing which Catholics do not realize about converts is the tremendous, agonizing embarrassment and self-consciousness which they feel about praying publicly in a Catholic church. The effort it takes to overcome all the strange imaginary fears that everyone is looking at you, and that they all think you are crazy or ridiculous, is something that costs a tremendous effort. And that day in Santa Sabina, although the church was almost entirely empty, I walked across the stone floor mortally afraid that a poor devout old Italian woman was following me with suspicious eyes. As I knelt to pray, I wondered if she would run out and accuse me at once to the priests, with scandalous horror, for coming and praying in their church, as if Catholics were perfectly content to have a lot of heretic tourists walking about their churches with complete indifference and irreverence, and would get angry if one of them so far acknowledged God's presence there as to go on his knees for a few seconds and say a prayer. However, I prayed, then I looked about the church, and went into a room where there was a picture by Sassoferrato, and stuck my face out a door into a tiny, simple cloister, where the sun shone down on an orange tree. After that I walked out into the open feeling as if I had been reborn, and crossed the street, and strolled through the suburban fields to another deserted church where I did not pray, being scared by some carpenters and scaffolding. I sat outside, in the sun, on a wall and tasted the joy of my own inner peace, and turned over in my mind how my life was now going to change, and how I would become better. 7. It was a one hope, however. But the last week or 10 days that I was in Rome were very happy and full of joy, and on one of those afternoons I took the trolley out to San Paolo, and after that got on a small rickety bus which went up a country road into a shallow saucer of a valley in the low hills south of the Tiber, to the Trappist monastery of Tre Fontaine. I went into the dark, austere old church, and liked it. But I was scared to visit the monastery. I thought the monks were too busy sitting in their graves beating themselves with disciplines. So I walked up and down in the silent afternoon, under the eucalyptus trees, and the thought grew on me, I should like to become a Trappist monk. There was very little danger of my doing so, then. The thought was only a daydream, and I suppose it is a dream that comes to many men, even men who don't believe in anything. Is there any man who has ever gone through a whole lifetime without dressing himself up, in his fancy, in the habit of a monk, and enclosing himself in a cell where he sits magnificent in heroic austerity and solitude, while all the young ladies who hitherto were cool to his affections in the world come and beat on the gates of the monastery crying, "Come out, come out." Ultimately, I suppose, that is what my dream that day amounted to. I had no idea what Trappist monks were, or what they did, except that they kept silence. In fact, I also thought they lived in cells like the Carthusians, all alone. In the bus, going back to San Paolo, I ran into a student from the American Academy whom I knew. He was riding with his mother, and introduced me to her, and we talked about the monastery, and I said I wished I were a monk. The student's mother looked at me with a horror and astonishment so extreme that I was really a little shocked by it. The days went by. Letters came from America, telling me to take the boat and come there. Finally I bade farewell to the Italian typewriter salesman and the other inhabitants of the pensione, including the lady who ran the place and whose mother had been overwhelmed with thoughts of death when I played St. Louis blues on the piano, sending in the maid to ask me to desist. With sorrow in my heart I saw the last of the Piazza Barberini and the big curved boulevard that ran into it, and the last of the Pincio Gardens, and St. Peter's Dome in the distance and the Piazza di Spagna, but above all, I had sorrow and emptiness in my heart at leaving my beloved churches San Pietro in Vincoli, Santa Maria Maggiore, San Giovanni in Late Reno, Santa Pudenzana, Santa Prassede, Santa Sabina, Santa Maria sopra Minerva, Santa Maria in Cos Medin, Santa Maria in Trastevere, Santa Agnes, San Clemente, Santa Cecilia. The train crossed the Tiber. The little pyramid and the cypresses of the English cemetery where Keats was buried disappeared. I remembered some allusion in Plautus to a big hill of rubbish and potsherds that had once stood in this part of the city. Then we came out into the bare plain between Rome and the sea. In this distance were San Paolo, and the low hills that concealed the Trappist monastery of Tre Fontaine. "O Rome," I said in my heart, "will I ever see you again?" The first 2 months after I landed in New York, and went to the house in Douglaston, I continued to read the Bible surreptitiously. I was afraid someone might make fun of me. And since I slept on the sleeping porch, which opened on the upstairs hall through glass doors and which, in any case, I shared with my uncle, I no longer dared to pray on my knees before going to sleep, though I am sure everybody would have been pleased and edified. The real reason for this was that I did not have the humility to care nothing about what people thought or said. I was afraid of their remarks, even kind ones, even approving ones. Indeed, it is a kind of quintessence of pride to hate and fear even the kind and legitimate approval of those who love us. I mean, to resent it as a humiliating patronage. There is no point in telling all the details of how this real but temporary religious fervor of mine cooled down and disappeared. At Easter we went to the church where my father had once been organist, Zion Church, with the white spire standing among the locust trees on the hill between us and the station. And there I was very irritated by the services, and my own pride increased the irritation and complicated it. And I used to walk about the house or sit at the dinner table telling everybody what a terrible place Zion Church was, and condemning everything that it stood for. One Sunday I went to the Quaker meeting house in Flushing, where Mother had once sat and meditated with the Friends. I sat down there too, in a deep pew in the back, near a window. The place was about half full. The people were mostly middle-aged or old, and there was nothing that distinguished them in any evident way from the congregation in a Methodist or a Baptist or an Episcopalian or any other Protestant church, except that they sat silent, waiting for the inspiration of the Holy Ghost. I liked that. I liked the silence. It was peaceful. In it, my shyness began to die down, and I ceased to look about and criticize the people, and entered, somewhat superficially, into my own soul, and some nebulous good resolutions began to take shape there. But it did not get very far, for presently one of the middle-aged ladies thought the Holy Ghost was after her to get up and talk. I secretly suspected that she had come to the meeting all prepared to make a speech anyway, for she reached into her handbag, as she stood up, and cried out in a loud earnest voice. When I was in Switzerland I took this snapshot of the famous Lion of Lucerne. With that she pulled out a picture. Sure enough, it was the famous Lion of Lucerne. She held it up and tried to show it around to the Friends, at the same time explaining that she thought it was a splendid exemplification of Swiss courage and manliness and patience and all the other virtues of the watchmaking Swiss which she mentioned and which I have now forgotten. The Friends accepted it in patience, without enthusiasm or resentment. But I went out of the meeting house saying to myself, they are like all the rest. In other churches it is the minister who hands out the commonplaces, and here it is liable to be just anybody. Still, I think I had enough sense to know that it would be madness to look for a group of people, a society, a religion, a church from which all mediocrity would absolutely be excluded. But when I read the works of William Penn and found them to be about as supernatural as a Montgomery Ward catalogue, I lost interest in the Quakers. If I had run across something by Evelyn Underhill it might have been different. I think that one could find much earnest and pure and humble worship of God and much sincere charity among the Quakers. Indeed, you are bound to find a little of this in every religion. But I have never seen any evidence of its rising above the natural order. They are full of natural virtues and some of them are contemplatives in a natural sense of the word. Nor are they excluded from God's graces if He wills. For He loves them, and He will not withhold His light from good people anywhere. Yet I cannot see that they will ever be anything more than what they claim to be, a society of friends. That summer, when I went on a slow and dirty train in a roundabout way to Chicago to see the World's Fair, I picked up 2 pamphlets on the Mormons in the Hall of Religion, but the story of the holy books discovered through revelation on a hill in upper New York State did not convince me and I was not converted. The thin red and yellow walls of the palaces of the fair, scattered between the lake and the slums and freight yards, amused me with their noise, and for the first time I walked in the wide open air of the flat and endless Middle West. Out of sheer bravado I got myself a job for a few days as a barker in front of a sideshow in a part of the fair called the Streets of Paris, the nature of which is sufficiently evident from that name. The ease with which I got the job astounded and flattered me, and it gave me a sense of power and importance to be so suddenly transported from the order of those who were fleeced of their money to the level of those who did the fleecing. However, in a couple of days I also discovered that perhaps I had not risen above the ranks of the suckers after all, since the boss of the sideshow was more ready to pay me in promises and fancy words than in dollars, for my services. Besides, it was very tiring to stand in the heat and dust from noon to midnight shouting at the sea of straw-hatted heads and shoulders dressed in duck and seersucker or in open-necked shirts and dresses soaked with healthy Middle Western sweat. The absolutely open and undisguised and non-committal frankness of the paganism of Chicago and of this fair and of this particular part of the fair and, apparently, of the whole country which it represented, amazed me after the complicated reticences of England and the ornate pornography of France. When I got back to New York I had lost most of my temporary interest in religion. My friends in that city had a religion of their own, a cult of New York itself, and of the peculiar manner in which Manhattan expressed the bigness and gaudiness and noisiness and frank animality and vulgarity of this American paganism. I used to go to the burlesque and hang around 14th Street with Reg Marsh, who was an old friend of my father's, and who is famous for painting all these things in his pictures. Reginald Marsh was, and I suppose still is, a thick-set man of short stature who gave the impression that he was a retired lightweight prize fighter. He had a way of talking out of the corner of his mouth, and yet at the same time his face had something babyish and cherubic about it, as he looked out at the world through the simple and disinterested and uncritical eyes of the artist, taking everything as he found it, and considering everything as possible subject matter for one of his Hogarthian compositions, provided only it was alive. We got along very well together, because of the harmony of our views, I worshipping life as such, and he worshipping it especially in the loud, wild bedlam of the crowded, crazy city that he loved. His favorite places of devotion were Union Square and the Irving Place burlesque, stinking of sweat and cheap cigars and ready to burn down or collapse at any minute. But I guess his cathedral was Coney Island. Everybody who has ever seen his pictures knows that much about Reg Marsh. All that summer I hung around his 14th Street studio, and went with him to many of the parties to which he was invited, and got to know my way around New York. But when September came I sailed for England once more. This time I made the crossing on the Manhattan, a garish and turbulent cabin-class steamer full of Nazi spies working as stewards and detesting the Jewish passengers. The voyage was a violent one. One night I looked down one of the deep stairwells and saw 6 or 7 half-drunk passengers having a general fight on the swaying linoleum floor of E-deck. And one afternoon in the middle of one of those paralyzing synthetic amusements that are fixed up for the passengers on Atlantic liners, I think it must have been the horse race, an American dentist stood up with a loud roar and challenged a French tailor to come out and fight him on the promenade deck. The challenge was not taken up, but all the businessmen and tourists savored the delicious scandal, for there was no one on board who was not aware that behind it all stood the 6-foot daughter of someone prominent in Washington, D.C. At Plymouth they put those of us who were bound for London onto a fat launch in the middle of the harbour, and once again I looked upon the pale green downs of England. I landed with one of the worst colds I ever had in my life. And so on the tide of all these circumstances of confusion I swept into the dark, sinister atmosphere of Cambridge and began my university career. 8. Perhaps to you the atmosphere of Cambridge is neither dark nor sinister. Perhaps you were never there except in May. You never saw anything but the thin spring sun half veiled in the mists and blossoms of the gardens along the backs, smiling on the lavender bricks and stones of Trinity and St. John's, or my own college, Clare. I am even willing to admit that some people might live there for 3 years, or even a lifetime, so protected that they never sense the sweet stench of corruption that is all around them, the keen, thin scent of decay that pervades everything and accuses with a terrible accusation the superficial youthfulness, the abounding undergraduate noise that fills those ancient buildings. But for me, with my blind appetites, it was impossible that I should not rush in and take a huge bite of this rotten fruit. The bitter taste is still with me after not a few years. My freshman year went by very fast. It was a dizzy business that began in the dark, brief afternoons of the English autumn and ended after a short series of long summer evenings on the river. All those days and nights were without romance, horrible. They could not help being everything that I did not want them to be. I was breaking my neck trying to get everything out of life that you think you can get out of it when you are 18. And I ran with a pack of hearties who wore multicolored scarves around their necks and who would have barked all night long in the echoing shadows of the Purgatory if they had not been forced to go home to bed at a certain time, At first it was confusing. It took me a month or two to find my level in this cloudy semi-liquid medium in whose dregs I was ultimately destined to settle. There were my friends from Oakham. At first we clung together for protection, and used to spend much time in one another's rooms, although Andrew's digs were far away in the wilds beyond Addenbrooke's hospital. To get there I cycled through a mysterious world of new buildings dedicated to chemistry, and at the end of the journey drank tea and played St. Louis blues on the piano. Dickens was much nearer. He was around the corner from my lodgings. You traveled through 2 or 3 courts of St. John's College and crossed the river. He was in the so-called new building. His room directly overlooked the river, and he and I and Andrew would eat breakfast there and throw bits of toast to the ducks while he told us all about Pavlov and conditioned reflexes. As the year went on I drifted apart from them, especially from Andrew, who ended up as the leading man in the Footlights show that year. He was something of a singer. My crowd had no interest in singing and a certain amount of contempt, indeed, for the Footlights and all that it represented. I remember that I almost made friends with 1 or 2 serious and somewhat complicated young men who were reading modern languages with me and belonged to my own college, but their reticences bored me. And they, in their turn, were rather shocked by the two-handed heartiness with which I was grabbing at life. In the room underneath mine, in my lodgings, was a round red-faced Yorkshireman who was a pacifist. He too was full of reticences. But on Armistice Day he got into some kind of a demonstration and all the rugger players and oarsmen threw eggs at him. I knew nothing about it until I saw the pictures in the evening paper. I would not have been interested in making friends with him either, he was too tame and shy. But in any case the landlord took to coming into my room and calumniating the poor man while I listened patiently, knowing of no way to shut him up. Before the end of the year the landlord was much more disgusted with me than with any lodger he had ever had before or, probably, since. I think it was after Armistice Day, when I had finally become acquainted with some 200 different people, that I drifted into the crowd that had been gravitating around the nether pole of Cambridge life. We were the ones who made all the noise when there was a bump supper. We lived in the Lion Inn. We fought our way in and out of the Red Cow. In that year most of my friends were gated at one time or another, and by the end of it not a few of us were sent down. I cannot even clearly remember who most of them were except for Julian. He stands out vividly enough. He wore horn-rimmed spectacles and looked, I will not say like an American, but like a Frenchman trying to look like an American. He could tell long complicated stories in an American accent too nasal to be true. He was the grandson or the great-grandson of a Victorian poet and lived in the old man's house on the Isle of Wight. He roomed in a big rabbit warren of a place on Market Hill which was going to be torn down at the end of the year to make room for a new building, belonging to Caius College. Before the wreckers came in, Julian's friends had already begun the ruin of the house by attempting to destroy the precarious section of it where he himself lived. I seem to remember some trouble when somebody threw a teapot out of the window of these rooms and nearly brained the Dean of Kings who was passing by in the street below. Then there was a laconic, sallow-faced fellow who came from Oundle and drove a racing car. He sat still and quiet most of the time with the strange, fevered mysticism of the racing driver in his veins while the rest of us talked and yelled. But when he got under the wheel of his car, which he was not allowed to drive as a freshman, he was transformed into a strange sort of half-spiritual being, possessed by a weird life belonging to another frightening world. The prohibition on driving could not, of course, hold him. Once in a while he would disappear. Then he would come back relatively happy, and sit down and play poker with anybody who would take him on. I think he was finally sent down altogether for the wildest of his expeditions, which ended with him trying to drive his car down one of the zigzag cliff paths at Bournemouth. But why dig up all this old scenery and reconstruct the stews of my own mental Pompeii after enough years have covered them up? Is it even worth the obvious comment that in all this I was stamping the last remains of spiritual vitality out of my own soul, and trying with all my might to crush and obliterate the image of the divine liberty that had been implanted in me by God? With every nerve and fiber of my being I was laboring to enslave myself in the bonds of my own intolerable disgust. There is nothing new or strange about the process. But what people do not realize is that this is the crucifixion of Christ, in which he dies again and again in the individuals who were made to share the joy and the freedom of his grace, and who deny him. Aunt Maud died that November. I found my way to London and to Ealing, and was at the funeral. It was a grey afternoon, and rainy, almost as dark as night. Everywhere the lights were on. It was one of those short, dark, foggy days of the early English winter. Uncle Ben sat in a wheelchair, broken and thin, with a black skull cap on his head, and this time he really did look like a ghost. He seemed to have lost the power of speech, and looked about him with blank uncomprehension, as if all this story of a funeral were a gratuitous insult to his intelligence. Why were they trying to tell him that Maud was dead? They committed the thin body of my poor Victorian angel to the clay of Ealing, and buried my childhood with her. In an obscure, half-conscious way I realized this and was appalled. She it was who had presided in a certain sense over my most innocent days. And now I saw those days buried with her in the ground. Indeed the England I had seen through the clear eyes of her own simplicity, that too had died for me here. I could no longer believe in the pretty country churches, the quiet villages, the elm trees along the common where the cricketers wait in white while the bowler pensively paces out a run for himself behind the wicket. The huge white clouds that sail over Sussex, the bell-charmed spires of the ancient county towns, the cathedral closes full of trees, the deaneries that ring with rooks, none of this any longer belonged to me, for I had lost it all. Its fragile web of charmed associations had been broken and blown away, and I had fallen through the surface of old England into the hell, the vacuum, and the horror that London was nursing in her avaricious heart. It was the last time that I saw any of my family in England. I took the last train back to Cambridge and was so exhausted that I fell asleep and woke up at Ely, and had to turn back, so that I got in long after midnight. And I felt offended at being gated for what was not, as I thought, my fault. It was the first of the 2 times I was gated that year. Shall I follow the circle of the season down into the nadir of winter darkness, and wake up the dirty ghosts under the trees of the backs, and out beyond the Clare new building and in some rooms down on the Chesterton Road? When it began to be spring, I was trying to row in the Clare 4th boat, although it nearly killed me. But at least, since we were supposed to be in training, I got up early for a few weeks and went to the college for breakfast, and went to bed without being too dizzy in the nighttime. In these days I seem to remember there was a little sunlight. It fell through the ancient windows of Professor Bullow's room in Caius. It was a large, pleasant room, lined with books, and with windows opening on the grass of 2 courts. It was below the level of those lawns, and you had to go down a couple of steps to get into his sitting room. In fact, I think his sitting room itself was on 2 levels, and in the corner he had a high medieval lectern. There he stood, a tall, thin, grey, somewhat ascetic scholar, placidly translating Dante to us, while 10 or a dozen students, men and women, sat about in the chairs and followed in our Italian texts. In the winter term we had begun with the Inferno, and had progressed slowly, taking each day part of a canto. And now Dante and Virgil had come through the icy heart of hell, where the 3-headed devil chewed the greatest traitors, and had climbed out to the peaceful sea at the foot of the 7-circled mountain of Purgatory. And now, in the Christian Lent, which I was observing without merit and without reason, for the sake of a sport which I had grown to detest because I was so unsuccessful in it, we were climbing from circle to circle of purgatory. I think the one great benefit I got out of Cambridge was this acquaintance with the lucid and powerful genius of the greatest Catholic poet, greatest in stature, though not in perfection or sanctity. Because of his genius, I was ready to accept all that he said about such things as purgatory and hell, at least provisionally, as long as I had the book under my eyes, in his own terms. That was already much. I suppose it would have been too much to expect some kind of an application of his ideas to myself, in the moral order, just because I happened to have a sort of aesthetic sensitiveness to them. No, it seems to me that I was armored and locked in within my own defectible and blinded self by 7 layers of imperviousness, the capital sins which only the fires of purgatory or of divine love, they are about the same, can burn away. But now I was free to keep away from the attack of those flames merely by averting my will from them, and it was by now permanently and habitually turned away and immunized. I had done all that I could to make my heart untouchable by charity and had fortified it, as I hoped, impregnably in my own impenetrable selfishness. At the same time, I could listen, and listen with gladness and a certain intentness, to the slow and majestic progress of the myths and symbols in which Dante was building up a whole poetic synthesis of scholastic philosophy and theology. And although not one of his ideas took firm root in my mind, which was both too coarse and too lazy to absorb anything so clean, nevertheless, there remained in me a kind of armed neutrality in the presence of all these dogmas, which I tended to tolerate in a vague and general way, in bulk, in so far as that was necessary to an understanding of the poem. This, as I see it, was also a kind of a grace, the greatest grace in the positive order that I got out of Cambridge. All the rest were negative. They were only graces in the sense that God in His mercy was permitting me to fly as far as I could from His love, but at the same time preparing to confront me, at the end of it all, and in the bottom of the abyss, when I thought I had gone farthest away from Him. Si ascendero in caelum, tu illic es. Si descendero in infernum, aids. For in my greatest misery He would shed, into my soul, enough light to see how miserable I was, and to admit that it was my own fault and my own work. And always I was to be punished for my sins by my sins themselves, and to realize, at least obscurely, that I was being so punished and burned in the flames of my own hell, and wrought in the hell of my own corrupt will until I was forced at last, by my own intense misery, to give up my own will. I had tasted something of this before, but that was nothing compared to the bitterness that soon began to fill me in that year at Cambridge. The mere realization of one's own unhappiness is not salvation, it may be the occasion of salvation, or it may be the door to a deeper pit in hell, and I had much deeper to go than I realized. But now, at least, I realized where I was, and I was beginning to try to get out. Some people may think that Providence was very funny and very cruel to allow me to choose the means I now chose to save my soul. But Providence, that is the love of God, is very wise in turning away from the self-will of men, and in having nothing to do with them, and leaving them to their own devices, as long as they are intent on governing themselves, to show them to what depths of futility and sorrow their own helplessness is capable of dragging them. And all the irony and cruelty of this situation came, not from Providence, but from the devil, who thought he was cheating God of my stupid end. Uninteresting little soul. So it was, then, that I began to get all the books of Freud and Jung and Adler out of the big redecorated library of the Union and to study, with all the patience and application which my hangovers allowed me, the mysteries of sex repression and complexes and introversion and extroversion and all the rest. I, whose chief trouble was that my soul and all its faculties were going to seed because there was nothing to control my appetites and they were pouring themselves out in an incoherent riot of undirected passion, came to the conclusion that the cause of all my unhappiness was sex repression. And, to make the thing more subtly intolerable, I came to the conclusion that one of the biggest crimes in this world was introversion, and, in my efforts to be an extrovert, I entered upon a course of reflections and constant self-examinations, studying all my responses and analyzing the quality of all my emotions and reactions in such a way that I could not help becoming just what I did not want to be, an introvert. Day after day I read Freud, thinking myself to be very enlightened and scientific when, as a matter of fact, I was about as scientific as an old woman secretly poring over books about occultism, trying to tell her own fortune, and learning how to dope out the future from the lines in the palm of her hand. I don't know if I ever got very close to needing a padded cell, but if I ever had gone crazy, I think psychoanalysis would have been the one thing chiefly responsible for it. Meanwhile, I had received several letters from my guardian. They were sharp, and got sharper as they went on, and finally, in March or April, I got a curt summons to come to London. I had to wait a long time in the waiting room, where I turned over the pages of all the copies of Punch for 2 years back. I suppose this was part of a deliberate plan to sap my morale, this leaving me alone in a dismal, foggy room, with all those copies of that dreary magazine. Finally, after about an hour and a half, I was summoned to climb the narrow stairs to the consulting room immediately above. The floor was waxed, and once again I got this sense of precariousness in my footing, and was glad to get across the room to the chair by the desk without falling down and breaking a hip. With polished and devastating coolness, which carried with it a faint suggestion of contempt, Tom offered me a cigarette. The implication was that I was going to need it. Therefore, obviously, I refused it. Nevertheless, the 15 or 20 minutes that followed were among the most painful and distressing I have ever lived through, not because of anything that he said to me, for he was not angry or even unkind. In fact, I do not even remember exactly what he did say. The thing that made me suffer was that he asked me very bluntly and coldly for an explanation of my conduct and left me to writhe. For as soon as I was placed in the position of having to give some kind of positive explanation or defense of so much stupidity and unpleasantness, as if to justify myself by making it seem possible for a rational creature to live that way, the whole bitterness and emptiness of it became very evident to me, and my tongue would hardly function. And the words I murmured about my making mistakes and not wanting to hurt others sounded extremely silly and cheap. So I was very glad to get out of there, and as soon as I was in the street I smoked plenty of cigarettes. Months went by, and things did not change at all. After the Easter vacation, I was called in to my tutor to explain why I was not attending most of my lectures, and a few other things besides. This time I was not so uncomfortable. As to the exams that were soon to come, I was to take the first part of the modern language tripos in French and Italian. I thought I would be able to pass them, which as a matter of fact I did, getting a second in both. The results were wired to me by one of my friends when I was already on the boat for America, one of those 10-day boats out of London. We were going through the Straits of Dover, and the sun was on the white cliffs, and my lungs were filling with the fresh air. I was planning to come back the next year, and had already arranged for a room in the old court of Clare, right over the gate that led out to Clare Bridge. I would have looked out over the President's garden. But certainly, considering the kind of undergraduate I was, that was the worst possible place for me to have wanted to room, for I was right in between the President and the senior tutor. However, I never went up to Cambridge again as a member of the university. That summer Tom sent me a letter in New York suggesting that I had better give up the idea of ever entering the British diplomatic service, and that Cambridge was, henceforth, useless. To return would be to waste my time and money. He thought it would be very sensible if I stayed in America. It did not take me 5 minutes to come around to agreeing with him. I do not know whether it was entirely subjective, but it seemed to me that there was some kind of a subtle poison in Europe, something that corrupted me, something the very thought and scent of which sickened me, repelled me. What was it? Some kind of a moral fungus, the spores of which floated in that damp air, in that foggy and half-lighted darkness. The thought that I was no longer obliged to go back into those damp and fetid mists filled me with an immense relief, a relief that far overbalanced the pain of my injured pride, the shame of comparative failure. I say I was no longer obliged to return. I would have to go back long enough to get on the quota and enter America permanently, for now I was only in the country on a temporary visa. But that did not matter so much. The feeling that I did not have to stay was another liberation. Once again, I asked myself if it was not mostly subjective. Perhaps it was. For I do not accuse the whole of England of the corruption that I had discovered in only a part of it. Nor do I blame England for this as a nation, as if it alone were infected with the sweet and nasty disease of the soul that seemed to be rotting the whole of Europe, in high places above all. It was something I had not known or seen, in the England of those first days when I had been a child, and walked in the innocent countryside, and looked at the old village churches and read the novels of Dickens and wandered by the streams on picnics with my aunt and cousins. What was wrong with this place, with all these people? Why was everything so empty? Above all, why did the very boisterousness of the soccer blues, the rugger players, the cricketers, the oarsmen, the huntsmen and drinkers in the Lion and the clumsy dancers in the Rendezvous, why was all their noise so oafish and hollow and ridiculous? It seemed to me that Cambridge and, to some extent, the whole of England was pretending, with an elaborate and intent and conscious, and perhaps in some cases a courageous effort, to act as if it were alive. And it took a lot of acting. It was a vast and complicated charade, with expensive and detailed costuming and scenery and a lot of inappropriate songs, and yet the whole thing was so intolerably dull, because most of the people were already morally dead, asphyxiated by the steam of their own strong yellow tea, or by the smell of their own pubs and breweries, or by the fungus on the walls of Oxford and Cambridge. I speak of what I remember. Perhaps the war that grew out of all this did something to cure it or to change it. For those who had nothing but this emptiness in the middle of them, no doubt the things they had to do and to suffer during the war filled that emptiness with something stronger and more resilient than their pride, either that or it destroyed them utterly. But when I had been away from Cambridge about a year, I heard what had happened to one of them, a friend of mine. Mike was a beefy and red-faced and noisy youth who came from somewhere in Wales, and was part of the crowd in which I milled around in the daytime and the nighttime during that year at Cambridge. He was full of loud laughter and a lot of well-meaning exclamations, and in his quieter moments he got into long and complicated sentences about life. But what was more characteristic of him was that he liked to put his list through windows. He was the noisy and hearty type. He was altogether jolly. A great eater and drinker, he chased after girls with an astounding heaviness of passion and emotion. He managed to get into a lot of trouble. That was the way it was when I left Cambridge. The next year I heard how he ended up. The porter, or somebody, went down into the showers, under the buildings of the old court at Clare, and found Mike hanging by his neck from a rope slung over one of the pipes, with his big hearty face black with the agony of strangulation. He had hanged himself. The Europe I finally left for good, in the late November of 1934, was a sad and unquiet continent, hill of forebodings. Of course, there were plenty of people who said, there will not be a war, but Hitler had now held power in Germany for some time, and that summer all the New York evening papers had been suddenly filled with the news of Dollfuss murder in Austria, and the massing of Italian troops on the Austrian borders. It was one of the nights when I was down at Coney Island, with Reginald Marsh, and I walked in the whirl of lights and noise and drank glasses of thin, icy beer, and ate hot dogs full of mustard, and wondered if I would soon be in some army or other, or perhaps dead. It was the first time I had felt the cold steel of the war scare in my vitals. There was a lot more to come. It was only 1934. And now, in November, when I was leaving England forever, the ship sailed quietly out of Southampton water by night. The land I left behind me seemed silent with the silence before a storm. It was a land all shut up and muffled in layers of fog and darkness, and all the people were in the rooms behind the thick walls of their houses, waiting for the first growl of thunder as the Nazis began to warm up the motors of 100,000 planes. Perhaps they did not know they were waiting for all this. Perhaps they thought they had nothing better to occupy their minds than the wedding of Prince George and Princess Marina, which had taken place the day before. Even I myself was more concerned with the thought of some people I was leaving than with the political atmosphere at that precise moment. And yet that atmosphere was something that would not allow itself to be altogether ignored. I had seen enough of the things, the acts, and appetites, that were to justify and to bring down upon the world the tons of bombs that would someday begin to fall in millions. Did I know that my own sins were enough to have destroyed the whole of England and Germany? There has never yet been a bomb invented that is half so powerful as one mortal sin, and yet there is no positive power in sin, only negation, only annihilation, and perhaps that is why it is so destructive. It is a nothingness, and where it is, there is nothing left, a blank, a moral vacuum. It is only the infinite mercy and love of God that has prevented us from tearing ourselves to pieces and destroying His entire creation long ago. People seem to think that it is in some way a proof that no merciful God exists, if we have so many wars. On the contrary, consider how, in spite of centuries of sin and greed and lust and cruelty and hatred and avarice and oppression and injustice, spawned and bred by the free wills of men, the human race can still recover, each time, and can still produce men and women who overcome evil with good, hatred with love, greed with charity, lust and cruelty with sanctity. How could all this be possible without the merciful love of God, pouring out His grace upon us? Can there be any doubt where wars come from and where peace comes from, when the children of this world, excluding God from their peace conferences, only manage to bring about greater and greater wars the more they talk about peace? We have only to open our eyes and look about us to see what our sins are doing to the world, and have done. But we cannot see. We are the ones to whom it is said by the prophets of God, hearing hear, and understand not, and see the vision, and know it not. There is not a flower that opens, not a seed that falls into the ground, and not an ear of wheat that nods on the end of its stalk in the wind that does not preach and proclaim the greatness and the mercy of God to the whole world. There is not an act of kindness or generosity, not an act of sacrifice done, or a word of peace and gentleness spoken, not a child's prayer uttered, that does not sing hymns to God before His throne, and in the eyes of men, and before their faces. How does it happen that in the thousands of generations of murderers since Cain, our dark bloodthirsty ancestor, that some of us can still be saints? The quietness and hiddenness and placidity of the truly good people in the world all proclaim the glory of God. All these things, all creatures, every graceful movement, every ordered act of the human will, all are sent to us as prophets from God. But because of our stubbornness they come to us only to blind us further. Blind the heart of this people and make their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears and understand with their heart and be converted, and I heal them. We refuse to hear the million different voices through which God speaks to us, and every refusal hardens us more and more against His grace, and yet He continues to speak to us, and we say He is without mercy. But the Lord dealeth patiently for your sake, not willing that any should perish, but that all should return to penance. Mother of God, how often in the last centuries have you not come down to us, speaking to us in our mountains and groves and hills, and telling us what was to come upon us, and we have not heard you? How long shall we continue to be deaf to your voice, and run our heads into the jaws of the hell that abhors us? Lady, when on that night I left the island that was once your England, your love went with me, although I could not know it, and could not make myself aware of it. And it was your love, your intercession for me, before God, that was preparing the seas before my ship, laying open the way for me to another country. I was not sure where I was going, and I could not see what I would do when I got to New York. But you saw further and clearer than I, and you opened the seas before my ship, whose track lead me across the waters to a place I had never dreamed of, and which you were even then preparing for me to be my rescue and my shelter and my home. And when I thought there was no God and no love and no mercy, you were leading me all the while into the midst of His love and His mercy, and taking me, without my knowing anything about it, to the house that would hide me in the secret of His face. Glorious Mother of God, shall I ever again distrust you, or your God, before whose throne you are irresistible in your intercession? Shall I ever turn my eyes from your hands and from your face and from your eyes? Shall I ever look anywhere else but in the face of your love, to find out true counsel, and to know my way, in all the days and all the moments of my life? As you have dealt with me, Lady, deal also with all my millions of brothers who live in the same misery that I knew then, lead them in spite of themselves and guide them by your tremendous influence, O Holy Queen of souls and refuge of sinners, and bring them to your Christ the way you brought me. Illos tuos mis ricords oculos ad nos convert, et Jesum, benedictum fructum ventris tui, nobis ostend. Show us your Christ, Lady, after this our exile? Yes, but show Him to us also now, show Him to us here, while we are still wanderers. Part 4. The Children in the Marketplace. I had a long way to go. I had more to cross than the Atlantic. Perhaps the Styx, being only a river, does not seem so terribly wide. It is not its width that makes it difficult to cross, especially when you are trying to get out of hell, and not in. And so, this time, even though I got out of Europe, I still remained in hell. But it was not for want of trying. It was a stormy crossing. When it was possible, I walked on the wide, empty decks that streamed with spray. Or I would get up forward where I could see the bows blast their way head first into the mountains of water that bore down upon us. And I would hang on to the rail while the ship reeled and soared into the wet sky, riding the sea that swept under us while every stanchion and bulkhead groaned and complained. When we got onto the Grand Banks, the seas calmed and there was a fall of snow, and the snow lay on the quiet decks, and made them white in the darkness of the evening. And because of the peacefulness of the snow, I imagined that my new ideas were breeding within me an interior peace. The truth is, I was in the thick of a conversion. It was not the right conversion, but it was a conversion. Perhaps it was a lesser evil. I do not doubt much that it was. But it was not, for all that, much of a good. I was becoming a communist. Stated like that, it sounds pretty much the same as if I said, I was growing a mustache. As a matter of fact, I was still unable to grow a mustache. Or I did not dare to try. And, I suppose, my communism was about as mature as my face as the sour, perplexed, English face in the photo on my quota card. However, as far as I know, this was about as sincere and complete a step to moral conversion as I was then able to make with my own lights and desires, such as they then were. A lot of things had happened to me since I had left the relative seclusion of Oakham, and had been free to indulge all my appetites in the world, and the time had come for a big readjustment in my values. I could not evade that truth. I was too miserable, and it was evident that there was too much wrong with my strange, vague, selfish hedonism. It did not take very much reflection on the year I had spent at Cambridge to show me that all my dreams of fantastic pleasures and delights were crazy and absurd, and that everything I had reached out for had turned to ashes in my hands, and that I myself, into the bargain, had turned out to be an extremely unpleasant sort of a person, vain, self-centered, dissolute, weak, irresolute, undisciplined, sensual, obscene, and proud. I was a mess. Even the sight of my own face in a mirror was enough to disgust me. When I came to ask myself the reasons for all this, the ground was well prepared. My mind was already facing what seemed to be an open door out of my spiritual jail. It was some 4 years since I had first read the Communist Manifesto, and I had never entirely forgotten about it. One of those Christmas vacations at Strasbourg I had read some books about Soviet Russia, how all the factories were working overtime, and all the ex-moujiks wore great big smiles on their faces, welcoming Russian aviators on their return from polar flights, bearing the boughs of trees in their hands. Then I often went to Russian movies, which were pretty good from the technical point of view, although probably not so good as I thought they were, in my great anxiety to approve of them. Finally, I had in my mind the myth that Soviet Russia was the friend of all the arts, and the only place where true art could find a refuge in a world of bourgeois ugliness. Where I ever got that idea is hard to find out, and how I managed to cling to it for so long is harder still, when you consider all the photographs there were, for everyone to see, showing the Red Square with gigantic pictures of Stalin hanging on the walls of the world's ugliest buildings, not to mention the views of the projected monster monument to Lenin, like a huge mountain of soap sculpture, and the little father of communism standing on top of it, and sticking out one of his hands. Then, when I went to New York in the summer, I found the new masses lying around the studios of my friends and, as a matter of fact, a lot of the people I met were either party members or close to being so. So now, when the time came for me to take spiritual stock of myself, it was natural that I should do so by projecting my whole spiritual condition into the sphere of economic history and the class struggle. In other words, the conclusion I came to was that it was not so much I myself that was to blame for my unhappiness, but the society in which I lived. I considered the person that I now was, the person that I had been at Cambridge, and that I had made of myself, and I saw clearly enough that I was the product of my times, my society, and my class. I was something that had been spawned by the selfishness and irresponsibility of the materialistic century in which I lived. However, what I did not see was that my own age and class only had an accidental part to play in this. They gave my egoism and pride and my other sins a peculiar character of weak and supercilious flippancy proper to this particular century, but that was only on the surface. Underneath, it was the same old story of greed and lust and self-love, of the three concupiscences bred in the rich, rotted undergrowth of what is technically called the world, in every age, in every class. If any man love the world, the charity of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world is the concupiscence of the flesh and the concupiscence of the eyes and the pride of life. That is to say, all men who live only according to their 5 senses, and seek nothing beyond the gratification of their natural appetites for pleasure and reputation and power, cut themselves off from that charity which is the principle of all spiritual vitality and happiness, because it alone saves us from the barren wilderness of our own abominable selfishness. It is true that the materialistic society, the so-called culture that has evolved under the tender mercies of capitalism, has produced what seems to be the ultimate limit of this worldliness. And nowhere, except perhaps in the analogous society of pagan Rome, has there ever been such a flowering of cheap and petty and disgusting lusts and vanities as in the world of capitalism, where there is no evil that is not fostered and encouraged for the sake of making money. We live in a society whose whole policy is to excite every nerve in the human body and keep it at the highest pitch of artificial tension, to strain every human desire to the limit and to create as many new desires and synthetic passions as possible, in order to cater to them with the products of our factories and printing presses and movie studios and all the rest. Being the son of an artist, I was born the sworn enemy of everything that could obviously be called bourgeois, and now I only had to dress up that aversion in economic terms and extend it to cover more ground than it had covered before, namely, to include anything that could be classified as semi-fascist, like D.H. Lawrence and many of the artists who thought they were rebels without really being so, and I had my new religion all ready for immediate use. It was an easy and handy religion, too easy in fact. It told me that all the evils in the world were the product of capitalism. Therefore, all that had to be done to get rid of the evils of the world was to get rid of capitalism. This would not be very hard, for capitalism contained the seeds of its own decay, and that indeed is a very obvious truth which nobody would trouble to deny, even some of the most stupid defenders of the system now in force, for our wars are altogether too eloquent in what they have to say on the subject. An active and enlightened minority, and this minority was understood to be made up of the most intelligent and vital elements of society, was to have the twofold task of making the oppressed class, the proletariat, conscious of their own power and destiny as future owners of all the means of production, and to bore from within in order to gain control of power by every possible means. Some violence, no doubt, would probably be necessary, but only because of the inevitable reaction of capitalism by the use of fascist methods to keep the proletariat in subjection. It was capitalism that was to blame for everything unpleasant, even the violence of the revolution itself. Now, of course, the revolution had already taken the first successful step in Russia. The dictatorship of the proletariat was already set up there. It would have to spread through the rest of the world before it could be said that the revolution had really been a success. But once it had, once capitalism had been completely overthrown, the semi-state, or dictatorship of the proletariat, would itself only be a temporary matter. It would be a kind of guardian of the revolution, a tutor of the new classless society, during its minority. But as soon as the citizens of the new, classless world had had all the greed educated out of them by enlightened methods, the last vestiges of the state would wither away, and there would be a new world, a new golden age, in which all property would be held in common, at least all capital goods, all the land, means of production and so on, and nobody would desire to seize them for himself, and so there would be no more poverty, no more wars, no more misery, no more starvation, no more violence. Everybody would be happy. Nobody would be overworked. They would all amicably exchange wives whenever they felt like it, and their offspring would be brought up in big shiny incubators, not by the state because there wouldn't be any state, but by that great, beautiful surd, the lovely, delicious unknown quantity of the new classless society. I don't think that even I was gullible enough to swallow all the business about the ultimate bliss that would follow the withering away of the state, a legend far more naive and far more oversimplified than the happy hunting ground of the most primitive Indian. But I simply assumed that things would be worked out by the right men at the right time. For the moment, what was needed was to get rid of capitalism. The thing that made communism seem so plausible to me was my own lack of logic, which failed to distinguish between the reality of the evils which communism was trying to overcome and the validity of its diagnosis and the chosen cure. For there can be no doubt that modern society is in a terrible condition, and that its wars and depressions and its slums and all its other evils are principally the fruits of an unjust social system, a system that must be reformed and purified or else replaced. However, if you are wrong, does that make me right? If you are bad, does that prove that I am good? The chief weakness of communism is that it is, itself, only another breed of the same materialism which is the source and root of all the evils which it so clearly sees, and it is evidently nothing but another product of the breakdown of the capitalist system. Indeed, it seems to be pieced together out of the ruins of the same ideology that once went into the vast, amorphous, intellectual structure underlying capitalism in the 19th century. I don't know how anybody who pretends to know anything about history can be so naive as to suppose that after all these centuries of corrupt and imperfect social systems, there is eventually to evolve something perfect and pure out of them, the good out of the evil, the unchanging and stable and eternal out of the variable and mutable, the just out of the unjust. But perhaps revolution is a contradiction of evolution, and therefore means the replacement of the unjust by the just, of the evil by the good. And yet it is still just as naive to suppose that members of the same human species, without having changed anything but their minds, should suddenly turn around and produce a perfect society, when they have never been able, in the past, to produce anything but imperfection and, at best, the barest shadow of justice. However, as I say, perhaps the hopefulness that suddenly began to swell in my breast as I stood on the deck of this 10-day liner going to New York, via Halifax, was largely subjective and imaginary. The chance association, in my mind, with fresh air and the sea and a healthy feeling and a lot of good resolutions, coinciding with a few superficial notions of Marxism, had made me like so many others a communist in my own fancy, and I would become one of the hundreds of thousands of people living in America who are willing to buy an occasional communist pamphlet and listen without rancor to a communist orator, and to express open dislike of those who attack communism, just because they are aware that there is a lot of injustice and suffering in the world, and somewhere got the idea that the communists were the ones who were most sincerely trying to do something about it. Added to this was my own personal conviction, the result of the uncertain and misdirected striving for moral reform, that I must now devote myself to the good of society, and apply my mind, at least to some extent, to the tremendous problems of my time. I don't know how much good there was in this, but I think there was some. It was, I suppose, my acknowledgement of my selfishness, and my desire to make reparation for it by developing some kind of social and political consciousness. And at the time, in my first fervor, I felt myself willing to make sacrifices for this end. I wanted to devote myself to the causes of peace and justice in the world. I wanted to do something positive to interrupt and divert the gathering momentum that was dragging the whole world into another war, and I felt there was something I could do, not alone, but as the member of an active and vocal group. It was a bright, icy cold afternoon when, having passed Nantucket Light, we first saw the long, low, yellow shoreline of Long Island shining palely in the December sun. But when we entered New York Harbor the lights were already coming on, glittering like jewels in the hard, clear buildings. The great, debonair city that was both young and old, and wise and innocent, shouted in the winter night as we passed the Battery and started up the North River. And I was glad, very glad to be an immigrant once again. I came down onto the dock with a great feeling of confidence and possessiveness. New York, you are mine. I love you. It is the glad embrace she gives her lovers, the big, wild city, but I guess ultimately it is for their ruin. It certainly did not prove to be any good for me. With my mind in the ferment in which it was, I thought for a moment of registering for courses at the New School for Social Research, in the shiny, black building on 12th Street, but I was easily persuaded that I had better finish out a regular university course and get a degree. And therefore I entered upon all the complicated preambles to admission to Columbia. I came out of the subway at 116th Street. All around the campus were piles of dirty snow, and I smelled the wet, faintly exhilarating air of Morningside Heights in the winter time. The big, ugly buildings faced the world with a kind of unpretentious purposefulness, and people hurried in and out the glass doors with none of the fancy garments of the Cambridge undergraduate, no multicolored ties and blazers and scarfs, no tweeds and riding breeches, no affectations of any kind, but only the plain, drab overcoats of city masses. You got the impression that all these people were at once more earnest and more humble, poorer, smarter perhaps, certainly more diligent than those I had known at Cambridge. Columbia was, for the most part, stripped of fancy academic ritual. The caps and gowns were reserved for occasions which, as a matter of fact, nobody really had to attend. I only got mixed up in one of them purely by accident, several months after I had acquired my degree, rolled up in a cardboard container, through one of the windows of the post office-like registration bureau in University Hall. Compared with Cambridge, this big sooty factory was full of light and fresh air. There was a kind of genuine intellectual vitality in the air, at least relatively speaking. Perhaps the reason was that most of the students had to work hard to pay for every classroom hour. Therefore they appreciated what they got, even when there was not much in it to appreciate. Then there was the big, bright, shiny, new library, with a complicated system of tickets and lights, at the main loan desk, and there I soon came out with a great armful of things, books which excited me more than I now can understand. I think it was not the books themselves but my own sense of energy and resolve that made me think everything was more interesting than it was. What, for instance, did I find to enthrall me in a book about aesthetics by a man called Yerjo Hearn? I cannot remember. And even in spite of my almost congenital dislike for Platonism, I was happy with the Enneads of Plotinus, in Marsilio Ficino's Latin translation. The truth is that there is a considerable difference between Plato and Plotinus, but I am not enough of a philosopher to know what it is. Thank God I shall never again have to try and find out, either. But anyway, I dragged this huge volume into the subway and out on the Long Island Railroad to the house in Douglaston, where I had a room with a big glass enclosed bookcase full of communist pamphlets and books on psychoanalysis, in which the little Vulgate I had once bought in Rome lay neglected and out of place. For some reason I became intensely interested in Daniel Defoe, and read his whole life and dipped into most of the strange journalistic jobs of writing which he did besides Robinson Crusoe. I made a hero for myself out of Jonathan Swift, because of his writing. Towards May of that year I remember going into the Columbia bookstore and selling them a copy of T.S. Eliot's essays and a lot of other things which I was getting rid of in a conscious reaction against artiness, as if all that were too bourgeois for my serious and practical new self. Then, because of the wide general curriculum of an American university, which, instead of trying to teach you any one thing completely, strives to give its students a superficial knowledge of everything, I found myself mildly interested in things like geology and economics, and interiorly cursing a big, vague course in current events called Contemporary Civilization, which was imposed on all the sophomores whether they liked it or not. Soon I was full of all the economic and pseudo-scientific jargon appropriate to a good Columbia man, and was acclimated to the new atmosphere which I found so congenial. That was true. Columbia, compared with Cambridge, was a friendly place. When you had to go and see a professor or an advisor or a dean about something, he would tell you, more or less simply, what you needed to know. The only trouble was that you usually had to wait around for about half an hour before you got a chance to see anybody. But once you did, there were no weird evasions and none of the pompous beating about the bush, mixed up with subtle academic allusions and a few dull witticisms, which was what you were liable to get out of almost anybody at Cambridge, where everybody cultivated some special manner of his own, and had his own individual and peculiar style. I suppose it is something that you have to expect around a university, this artificiality. For a man to be absolutely sincere with generation after generation of students requires either supernatural simplicity or, in the natural order, a kind of heroic humility. There was and still is one man at Columbia, or rather one among several, who was most remarkable for this kind of heroism. I mean Mark Van Doren. The first semester I was at Columbia, just after my 20th birthday, in the winter of 1935, Mark was giving part of the English sequence in one of those rooms in Hamilton Hall with windows looking out between the big columns onto the wired-in track on South Field. There were 12 or 15 people with more or less unbrushed hair, most of them with glasses, lounging around. One of them was my friend Robert Gibney. It was a class in English literature, and it had no special bias of any kind. It was simply about what it was supposed to be about, the English literature of the 18th century. And in it literature was treated, not as history, not as sociology, not as economics, not as a series of case histories and psychoanalysis but, mirabile dictu, simply as literature. I thought to myself, who is this excellent man Van Doren who being employed to teach literature, teaches just that, talks about writing and about books and poems and plays, does not get off on a tangent about the biographies of the poets or novelists, does not read into their poems a lot of subjective messages which were never there? Who is this man who does not have to fake and cover up a big gulf of ignorance by teaching a lot of opinions and conjectures and useless facts that belong to some other subject? Who is this who really loves what he has to teach, and does not secretly detest all literature, and abhor poetry, while pretending to be a professor of it? That Columbia should have in it men like this who, instead of subtly destroying all literature by burying and concealing it under a mass of irrelevancies, really purified and educated the perceptions of their students by teaching them how to read a book and how to tell a good book from a bad, genuine writing from falsity and pastiche. All this gave me a deep respect for my new university. Mark would come into the room and, without any fuss, would start talking about whatever was to be talked about. Most of the time he asked questions. His questions were very good, and if you tried to answer them intelligently, you found yourself saying excellent things that you did not know you knew, and that you had not, in fact, known before. He had adduced them from you by his question. His classes were literally education. They brought things out of you, they made your mind produce its own explicit ideas. Do not think that Mark was simply priming his students with thoughts of his own, and then making the thought stick to their minds by getting them to give it back to him as their own. Far from it. What he did have was the gift of communicating to them something of his own vital interest in things, something of his manner of approach, but the results were sometimes quite unexpected, and by that I mean good in a way that he had not anticipated, casting lights that he had not himself foreseen. Now a man who can go for year after year, although Mark was young then and is young now, without having any time to waste in flattering and cajoling his students with any kind of a fancy act, or with jokes, or with storms of temperament, or periodic tirades whole classes spent in threats and imprecations, to disguise the fact that the professor himself has come in unprepared. One who can do without all these non-essentials both honors his vocation and makes it fruitful. Not only that, but his vocation, in return, perfects and ennobles him. And that is the way it should be, even in the natural order, how much more so in the order of grace. Mark, I know, is no stranger to the order of grace, but considering his work as teacher merely as a mission on the natural level, I can see that Providence was using him as an instrument more directly than he realized. As far as I can see, the influence of Mark's sober and sincere intellect, and his manner of dealing with his subject with perfect honesty and objectivity and without evasions, was remotely preparing my mind to receive the good seed of scholastic philosophy. And there is nothing strange in this, for Mark himself was familiar at least with some of the modern scholastics, like Maritain and Gilson, and he was a friend of the American neo-Thomists, Mortimer Adler and Richard McKeon, who had started out at Columbia but had had to move to Chicago, because Columbia was not ripe enough to know what to make of them. The truth is that Mark's temper was profoundly scholastic in the sense that his clear mind looked directly for the quiddities of things, and sought being and substance under the covering of accident and appearances. And for him poetry was, indeed, a virtue of the practical intellect, and not simply a vague spilling of the emotions, wasting the soul and perfecting none of our essential powers. It was because of this virtual scholasticism of Mark's that he would never permit himself to fall into the naive errors of those who try to read some favorite private doctrine into every poet they like of every nation or every age. And Mark abhorred the smug assurance with which second-rate left-wing critics find adumbrations of dialectical materialism in everyone who ever wrote, from Homer and Shakespeare to whomever they happen to like in recent times. If the poet is to their fancy, then he is clearly seen to be preaching the class struggle. If they do not like him, then they are able to show that he was really a forefather of fascism. And all their literary heroes are revolutionary leaders, and all their favorite villains are capitalists and Nazis. It was a very good thing for me that I ran into someone like Mark Van Doren at that particular time, because in my new reverence for communism, I was in danger of docilely accepting any kind of stupidity, provided I thought it was something that paved the way to the Elysian fields of classless society. 2. There was a sort of a legend in New York, fostered by the Hearst papers, that Columbia was a hotbed of communists. All the professors and students were supposed to be Reds, except perhaps the president of the university, Nicholas Murray Butler, living in solitary misery in his big brick house on Morningside Drive. I have no doubt that the poor old man's misery was real, and that his isolation from most of the university was very real. But the statement that everybody in the university was a communist was far from true. I know that, as far as the faculty was concerned, Columbia University was built up in concentric rings, about a solid core of well-meaning, unenlightened stuffiness, the veterans, the beloved of the trustees and the alumni, and Butler's intellectual guard of honor. Then there was an inner circle of sociologists and economists and lawyers, whose world was a mystery to me, and who exercised a powerful influence in Washington under the New Deal. About all of them and their satellites I never knew anything, except that they were certainly not communists. Then there was the little galaxy of pragmatists in the School of Philosophy, and all the thousands of their pale spiritual offspring in the jungles of Teachers' College and New College. They were not communists either. They cast a mighty influence over the whole American Middle West, and were to a great extent conditioned by the very people whom they were trying to condition, so that Teachers' College always stood for colorlessness and mediocrity and plain, hapless behaviorism. These three groups were then the real Columbia. I suppose they all prided themselves on their liberalism, but that is precisely what they were, liberals, not communists, and they brought down upon their heads all the scorn the communists could pour upon them for their position of habitual compromise. I do not understand much about politics. Besides, it would be outside the scope of my present vocation if I tried to make any political analysis of anything. But I can say that there were, at that time, quite a few communists or communist sympathizers among the undergraduates, and especially in Columbia College where most of the smartest students were Reds. The communists had control of the college paper and were strong on some of the other publications and on the student board. But this campus communism was more a matter of noise than anything else, at least as far as the rank and file were concerned. The Spectator was always starting some kind of a fight and calling for mass meetings and strikes and demonstrations. Then the fraternity boys, who elected to play fascist in this children's game, would get up in the classroom buildings and turn the fire hoses on the people who were standing around the communist speaker. Then the whole thing would come out in the New York Journal that evening and all the alumni would choke on their mock turtle soup down at the Columbia Club. By the time I arrived at Columbia, the communists had taken to holding their meetings at the Sundial on 116th Street, in the middle of the wide open space between the old domed library and South Field. This was well out of the range of the fire hoses in the Journalism Building and Hamilton Hall. The first meeting I went to, there, was very tame. It was against Italian fascism. There were one or two speeches by students practicing the art. Those who stood around were mostly members of the National Students' League, who were there out of a sense of duty or partisanship. A few curious passers-by stopped a while on their way to the subway. There was not much excitement. A girl with a mop of black hair stood by, wearing a placard pronouncing some kind of a judgment on fascism. Someone sold me a pamphlet. Presently I picked out the quiet, earnest, stocky little man in the grey overcoat, a hatless, black-haired communist from downtown, who was running the affair. He was not a student. He was the real article. This was his assignment, forming and training the material that offered itself to him at Columbia. He had an assistant, a younger man, and the two of them were kept pretty busy. I went up to him and started to talk. When he actually listened to me, and paid attention to my ideas, and seemed to approve of my interest, I was very flattered. He got my name and address and told me to come to the meetings of the NSL. Soon I was walking up and down in front of the Casa Italiana wearing two placards, front and back, accusing Italy of injustice in the invasion of Ethiopia that had either just begun or was just about to begin. Since the accusation was manifestly true, I felt a certain satisfaction in thus silently proclaiming it as a picket. There were 2 or 3 of us. For an hour and a half or 2 hours we walked up and down the pavement of Amsterdam Avenue, in the grey afternoon, bearing our dire accusations, while the warm sense of justification in our hearts burned high, even in spite of the external boredom. For during that whole time no one even came near the Casa Italiana, and I even began to wonder if there were anyone at all inside of it. The only person who approached us was a young Italian who looked as if he might be a freshman football player, and tried to get into an argument. But he was too dumb. He went away mumbling that the Hearst papers were very excellent because of the great prizes which they offered, in open competition, to their many readers. I forget how the picketing ended, whether we waited for someone else to come and take over, or whether we just decided we had done enough and took off our signs and went away. But anyway, I had the feeling that I had done something that was good, if only as a gesture, for it certainly did not seem to have accomplished anything. But at least I had made a kind of public confession of faith. I had said that I was against war, against all war. That I believed wars to be unjust. That I thought they could only ruin and destroy the world. Someone will ask where I managed to get all that out of the placard I was carrying. But as far as I remember, that was the party line that year, at least it was the line that was handed out to the public. I can still hear the tired, determined chanting of students at campus demonstrations, books, not battleships. No more war. There was no distinction made. It was war as such that we hated and said we wanted no more of. We wanted books, not battleships, we said. We were all burned up with the thirst for knowledge, for intellectual and spiritual improvement. And here the wicked capitalists were forcing the government to enrich them by buying armaments and building battleships and planes and tanks, when the money ought to be spent on volumes of lovely cultural books for us students. Here we were on the threshold of life, we cried. Our hands were reaching out for education and culture. Was the government going to put a gun in them, and send us off on another imperialistic war? And the line of reasoning behind all this definitely held, in 1935, that all war was imperialistic war. War, according to the party line in 1935, was an exclusively capitalist amusement. It was purely and simply a device to enrich the armament manufacturers and the international bankers, coining fortunes for them with the blood of the workers and students. One of the big political events of that spring was a peace strike. I was never quite able to understand by virtue of what principle a student could manage to consider himself on strike by cutting a class. Theoretically, I suppose, it amounted to a kind of defiance of authority, but it was a defiance that did not cost anybody anything except perhaps the student himself. And besides, I was quite used to cutting classes whenever I felt like it, and it seemed to me rather bombastic to dress it up with the name of strike. However, on another of those grey days, we went on strike, and this time there were several hundred people in the gymnasium, and even 1 or 2 members of the faculty got up on the platform and said something. They were not all communists, but all the speeches had more or less the same burden, that it was absurd to even think of such a thing as a just war in our time. Nobody wanted war. There was no justification for any war of any kind on the part of anybody, and consequently, if a war did start, it would certainly be the result of a capitalist plot, and should be firmly resisted by everybody with any kind of a conscience. That was just the kind of a position that attracted me, that appealed to my mind at that time. It seemed to cut across all complexities by its sweeping and uncompromising simplicity. All war was simply unjust, and that was that. The thing to do was to fold your arms and refuse to fight. If everybody did that, there would be no more wars. That cannot seriously have been the communist position, but at least I thought it was. And anyway, the theme of this particular meeting was the Oxford Pledge. The words of that pledge were written out in huge letters on a great big placard that hung limply in the air over the speaker's platform, and all the speakers waved their arms at it and praised it, and repeated it, and urged it upon us, and in the end we all took it, and acclaimed it, and solemnly pledged ourselves to it. Perhaps everybody has, by now, forgotten what the Oxford Pledge was. It was a resolution that had been passed by the Oxford Union, which said that these particular Oxford undergraduates, simply would refuse to fight for king and country in any war whatever. The fact that a majority of those who happened to be at a meeting of a university debating society, one evening, voted that way certainly did not commit the whole university, or even any one of the voters, to what the resolution said, and it was only other student groups, all over the world, that had transformed it into a pledge. And this pledge was then taken by hundreds of thousands of students in all kinds of schools and colleges and universities with some of the solemnity that might make it look as if they intended to bind themselves by it the way we were doing at Columbia that day. All this was usually inspired by the Reds, who were very fond of the Oxford Pledge that year. However, the next year the Spanish Civil War broke out. The first thing I heard about that war was that one of the chief speakers at the 1935 peace strike, and one who had been so enthusiastic about this glorious pledge that we would never fight in any war, was now fighting for the Red Army against Franco, and all the NSL and the young communists were going around picketing everybody who seemed to think that the war in Spain was not holy and sacrosanct and a crusade for the workers against fascism. The thing that perplexes me is, what did all the people in the gymnasium at Columbia, including myself, think we were doing when we took that pledge? What did a pledge mean to us? What was, in our minds, the basis of such an obligation? How could we be obliged? Communists don't believe in any such thing as a natural law, or the law of conscience, although they seem to. They are always crying out against the injustice of capitalism and vet. As a matter of fact, they very often say in the same breath that the very concept of justice is simply a myth devised by the ruling classes to beguile and deceive the proletariat. As far as I can remember, it seems that what most of us thought we were doing, when we took that pledge, was simply making a public statement, and doing so in sufficient numbers, as we hoped, to influence politicians. There was no intention of binding ourselves under any obligation. The notion never even occurred to us. Most of us probably secretly thought we were gods anyway, and therefore the only law we had to obey was our own ineffable little wills. It was sufficient to say that we did not intend to go to war for anybody, and that was enough. And if, afterwards, we changed our minds, well, were we not our own gods? It's a nice, complex universe, the communist universe. It gravitates towards stability and harmony and peace and order on the poles of an opportunism that is completely irresponsible and erratic. Its only law is, it will do whatever seems to be profitable to itself at the moment. However, that seems to have become the rule of all modern political parties. I have nothing to say about it. I do not profess to be either amazed or broken-hearted that such a thing should be possible. Let the dead bury their dead, they have certainly got enough to bury. It is the fruit of their philosophy that they should, and that is all that they need to be reminded of. But you cannot make them believe it. I had formed a kind of an ideal picture of communism in my mind, and now I found that the reality was a disappointment. I suppose my daydreams were theirs also. But neither dream is true. I had thought that communists were calm, strong, definite people, with very clear ideas as to what was wrong with everything. Men who knew the solution, and were ready to pay any price to apply the remedy. And their remedy was simple and just and clean, and it would definitely solve all the problems of society, and make men happy, and bring the world peace. It turned out that some of them indeed were calm and strong and had a kind of peace of mind that came from definite convictions and from a real devotion to their cause, out of motives of a kind of vague natural charity and sense of justice. But the trouble with their convictions was that they were mostly strange, stubborn prejudices, hammered into their minds by the incantation of statistics, and without any solid intellectual foundation. And having decided that God is an invention of the ruling classes, and having excluded him, and all moral order with him, they were trying to establish some kind of a moral system by abolishing all morality in its very source. Indeed, the very word morality was something repugnant to them. They wanted to make everything right, and they denied all the criteria given us for distinguishing between right and wrong. And so it is an indication of the intellectual instability of communism, and the weakness of its philosophical foundations, that most communists are, in actual fact, noisy and shallow and violent people, torn to pieces by petty jealousies and factional hatreds and envies and strife. They shout and show off and generally give the impression that they cordially detest one another even when they are supposed to belong to the same sect. And as for the intersectional hatred prevailing between all the different branches of radicalism, it is far bitterer and more virulent than the more or less sweeping and abstract hatred of the big general enemy, capitalism. All this is something of a clue to such things as the wholesale executions of communists who have moved their chairs to too prominent a position in the antechamber of utopia which the Soviet Union is supposed to be. 3. My active part in the world revolution was not very momentous. It lasted, in all, about 3 months. I picketed the Casa Italiana, I went to the peace strike, and I think I made some kind of a speech in the big classroom on the second floor of the business school, where the NSL had their meetings. Maybe it was a speech on communism in England, a topic about which I knew absolutely nothing. In that case, I was loyally living up to the tradition of red oratory. I sold some pamphlets and magazines. I don't know what was in them, but I could gather their contents from the big black cartoons of capitalists drinking the blood of workers. Finally, the Reds had a party. And, of all places, in a Park Avenue apartment. This irony was the only amusing thing about it. And after all, it was not so ironical. It was the home of some Barnard girl who belonged to the Young Communist League, and her parents had gone away for the weekend. I could get a fair picture of them from the way the furniture looked, and from the volumes of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer and Oscar Wilde and Ibsen that filled the bookcases. And there was a big grand piano on which someone played Beethoven while the Reds sat around on the floor. Later we had a sort of Boy Scout campfire group in the living room, singing heavy communist songs, including that delicate anti-religious classic, There'll be pie in the sky when you die. One little fellow with buck teeth and horn-rimmed glasses pointed to 2 windows in a corner of one of the rooms. They commanded a whole sweep of Park Avenue in one direction and the cross-town street in another. What a place for a machine gun nest, he observed. The statement came from a middle-class adolescent. It was made in a Park Avenue apartment. He had evidently never even seen a machine gun, except in the movies. If there had been a revolution going on at the time, he would have probably been among the first to get his head knocked off by the revolutionists. And in any case he, like all the rest of us, had just finished making the famous Oxford pledge that he would not fight in any war whatever. One reason why I found the party so dull was that nobody was very enthusiastic about getting something to drink except me. Finally one of the girls encouraged me, in a business-like sort of a way, to go out and buy bottles of rye at a liquor store around the corner on 3rd Avenue, and when I had drunk some of the contents she invited me into a room and signed me up as a member of the Young Communist League. I took the party name of Frank Swift. When I looked up from the paper the girl had vanished like a not too inspiring dream, and I went home on the Long Island Railroad with the secret of a name which I have been too ashamed to reveal to anyone until this moment when I am beyond humiliation. I only went to one meeting of the Young Communist League, in the apartment of one of the students. It was a long discussion as to why Comrade so-and-so did not come to any of the meetings. The answer was that his father was too bourgeois to allow it. So after that, I walked out into the empty street, and let the meeting end however it would. It was good to be in the fresh air. My footsteps rang out on the dark stones. At the end of the street, the pale amber light of a barroom beckoned lovingly to me from under the steel girders of the elevated. The place was empty. I got a glass of beer and lit a cigarette and tasted the first sweet moment of silence and relief. And that was the end of my days as a great revolutionary. I decided that it would be wiser if I just remained a fellow traveler. The truth is that my inspiration to do something for the good of mankind had been pretty feeble and abstract from the start. I was still interested in doing good for only one person in the world, myself. May came, and all the trees on Long Island were green, and when the train from the city got past Bayside and started across the meadows to Douglaston, you could see the pale, soft haze of summer beginning to hang over the bay, and count the boats that had been set afloat again after the winter, and were riding jauntily at their moorings off the end of the little dock. And now in the lengthening evenings the dining room was still light with the rays of the sun when Pop came home for dinner, slamming the front door and whooping at the dog and smacking the surface of the hall table with the evening paper to let everybody know that he had arrived. Soon John Paul was home from his school in Pennsylvania, and my exams were over, and we had nothing to do but go swimming and hang around the house playing hot records. And in the evening we would wander off to some appalling movie where we nearly died of boredom. We did not have a car, and my uncle would not let us touch the family Buick. It would not have done me any good anyway, because I never learned to drive. So most of the time, we would get a ride to Great Neck and then walk back the 2 or 3 miles along the wide road when the show was over. Why did we ever go to all those movies? That is another mystery. But I think John Paul and I and our various friends must have seen all the movies that were produced, without exception, from 1934 to 1937. And most of them were simply awful. What is more, they got worse from week to week and from month to month, and day after day we hated them more. My ears are ringing with the false, gay music that used to announce the Fox movie tone and the Paramount newsreels with the turning camera that slowly veered its aim right at your face. My mind still echoes with the tones of Pete Smith and Fitzpatrick of the Travel Talks saying, "And now farewell to beautiful New South Wales." And yet I confess a secret loyalty to the memory of my great heroes, Chaplin, W.C. Fields, Harpo Marx, and many others whose names I have forgotten. But their pictures were rare, and for the rest, we found ourselves perversely admiring the villains and detesting the heroes. The truth is that the villains were almost always the better actors. We were delighted with everything they did. We were almost always in danger of being thrown out of the theater for our uproarious laughter at scenes that were supposed to be most affecting, tender, and appealing to the finer elements in the human soul, the tears of Jackie Cooper, the brave smile of Alice Faye behind the bars of a jail. The movies soon turned into a kind of hell for me and my brother, and indeed for all my closest friends. We could not keep away from them. We were hypnotized by those yellow flickering lights and the big posters of Don Image. Yet as soon as we got inside, the suffering of having to sit and look at such colossal stupidities became so acute that we sometimes actually felt physically sick. In the end, it got so that I could hardly sit through a show. It was like lighting cigarettes and taking a few puffs and throwing them away, appalled by the vile taste in one's mouth. In 1935 and 1936, without my realizing it, life was slowly, once more, becoming almost intolerable. In the fall of 1936, John Paul went to Cornell, and I went back to Columbia, full of all kinds of collegiate enthusiasms, so that in a moment of madness I even gave my name for the varsity lightweight crew. After a couple of days on the Harlem River and then on the Hudson, when we tried to row to Yonkers and back in what seemed to me to be a small hurricane, I decided that I did not wish to die so young, and after that carefully avoided the boathouse all the rest of the time I was in college. However, October is a fine and dangerous season in America. It is dry and cool and the land is wild with red and gold and crimson, and all the lassitudes of August have seeped out of your blood, and you are full of ambition. It is a wonderful time to begin anything at all. You go to college, and every course in the catalog looks wonderful. The names of the subjects all seem to lay open the way to a new world. Your arms are full of new, clean notebooks, waiting to be filled. You pass through the doors of the library, and the smell of thousands of well-kept books makes your head swim with a clean and subtle pleasure. You have a new hat, a new sweater perhaps, or a whole new suit. Even the nickels and the quarters in your pocket feel new, and the buildings shine in the glorious sun. In this season of resolutions and ambitions, in 1935, I signed up for courses in Spanish and German and geology and constitutional law and French Renaissance literature and I forget what else besides. And I started to work for the Spectator and the Yearbook and the Review and I continued to work for Jester as I had already done the spring before. And I found myself pledging one of the fraternities. It was a big, gloomy house behind the new library. On the ground floor there was a pool room as dark as a morgue, a dining room, and some stairs led up to a big dark wainscot living room where they held dances and beer parties. Above that were 2 floors of bedrooms where telephones were constantly ringing and all day long somebody or other was singing in the shower bath. And there was somewhere in the building a secret room which I must not reveal to you, reader, at any price, even at the cost of life itself. And there I was eventually initiated. The initiation with its various tortures lasted about a week, and I cheerfully accepted penances which, if they were imposed in a monastery, for a supernatural motive, and for some real reason, instead of for no reason at all, would cause such an uproar that all religious houses would be closed and the Catholic Church would probably have a hard time staying in the country. When that was over I had a gold and enamel pin on my shirt. My name was engraved on the back of it, and I was quite proud of it for about a year, and then it went to the laundry on a shirt and never came back. I suppose there were 2 reasons why I thought I ought to join a fraternity. One was the false one, that I thought it would help me to make connections as the saying goes, and get a marvelous job on leaving college. The other, truer one was that I imagined that I would thus find a multitude of occasions for parties and diversions, and that I would meet many very interesting young ladies at the dances that would be held in that mausoleum. Both these hopes turned out to be illusory. As a matter of fact, I think the only real explanation was that I was feeling the effects of October. Anyway, when John Paul went to Cornell the whole family, except me, drove up to Ithaca in the Buick and came back with words and concepts that filled the house with a kind of collegiate tension for a couple of weeks to come. Everybody was talking about football and courses and fraternities. As a matter of fact, John Paul's first year at Cornell turned out to be sad in the same way as my first year at Cambridge, a thing that was not long in becoming apparent, when the bills he could not pay began to show up at home. but it was even more obvious to me when I saw him again. He was naturally a happy and optimistic sort of a person, and he did not easily get depressed. And he had a clear, quick intelligence and a character as sensitive as it was well balanced. Now his intelligence seemed a little fogged with some kind of an obscure, interior confusion, and his happiness was perverted by a sad, lost restlessness. Although he maintained all his interests and increased them, the increase was in extent, not in depth, and the result was a kind of scattering of powers, a dissipation of the mind and will in a variety of futile aims. He stood for some time, with great uncertainty, on the threshold of a fraternity house at Cornell, and even let them put a pledge pin on him, and then after a couple of weeks he took it off again and ran away. And with 3 friends he rented a house on one of those steep, shady Ithaca streets, and after that the year was a long and sordid riot, from which he derived no satisfaction. They called the place Grand Hotel, and had stationery printed with that title, on which desultory and fragmentary letters would come to Douglaston, and fill everyone with unquiet. When he came back from Cornell, John Paul looked tired and disgusted. I suppose it is true, at least theoretically, that brothers watch over one another and help one another along in the fraternity house. In my fraternity house at Columbia, I know that the wiser members used to get together and shake their heads a little when somebody was carrying his debauchery too far. And when there was any real trouble, the concern of the brothers was sincere and dramatic, but it was useless. And there is always trouble in a fraternity house. The trouble, which came in the year after I was initiated, was the disappearance of one of the brothers, whom we shall call Fred. Fred was a tall, stoop-shouldered, melancholy individual, with dark hair growing low on his brows. He never had much to say, and he liked to go apart and drink in mournful solitude. The only vivid thing I remember about him was that he stood over me, during one of the peculiar ceremonies of the initiation, when all the pledges had to stuff themselves with bread and milk for a special reason. And while I tried with despairing efforts to get the huge mouthfuls swallowed down, this Fred was standing over me with woeful cries of "Eat! Eat! Eat!" It must have been some time after Christmas that he disappeared. I came into the house one night, and they were sitting around in the leather chairs talking earnestly. "Where's Fred?" was the burden of the discussion. He had not been seen anywhere for a couple of days. Would his family be upset if someone called up his home to see if he was there? Evidently, but it had to be done. He had not gone home either. One of the brothers had long since visited all his usual haunts. People tried to reconstruct the situation in which he had last been seen. With what dispositions had he last walked out of the front door? The usual ones, of course: silence, melancholy, the probable intention of getting drunk. A week passed and Fred was not found. The earnest concern of the brothers was fruitless. The subject of Fred was more or less dropped and, after a month, most of us had forgotten it. After 2 months, the whole thing was finally settled. They found Fred, somebody told me. Yes? Where? In Brooklyn. Is he all right? No, he's dead. They found him in the Gowanus Canal. What did he do? Jump in? Nobody knows what he did. He'd been there a long time. How long? I don't know, a couple of months. They figured out who it was from the fillings in his teeth. It was a picture that was not altogether vague to me. Our famous course in contemporary civilization had involved me, one winter afternoon, in a visit to the Bellevue morgue, where I had seen rows and rows of iceboxes containing the blue, swollen corpses of drowned men along with all the other human refuse of the big, evil city, the dead that had been picked up in the streets, ruined by raw alcohol. The dead that had been found starved and frozen lying where they had tried to sleep in a pile of old newspapers. The pauper dead from Randall's Island. The dope fiend dead. The murdered dead. The run over. The suicides. The dead Negroes and Chinese. The dead of venereal disease. The dead from unknown causes. The dead killed by gangsters. They would all be shipped for burial up the East River in a barge to one of those islands where they also burned garbage. Contemporary civilization. One of the last things we saw on the way out of the morgue was the hand of a man pickled in a jar, brown and vile. They were not sure whether he was a criminal or not, and they wanted to have some part of him, after they had sent the rest of him up to the gods. In the autopsy room a man on the table with his trunk wide open pointed his sharp, dead nose at the ceiling. The doctors held his liver and kidneys in their hands and sprayed them over with a trickle of water from a little rubber hose. I have never forgotten the awful, clammy silence of the city morgue at Bellevue, where they collect the bodies of those who died of contemporary civilization, like Fred. Nevertheless, during that year I was so busy and so immersed in activities and occupations that I had no time to think for very long on these things. The energy of that golden October and the stimulation of the cold, bright winter days when the wind swept down as sharp as knives from the shining Palisades kept driving me through the year in what seemed to be fine condition. I had never done so many different things at the same time or with such apparent success. I had discovered in myself something of a capacity for work and for activity and for enjoyment that I had never dreamed of, and everything began to come easy, as the saying goes. It was not that I was really studying hard or working hard, but all of a sudden I had fallen into a kind of a mysterious knack of keeping 100 different interests going in the air at the same time. It was a kind of a stupendous juggling act, a tour de force, and what surprised me most was that I managed to keep it up without collapsing. In the first place, I was carrying about 18 points in my courses, the average amount. I had found out the simplest way of fulfilling the minimum requirements for each one. Then there was the fourth floor. The fourth floor of John Jay Hall was the place where all the offices of the student publications and the Glee Club and the student board and all the rest were to be found. It was the noisiest and most agitated part of the campus. It was not gay, exactly. And I hardly ever saw, anywhere, antipathies and contentions and jealousies at once so petty, so open, and so sharp. The whole floor was constantly seething with the exchange of insults from office to office. Constantly, all day long, from morning to night, people were writing articles and drawing cartoons calling each other fascists. Or else they were calling one another up on the phone and assuring one another in the coarsest terms of their undying hatred. It was all intellectual and verbal, as vicious as it could be, but it never became concrete, never descended into physical rage. For this reason, I think that it was all more or less of a game which everybody played for purposes that were remotely aesthetic. The campus was supposed to be, in that year, in a state of intellectual ferment. Everybody felt and even said that there were an unusual number of brilliant and original minds in the college. I think that it was to some extent true. Ad Reinhardt was certainly the best artist that had ever drawn for Jester, perhaps for any other college magazine. His issues of Jester were real magazines. I think that in cover designs and layouts he could have given lessons to some of the art editors downtown. Everything he put out was original, and it was also funny, because for the first time in years Jester had some real writers contributing to it, and was not just an anthology of the same stale and obscene jokes that have been circulating through the sluggish system of American college magazines for 2 generations. By now Reinhardt had graduated, and so had the editor of the 1935 Spectator, I'm Wexler. My first approach to the fourth floor had been rather circumspect, after the manner of Cambridge. I went to my advisor, Professor McKee, and asked him how to go about it, and he gave me a letter of introduction to Leonard Robinson, who was editor of the Columbia Review, the literary magazine. I don't know what Robinson would have made of a letter of introduction. Anyway, I never got to meeting him after all. When I went to the review office I gave the note to Bob Giroux, an associate editor, and he looked at it and scratched his head some bit and told me to write something if I got an idea. By 1936 Leonard Robinson had vanished. I always heard a lot about Robinson, and it all adds up to nothing very clear, so that I have always had the impression that he somehow lives in the trees. I pray that he may go to heaven. As for review, Robert Paul Smith and Robert Giroux were both editing it together, and it was good. I don't know whether you would use the term ferment in their case, but Smith and Giroux were both good writers. Also, Giroux was a Catholic and a person strangely placid for the fourth floor. He had no part in its feuds and, as a matter of fact, you did not see him around there very much. John Berryman was more or less the star on review that year. He was the most earnest-looking man on the campus. There was not an office on that floor where I did not have something to do, except the Glee Club and Student Board and the big place where all the football coaches had their desks. I was writing stories for Spectator, and columns that were supposed to be funny. I was writing things for the yearbook and trying to sell copies of it, a thankless task. The yearbook was the one thing nobody wanted. It was expensive and dull. Of this I eventually became editor, without any evident benefit to myself or to the book or to Columbia or to the world. I was never particularly drawn to the varsity show, but they had a piano in their room, and the room was almost always empty, so I used to go in there and play furious jazz, after the manner I had taught myself, a manner which offended every ear but my own. It was a way of letting off steam, a form of athletics if you like. I have ruined more than one piano by this method. The place where I was busiest was the Jester office. Nobody really worked there, they just congregated about noontime and beat violently with the palms of their hands on the big empty filing cabinets, making a thunderous sound that echoed up and down the corridor, and was sometimes answered from the review office across the hall. There I usually came and drew forth from the bulging leather bag of books that I carried, copy and drawings which I put into the editor's hand. The editor that year was Herb Jacobson, and he printed all my worst cartoons very large in the most prominent parts of the magazine. I thought I had something to be proud of when I became art editor of Jester at the end of that year. Robert Lax was to be editor and Ralph Toledano managing editor, and we got along well together. The next year Jester was well put together because of Toledano and well written because of Lax, and sometimes popular with the masses because of me. When it was really funny, it was not popular at all. The only really funny issues were mostly the work of Lax and Bob Gibney, the fruit of ideas that came to them at 4 o'clock in the morning in their room on the top floor of Fernald Hall. The chief advantage of Jester was that it paid most of our bills for tuition. We were happy about it all, and wandered around the campus with little golden crowns dangling on our watch chains. Indeed, that was the only reason why I had a watch chain. I did not have a watch. I have barely begun the list of all the things that occupied me in those days. For example, I gave my name to Miss Wagoner at the appointments office. Miss Wagoner was, and I hope she still is, a kind of a genius. She sat all day long behind her desk in that small, neat office in the alumni house. No matter how many people she had talked to, she always looked unruffled and at peace. Every time you went to see her, 1 or 2 phone calls would come in, and she would make a note on a little pad of paper. In summer she never seemed to be worried by the hot weather. And she always smiled at you with a smile that was at the same time efficient and kind, pleasant, and yet a little impersonal. She was another one who had a vocation and was living up to it. One of the best jobs she ever got for me was that of guide and interpreter on the observation roof of the RCA building, Rockefeller Center. It was an easy job. So easy in fact that it was boring. You simply had to stand there and talk to the people who came pouring out of the elevator with all their questions. And for this you got $27.50 a week, which was very good pay in 1936. I also worked in another office in Radio City, for some people who handled publicity for all the manufacturers of paper cups and containers. For them I did cartoons that said you would surely get trench mouth if you ever drank out of an ordinary glass. For each cartoon I was paid $6. It made me feel like an executive, to go walking in and out of the doors of the RCA building with my pockets full of money. Miss Wagoner would also send me off on the subway with little slips of paper with the addresses of apartments where I would interview rich Jewish ladies about tutoring their children in Latin, which meant that I got $2 or $2.50 an hour for sitting with them and doing their homework. I also handed in my name for the cross-country team. The fact that the coach was not sorry to get me is sufficient indication of one reason why we were the worst college cross-country team in the East that year. And so, in my afternoons, I would run around and around Southfield on the cinder path. And when winter came, I would go round and round the board track until I had blisters all over the soles of my feet and was so lame I could hardly walk. Occasionally I would go up to Van Cortlandt Park and run along the sandy and rocky paths through the woods. When we raced any other college, I was never absolutely the last one home. There were always 2 or 3 other Columbia men behind me. I was one of those who never came in until the crowd had lost interest and had begun to disperse. Perhaps I would have been more of a success as a long-distance runner if I had gone into training, and given up smoking and drinking, and kept regular hours. But no. 3 or 4 nights a week my fraternity brothers and I would go flying down in the black and roaring subway to N Street, where we would crawl around the tiny, noisy, and expensive nightclubs that had flowered on the sites of the old speakeasies in the cellars of those dirty brownstone houses. There we would sit, for hours, packed in those dark rooms, shoulder to shoulder with a lot of surly strangers and their girls, while the whole place rocked and surged with storms of jazz. There was no room to dance. We just huddled there between the blue walls, shoulder to shoulder and elbow to elbow, crouching, and deafened and taciturn. If you moved your arm to get your drink you nearly knocked the next man off his stool. And the waiters fought their way back and forth through the sea of unfriendly heads, taking away the money of all the people. It was not that we got drunk. No, it was this strange business of sitting in a room full of people and drinking without much speech, and letting yourself be deafened by the jazz that throbbed through the whole sea of bodies, binding them all together in a kind of fluid medium. It was a strange, animal travesty of mysticism, sitting in those booming rooms, with the noise pouring through you, and the rhythm lumping and throbbing in the marrow of your bones. You couldn't call any of that, per se, a mortal sin. We just sat there, that was all. If we got hangovers the next day, it was more because of the smoking and nervous exhaustion than anything else. How often, after a night of this, I missed all the trains home to Long Island and went and slept on a couch somewhere, at the fraternity house, or in the apartment of somebody I knew around town. What was worst of all was going home on the subway, on the chance that one might catch a bus at Flushing. There is nothing so dismal as the Flushing bus station, in the grey, silent hour just before the coming of dawn. There were always at least 1 or 2 of those same characters whose prototypes I had seen dead in the morgue. And perhaps there would be a pair of drunken soldiers trying to get back to Fort Totten. Among all these I stood, weary and ready to fall, lighting the 40th or 50th cigarette of the day, the one that took the last shreds of lining off my throat. The thing that depressed me most of all was the shame and despair that invaded my whole nature when the sun came up, and all the laborers were going to work, men healthy and awake and quiet, with their eyes clear, and some rational purpose before them. This humiliation and sense of my own misery and of the fruitlessness of what I had done was the nearest I could get to contrition. It was the reaction of nature. It proved nothing except that I was still, at least, morally alive, or rather that I had still some faint capacity for moral life in me. The term morally alive might obscure the fact that I was spiritually dead. I had been that long since. 4. In the fall of 1936 Pop died. The manner of his death was this. I had been on a geology field trip in Pennsylvania, and had come back, late one Sunday night after a long cold ride through New Jersey, back from the coal mines and the slate quarries, in an open Ford. The icy wind of the Delaware Water Gap was still in my flesh. I went to bed without seeing anybody. They were all in their rooms by the time I got home. The next morning I looked in Pop's room, and he was sitting up in bed looking strangely unhappy and confused. "How do you feel?" I said. "Rotten," he answered. There was nothing surprising about that. He was always getting ill. I supposed he had caught another cold. I said. "Take some more sleep, then." "Yes," he said, "I guess I will." I went back into the bathroom, and hastened to dress and drink my coffee and run for the train. That afternoon I was on the track, in the pale November sun, taking an easy workout. I came down the shady side of the field, in front of the library. There was one of the juniors who worked for the yearbook standing behind the high wire fence, at the corner nearest John Jay, where the bushes and poplar trees were. As I came down to the bend he called out to me and I went over to the fence. "Your aunt was on the phone just now," he told me. "She said your grandfather is dead." There was nothing I could say. I trotted back along the field and went down and took a quick shower and got into my clothes and went home. There was no train but one of those slow ones, that ambled out onto the island half empty, with long stops at every station. But I knew there was no particular hurry. I could not bring him back to life. Poor old Pop. I was not surprised that he was dead, or that he had died that way. I supposed his heart had failed. It was typical of him, that kind of death. He was always in a hurry, always ahead of time. And now, after a whole long lifetime of impatience, waiting for Bonnie Maman to get ready to go to the theater, or to come to dinner, or to come down and open the Christmas presents, after all that, he had brooked no delay about dying. He had slipped out on us, in his sleep, without premeditation, on the spur of the moment. I would miss Pop. In the last year or two we had drawn rather close together. He often got me to come to lunch with him downtown and there he would tell me all his troubles, and talk over the prospects for my future. I had returned to the old idea of becoming a newspaper man. There was a great deal of simplicity about Pop. It was a simplicity, an ingenuousness that belonged to his nature, and it was something peculiarly American. Or at least, it belonged to the Americans of his generation, this kind and warm-hearted and vast and universal optimism. When I got to the house, I knew where I would find his body. I went up to his bedroom and opened the door. The only shock was to find that the windows were all open and the room was full of the cold November air. Pop, who in his life had feared all drafts and had lived in overheated houses, now lay under a sheet in this icy cold death chamber. It was the first death that had been in the house that he had built for his family 25 years before. Now a strange thing happened. Without my having thought about it, or debating about it in my mind, I closed the door and got on my knees by the bed and prayed. I suppose it was just the spontaneous response of my love for poor Pop, the obvious way to do something for him, to acknowledge all his goodness to me. And yet, I had seen other deaths without praying or being even drawn to pray. 2 or 3 summers before an old relative of mine had died, and the only thing that had occurred to me was the observation that her lifeless corpse was no more than a piece of furniture. I did not feel that there was anybody there, only a thing. This did not teach me what it taught Aristotle, about the existence of the soul. but now I only wanted to pray. Unfortunately, I knew that Bonima Man was going to come in and tell me to look at the body, and soon I heard her steps in the hall. I got off my knees before she opened the door. "Aren't you going to look at him?" she said to me. I said nothing. She raised the corner of the sheet, and I looked at Pop's dead face. It was pale, and it was dead. She let the sheet fall back, and together we walked out of the room, and I sat and talked to her for an hour or so, while the sun was going down. Everybody knew that now this would be the end of Bonima Man too. Although our family had been one of those curious modern households in which everybody was continually arguing and fighting, and in which there had been for years an obscure and complicated network of contentions and suppressed jealousies, Bonima Man had been tremendously attached to her husband. She soon began to languish, but it was months before she finally died. First, she fell down and broke her arm. It mended slowly and painfully. But as it did, she turned into a bent and silent old woman, with a rather haggard face. When the summer came, she could no longer get out of bed. Then came the alarms at night when we thought she was dying, and stood for hours by her bed, listening to the harsh gasp in her throat. And then too I was praying, looking into the mute, helpless face she turned towards my face. This time I was more conscious of what I was doing, and I prayed for her to live, although in some sense it was obviously better that she should die. I was saying, within myself, "You who made her, let her go on living." The reason I said this was that life was the only good I was certain of. And if life was the one big value, the one chief reality, its continuance depended on the will, otherwise why pray, of the supreme principle of all life, the ultimate reality, he who is pure being. He who is life itself, he who, simply, is. By praying, I was implicitly acknowledging all this. And now twice I had prayed, although I continued to think I believed in nothing. Bonima Man lived. I hope it had something to do with grace, with something that was given to Bonima Man from God, in those last weeks that she continued to live, speechless and helpless on her bed, to save her soul. Finally, in August, she died, and they took her away and made an end of her body like all the rest. That was the summer of 1937. Pop had died in November 1956. Already, in that fall, I had begun to feel ill. Still I kept on trying to do all the things I was doing, following my courses, editing the yearbook, working, and running on the cross-country team without going into training. One day we raced Army in Princeton. I was not last, but as usual I was about 23rd or 4th out of 30 or so. When I got to the end of the course, I simply fell down and lay on the ground, waiting for my stomach to turn inside out within me. I felt so bad that I did not even mind what the people thought. I did not try to look brave, or to make any jokes about myself, or to hide the way I felt. I lay there until I felt better, then I got up and went away, and never came back to the locker rooms again. The coach did not bother to come looking for me. Nobody tried to persuade me to go back on the team. We were all equally satisfied, I was through. However, it did not help much to get rid of this burden. One day I was coming into town on the Long Island train. I had a bag full of work that was already late, and had to be handed in that day. After that, I had a date with someone with whom I liked very much to have a date. While the train was going through the freight yards in Long Island City, my head suddenly began to swim. It was not that I was afraid of vomiting, but it was as if some center of balance within me had been unexpectedly removed, and as if I were about to plunge into a blind abyss of emptiness without end. I got up and stood in the gap between the cars to get some air, but my knees were shaking so much that I was afraid I would slip through the chains between the cars and end up under the wheels, so I got back and propped myself against the wall and held on. This strange vertigo came and went, while the train dived into the tunnel under the river, and everything around me went dark and began to roar. I think the business had passed over by the time we got to the station. I was scared. And the first thing that occurred to me was to go and find the house physician in the Pennsylvania hotel. He examined me and listened to my heart and took my blood pressure, and gave me something to drink and told me I was overstimulated. What did I do for a living? He asked me. I told him I went to college and did quite a few other things besides. He told me to give some of them up. And then he suggested that I ought to go to bed and get some sleep, and then go home when I felt better. So next I found myself in a room in the Pennsylvania hotel, lying on a bed, trying to go to sleep. But I could not. It was a small, narrow room, rather dark, even though the windows seemed to occupy most of the wall that was in front of me. You could hear the noise of the traffic coming up from far below, on 32nd Street. But the room itself was quiet, with a quietness that was strange, ominous. I lay on the bed and listened to the blood pounding rapidly inside my head. I could hardly keep my eyes closed. Yet I did not want to open them, either. I was afraid that if I even looked at the window, the strange spinning inside my head would begin again. That window. It was huge. It seemed to go right down to the floor. Maybe the force of gravity would draw the whole bed, with me on it, to the edge of that abyss, and spill me headlong into the emptiness. And far, far away in my mind was a little, dry, mocking voice that said, "What if you threw yourself out of that window?" I turned over on the bed, and tried to go to sleep. But the blood drummed and drummed in my head. I could not sleep. I thought to myself, I wonder if I am having a nervous breakdown. Then, again, I saw that window. The mere sight of it made my head spin. The mere thought that I was high above the ground almost knocked me out again. The doctor came in and saw me lying there wide awake and said, "I thought I told you to go to sleep." "I couldn't sleep," I said. He gave me a bottle of medicine, and went away again. All I wanted was to get out of that room. When he was gone, I got up and went downstairs and paid for the room and took a train home. I did not feel bad in the train going home. The house was empty. I lay down on a thing in the living room that they called the chaise longue, and went to sleep. When Else came home, she said, "I thought you were going to stay uptown for dinner." But I said, I felt bad, so I came home. What was the matter with me? I never found out. I suppose it was a sort of a nervous breakdown. In connection with it, I developed gastritis, and thought I was beginning to get a stomach ulcer. The doctors gave me a diet and some medicine. The effect of both was more psychological than anything else. Every time I went to eat anything, I studied what was there, and only chose certain things and ate them with a sort of conscious scrupulosity. I remember one of the things that I was told to eat. It was ice cream. I had no objection to eating ice cream, especially in summer. How delightful not only to enjoy this dish, but also to feed my imagination with thoughts of its healthfulness and wholesomeness. I could almost see it kindly and blandly and mercifully covering the incipient ulcer with its cool, health-giving substance. The whole result of this diet was to teach me this trivial amusement, this cult of foods that I imagined to be bland and healthful. It made me think about myself. It was a game, a hobby, something like psychoanalysis had been. I even sometimes fell into the discussion of foods and their values and qualities in relation to health, as if I were an authority on the subject. And for the rest, I went around with my mind in my stomach and ate quarts and quarts of ice cream. Now my life was dominated by something I had never really known before, fear. Was it really something altogether new? No, for fear is inseparable from pride and lust. They may hide it for a time, but it is the reverse of the coin. The coin had turned over and I was looking at the other side, the eagle that was to eat out my insides for a year or so, cheap Prometheus that I had become. It was humiliating, this strange wariness that accompanied all my actions, this self-conscious watchfulness. It was a humiliation I had deserved more than I knew. There was more justice in it than I could understand. I had refused to pay any attention to the moral laws upon which all our vitality and sanity depend, and so now I was reduced to the condition of a silly old woman, worrying about a lot of imaginary rules of health, standards of food value, and 1,000-minute details of conduct that were in themselves completely ridiculous and stupid, and yet which haunted me with vague and terrific sanctions. If I eat this, I may go out of my mind. If I do not eat that, I may die in the night. I had at last become a true child of the modern world, completely tangled up in petty and useless concerns with myself, and almost incapable of even considering or understanding anything that was really important to my own true interests. Here I was, scarcely 4 years after I had left Oakham and walked out into the world that I thought I was going to ransack and rob of all its pleasures and satisfactions. I had done what I intended, and now I found that it was I who was emptied and robbed and gutted. What a strange thing! In filling myself, I had emptied myself. In grasping things, I had lost everything. In devouring pleasures and joys, I had found distress and anguish and fear. And now, finally, as a piece of poetic justice, when I was reduced to this extremity of misery and humiliation, I fell into a love affair in which I was at last treated in the way I had treated not a few people in these last years. This girl lived on my own street, and I had the privilege of seeing her drive off with my rivals 10 minutes after she had flatly refused to go out with me, asserting that she was tired and wanted to stay home. She did not even bother to conceal the fact that she found me amusing when there was nothing better to occupy her mind. She used to regale me with descriptions of what she considered to be a good time, and of the kind of people she admired and liked. They were precisely the shallow and superficial ones that gave me gooseflesh when I saw them sitting around in the Stork Club. And it was the will of God that for my just punishment I should take all this in the most abject meekness, and sit and beg like some kind of a pet dog until I finally got a pat on the head or some small sign of affection. This could not last long, and it did not. But I came out of it chastened and abject, though not nearly as abject as I ought to have been, and returned to the almost equal humiliation of my quarts of ice cream. Such was the death of the hero, the great man I had wanted to be. Externally, I thought, I was a big success. Everybody knew who I was at Columbia. Those who had not yet found out, soon did when the yearbook came out, full of pictures of myself. It was enough to tell them more about me than I intended, I suppose. They did not have to be very acute to see through the dumb self-satisfied expression in all those portraits. The only thing that surprises me is that no one openly reproached or mocked me for such ignominious vanity. No one threw any eggs at me, nobody said a word. And yet I know how capable they were of saying many words, not tastefully chosen, perhaps, but deadly enough. The wounds within me were, I suppose, enough. I was bleeding to death. If my nature had been more stubborn in clinging to the pleasures that disgusted me, if I had refused to admit that I was beaten by this futile search for satisfaction where it could not be found, and if my moral and nervous constitution had not caved in under the weight of my own emptiness, who can tell what would eventually have happened to me? Who could tell where I would have ended? I had come very far, to find myself in this blind alley, but the very anguish and helplessness of my position was something to which I rapidly succumbed. And it was my defeat that was to be the occasion of my rescue. Part 2. 1. With a great price. There is a paradox that lies in the very heart of human existence. It must be apprehended before any lasting happiness is possible in the soul of a man. The paradox is this: man's nature, by itself, can do little or nothing to settle his most important problems. If we follow nothing but our natures, our own philosophies, our own level of ethics, we will end up in hell. This would be a depressing thought, if it were not purely abstract. Because in the concrete order of things God gave man a nature that was ordered to a supernatural life. He created man with a soul that was made not to bring itself to perfection in its own order, but to be perfected by him in an order infinitely beyond the reach of human powers. We were never destined to lead purely natural lives, and therefore we were never destined in God's plan for a purely natural beatitude. Our nature, which is a free gift of God, was given to us to be perfected and enhanced by another free gift that is not due it. This free gift is sanctifying grace. It perfects our nature with the gift of a life, an intellection, a love, a mode of existence infinitely above its own level. If a man were to arrive even at the abstract pinnacle of natural perfection, God's work would not even be half done, it would be only about to begin, for the real work is the work of grace and the infused virtues and the gifts of the Holy Ghost. What is grace? It is God's own life, shared by us. God's life is love. Deus caritas est. By grace we are able to share in the infinitely selfless love of Him who is such pure actuality that He needs nothing and therefore cannot conceivably exploit anything for selfish ends. Indeed, outside of Him there is nothing, and whatever exists by His free gift of its being, so that one of the notions that is absolutely contradictory to the perfection of God is selfishness. It is metaphysically impossible for God to be selfish, because the existence of everything that is depends upon His gift, depends upon His unselfishness. When a ray of light strikes a crystal, it gives a new quality to the crystal. And when God's infinitely disinterested love plays upon a human soul, the same kind of thing takes place. And that is the life called sanctifying grace. The soul of man, left to its own natural level, is a potentially lucid crystal left in darkness. It is perfect in its own nature, but it lacks something that it can only receive from outside and above itself. But when the light shines in it, it becomes in a manner transformed into light and seems to lose its nature in the splendor of a higher nature, the nature of the light that is in it. So the natural goodness of man, his capacity for love, which must always be in some sense selfish if it remains in the natural order, becomes transfigured and transformed when the love of God shines in it. What happens when a man loses himself completely in the divine life within him? This perfection is only for those who are called the saints, for those rather who are the saints and who live in the light of God alone. For the ones who are called saints by human opinion on earth may very well be devils, and their light may very well be darkness. For as far as the light of God is concerned, we are owls. It blinds us, and as soon as it strikes us we are in darkness. People who look like saints to us are very often not so, and those who do not look like saints very often are. And the greatest saints are sometimes the most obscure. Our Lady, Saint Joseph. Christ established His church, among other reasons, in order that men might lead one another to Him and in the process sanctify themselves and one another. For in this work it is Christ who draws us to Himself through the action of our fellow men. We must check the inspirations that come to us in the depths of our own conscience against the revelation that is given to us with divinely certain guarantees by those who have inherited in our midst the place of Christ's apostles, by those who speak to us in the name of Christ and as it were in His own person. Qui vos audit me audit, qui vos spurnet, me spurnet. When it comes to accepting God's own authority about things that cannot possibly be known in any other way except as revealed by His authority, people consider it insanity to incline their ears and listen. Things that cannot be known in any other way, they will not accept from this source. And yet they will meekly and passively accept the most appalling lies from newspapers when they scarcely need to crane their necks to see the truth in front of them, over the top of the sheet they are holding in their hands. For example, the very thought of an imprimatur on the front of a book, the approbation of a bishop, allowing the book to be printed on the grounds that it contains safe doctrine, is something that drives some people almost out of their minds with indignation. One day, in the month of February 1937, I happened to have 5 or 10 loose dollars burning a hole in my pocket. I was on Fifth Avenue, for some reason or other, and was attracted by the window of Scribner's bookstore, all full of bright new books. That year I had signed up for a course in French medieval literature. My mind was turning back, in a way, to the things I remembered from the old days in St. Antonin. The deep, naive, rich simplicity of the 12th and 13th centuries was beginning to speak to me again. I had written a paper on a legend of a jongleur de Notre Dame, compared with a story from the Fathers of the Desert, in Migna's Latin Patrologi. I was being drawn back into the Catholic atmosphere, and I could feel the health of it, even in the merely natural order, working already within me. Now, in Scribner's window, I saw a book called The Spirit of Medieval Philosophy. I went inside, and took it off the shelf, and looked at the table of contents and at the title page, which was deceptive, because it said the book was made up of a series of lectures that had been given at the University of Aberdeen. That was no recommendation, to me especially. But it threw me off the track as to the possible identity and character of Etienne Gilson, who wrote the book. I bought it, then, together with one other book that I have completely forgotten, and on my way home in the Long Island train, I unwrapped the package to gloat over my acquisitions. It was only then that I saw, on the first page of The Spirit of Medieval Philosophy, the small print which said, Nihil obstat imprimatur. The feeling of disgust and deception struck me like a knife in the pit of the stomach. I felt as if I had been cheated. They should have warned me that it was a Catholic book. Then I would never have bought it. As it was, I was tempted to throw the thing out the window at the houses of Woodside to get rid of it as something dangerous and unclean. Such is the terror that is aroused in the enlightened modern mind by a little innocent Latin and the signature of a priest. It is impossible to communicate, to a Catholic, the number and complexity of fearful associations that a little thing like this can carry with it. It is in Latin a difficult, ancient, and obscure tongue. That implies, to the mind that has roots in Protestantism, all kinds of sinister secrets, which the priests are supposed to cherish and to conceal from common men in this unknown language. Then, the mere fact that they should pass judgment on the character of a book, and permit people to read it, that in itself is fraught with terror. It immediately conjures up all the real and imaginary excesses of the Inquisition. That is something of what I felt when I opened Gilson's book, for you must understand that while I admired Catholic culture, I had always been afraid of the Catholic Church. That is a rather common position in the world today. After all, I had not bought a book on medieval philosophy without realizing that it would be Catholic philosophy, but the imprimatur told me that what I read would be in full conformity with that fearsome and mysterious thing, Catholic dogma, and the fact struck me with an impact against which everything in me reacted with repugnance and fear. Now, in the light of all this, I consider that it was surely a real grace that, instead of getting rid of the book, I actually read it. Not all of it, it is true, but more than I used to read of books that deep. When I think of the numbers of books I had on my shelf in the little room at Douglaston that had once been Pop's Den, books which I had bought and never even read, I am more astounded than ever at the fact that I actually read this one, and what is more, remembered it. And the one big concept which I got out of its pages was something that was to revolutionize my whole life. It is all contained in one of those dry, outlandish technical compounds that the scholastic philosophers were so prone to use, the word ascetas. In this one word, which can be applied to God alone, and which expresses his most characteristic attribute, I discovered an entirely new concept of God, a concept which showed me at once that the belief of Catholics was by no means the vague and rather superstitious hangover from an unscientific age that I had believed it to be. On the contrary, here was a notion of God that was at the same time deep, precise, simple, and accurate and, what is more, charged with implications which I could not even begin to appreciate, but which I could at least dimly estimate, even with my own lack of philosophical training. Ascetas, the English equivalent, is a transliteration. Aseity simply means the power of a being to exist absolutely in virtue of itself, not as caused by itself, but as requiring no cause, no other justification for its existence except that its very nature is to exist. There can be only one such being, that is God. And to say that God exists of and by reason of himself, is merely to say that God is being itself. Ego sum qui sum. And this means that God must enjoy complete independence not only as regards everything outside but also as regards everything within himself. This notion made such a profound impression on me that I made a pencil note at the top of the page: aseity of God. God is being per se. I observe it now on the page, for I brought the book to the monastery with me, and although I was not sure where it had gone, I found it on the shelves in Father Abbott's room the other day, and I have it here before me. I marked 3 other passages, so perhaps the best thing would be to copy them down. Better than anything I could say, they will convey the impact of the book on my mind. When God says that he is being, reads the first sentence so marked, and if what he says is to have any intelligible meaning to our minds, it can only mean this, that he is the pure act of existing. Pure act, therefore excluding all imperfection in the order of existing. Therefore excluding all change, all becoming, all beginning or end, all limitation. But from this fullness of existence, if I had been capable of considering it deeply enough, I would soon have found that the fullness of all perfection could easily be argued. But another thing that struck me was an important qualification the author made. He distinguished between the concepts of ens in genera, the abstract notion of being in general, and ens infinitum, the concrete and real infinite being, who, himself, transcends all our conceptions. And so I marked the following words, which were to be my first step towards St. John of the Cross. Beyond all sensible images, and all conceptual determinations, God affirms himself as the absolute act of being in its pure actuality. Our concept of God, a mere feeble analogue of a reality which overflows it in every direction, can be made explicit only in the judgment: being is being, an absolute positing of that which, lying beyond every object, contains in itself the sufficient reason of objects. And that is why we can rightly say that the very excess of positivity which hides the divine being from our eyes is nevertheless the light which lights up all the rest, ipsa caligo summa est mentis illuminatio. His Latin quotation was from St. Bonaventure's Itinerarium. The third sentence of Gilson's that I marked in those few pages read as follows. When St. Jerome says that God is his own origin and the cause of his own substance, he does not mean, as Descartes does, that God in a certain way posits himself in being by his almighty power as by a cause, but simply that we must not look outside of God for a cause of the existence of God. I think the reason why these statements, and others like them, made such a profound impression on me, lay deep in my own soul. And it was this: I had never had an adequate notion of what Christians meant by God. I had simply taken it for granted that the God in whom religious people believed, and to whom they attributed the creation and government of all things, was a noisy and dramatic and passionate character, a vague, jealous, hidden being, the objectification of all their own desires and strivings and subjective ideals. The truth is, that the concept of God which I had always entertained, and which I had accused Christians of teaching to the world, was a concept of a being who was simply impossible. He was infinite and yet finite, perfect and imperfect, eternal and yet changing, subject to all the variations of emotion, love, sorrow, hate, revenge, that men are prey to. How could this fatuous, emotional thing be without beginning and without end, the creator of all? I had taken the dead letter of Scripture at its very deadest, and it had killed me, according to the saying of St. Paul, the letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life. I think one cause of my profound satisfaction with what I now read was that God had been vindicated in my own mind. There is in every intellect a natural exigency for a true concept of God. We are born with the thirst to know and to see Him, and therefore it cannot be otherwise. I know that many people are, or call themselves, atheists simply because they are repelled and offended by statements about God made in imaginary and metaphorical terms which they are not able to interpret and comprehend. They refuse these concepts of God, not because they despise God, but perhaps because they demand a notion of Him more perfect than they generally find, and because ordinary, figurative concepts of God could not satisfy them. They turn away and think that there are no other, or, worse still, they refuse to listen to philosophy, on the ground that it is nothing but a web of meaningless words spun together for the justification of the same old hopeless falsehoods. What a relief it was for me, now, to discover not only that no idea of ours, let alone any image, could adequately represent God, but also that we should not allow ourselves to be satisfied with any such knowledge of Him. The result was that I at once acquired an immense respect for Catholic philosophy and for the Catholic faith. And that last thing was the most important of all. I now at least recognized that faith was something that had a very definite meaning and a most cogent necessity. If this much was a great thing, it was about all that I could do at the moment. I could recognize that those who thought about God had a good way of considering Him, and that those who believed in Him really believed in someone, and their faith was more than a dream. Further than that it seemed I could not go, for the time being. How many there are in the same situation! They stand in the stacks of libraries and turn over the pages of St. Thomas's Summa with a kind of curious reverence. They talk in their seminars about Thomas and Scotus and Augustine and Bonaventure, and they are familiar with Maritain and Gilson, and they have read all the poems of Hopkins, and indeed they know more about what is best in the Catholic literary and philosophical tradition than most Catholics ever do on this earth. They sometimes go to Mass, and wonder at the dignity and restraint of the old liturgy. They are impressed by the organization of a church in which everywhere the priests, even the most ungifted, are able to preach at least something of a tremendous, profound, unified doctrine, and to dispense mysteriously efficacious help to all who come to them with troubles and needs. In a certain sense, these people have a better appreciation of the Church and of Catholicism than many Catholics have, an appreciation which is detached and intellectual and objective. But they never come into the Church. They stand and starve in the doors of the banquet to which they surely realize that they are invited, while those more poor, more stupid, less gifted, less educated, sometimes even less virtuous than they, enter in and are filled at those tremendous tables. When I had put this book down, and had ceased to think explicitly about its arguments, its effect began to show itself in my life. I began to have a desire to go to church, and a desire more sincere and mature and more deep-seated than I had ever had before. After all, I had never before had so great a need. The only place I could think of was the Episcopal Church down the road, Old Zion Church, among the locust trees, where Father had once played the organ. I think the reason for this was that God wanted me to climb back the way I had fallen down. I had come to despise the Church of England, the Protestant Episcopal Church, and He wanted me to do away with what there was of pride and self-complacency even in that. He would not let me become a Catholic, having behind me a rejection of another church that was not the right kind of a rejection, but one that was sinful in itself, rooted in pride, and expressed in contumely. This time I came back to Zion Church, not to judge it, not to condemn the poor minister, but to see if it could not do something to satisfy the obscure need for faith that was beginning to make itself felt in my soul. It was a nice enough church. It was pleasant to sit there, in the pretty little white building, with the sun pouring through the windows, on Sunday mornings. The choir of surpliced men and women and the hymns we all sang did not exactly send me up into ecstasy, but at least I no longer made fun of them in my heart. And when it came time to say the Apostles' Creed, I stood up and said it, with the rest, hoping within myself that God would give me the grace someday to really believe it. The minister was called Mr. Riley. Pop had always called him Dr. Riley to his great embarrassment. Despite the Irish name, he detested Catholics, like most Protestant ministers. He was always very friendly to me and used to get into conversations about intellectual matters and modern literature, even men like D.H. Lawrence with whom he was thoroughly familiar. It seems that he counted very much on this sort of thing, considered it an essential part of his ministry to keep up with the latest books, and to be able to talk about them, to maintain contact with people by that means. But that was precisely one of the things that made the experience of going to his church such a sterile one for me. He did not like or understand what was considered most advanced in modern literature, and, as a matter of fact, one did not expect him to, one did not demand that of him. Yet it was modern literature and politics that he talked about, not religion and God. You felt that the man did not know his vocation, did not know what he was supposed to be. He had taken upon himself some function in society which was not his, and which was, indeed, not a necessary function at all. When he did get around to preaching about some truth of the Christian religion, he practically admitted in the pulpit, as he did in private to anyone who cared to talk about it, that he did not believe most of these doctrines, even in the extremely diluted form in which they are handed out to Protestants. The Trinity? What did he want with the Trinity? And as for the strange medieval notions about the Incarnation, well, that was simply too much to ask of a reasonable man. Once he preached a sermon on music at Zion Church and sent me word that I must be sure to be there, for I would hear him make mention of my father. That is just about typical of Protestant pulpit oratory in the more liberal quarters. I went, dutifully, that morning, but before he got around to the part in which I was supposed to be personally interested, I got an attack of my head spinning and went out into the air. When the sermon was being preached, I was sitting on the church steps in the sun, talking to the black-gowned verger, or whatever he was called. By the time I felt better, the sermon was over. I cannot say I went to this church very often, but the measure of my zeal may be judged by the fact that I once went even in the middle of the week. I forget what was the occasion, Ash Wednesday or Holy Thursday. There were 1 or 2 women in the place, and myself lurking in one of the back benches. We said some prayers. It was soon over. By the time it was, I had worked up courage to take the train into New York and go to Columbia for the day. 2. Now I come to speak of the real part Columbia seems to have been destined to play in my life in the providential designs of God. Poor Columbia! It was founded by sincere Protestants as a college predominantly religious. The only thing that remains of that is the university motto, in Lumen Tuovitabimus Lumen, one of the deepest and most beautiful lines of the Psalms. In thy light, we shall see light. It is, precisely, about grace. It is a line that might serve as the foundation stone of all Christian and scholastic learning, and which simply has nothing whatever to do with the standards of education at modern Columbia. It might profitably be changed to In Lumen Randall Vitabimus Dui. Yet, strangely enough, it was on this big factory of a campus that the Holy Ghost was waiting to show me the light, in his own light. And one of the chief means he used, and through which he operated, was human friendship. God has willed that we should all depend on one another for our salvation, and all strive together for our own mutual good and our own common salvation. Scripture teaches us that this is especially true in the supernatural order, in the doctrine of the mystical body of Christ, which flows necessarily from Christian teaching on grace. You are the body of Christ and members one of another, and the eye cannot say to the hand, I need not thy help, nor again the head to the feet, I have no need of you. And if one member suffer anything, all the members suffer with it, and if one member glory, all the others rejoice with it. So now is the time to tell a thing that I could not realize then, but which has become very clear to me, that God brought me and a half a dozen others together at Columbia, and made us friends, in such a way that our friendship would work powerfully to rescue us from the confusion and the misery in which we had come to find ourselves, partly through our own fault, and partly through a complex set of circumstances which might be grouped together under the heading of the modern world, modern society. But the qualification modern is unnecessary and perhaps unfair. The traditional gospel term, the world, will do well enough. All our salvation begins on the level of common and natural and ordinary things. That is why the whole economy of the sacraments, for instance, rests, in its material element, upon plain and ordinary things like bread and wine and water and salt and oil. And so it was with me. Books and ideas and poems and stories, pictures and music, buildings, cities, places, philosophies were to be the materials on which grace would work. But these things are themselves not enough. The more fundamental instinct of fear for my own preservation came in a minor sort of a way, in this strange, half-imaginary sickness which nobody could diagnose completely. The coming war, and all the uncertainties and confusions and fears that followed necessarily from that, and all the rest of the violence and injustice that were in the world, had a very important part to play. All these things were bound together and fused and vitalized and prepared for the action of grace, both in my own soul and in the souls of at least one or two of my friends, merely by our friendship and association together. And it fermented in our sharing of our own ideas and miseries and headaches and perplexities and fears and difficulties and desires and hangovers and all the rest. I have already mentioned Mark Van Doren. It would not be exactly true to say that he was a kind of nucleus around whom this concretion of friends formed itself. That would not be accurate. Not all of us took his courses, and those who did not do so all at the same time. And yet nevertheless our common respect for Mark's sanity and wisdom did much to make us aware of how much we ourselves had in common. Perhaps it was for me, personally, more than for the others, that Mark's course worked in this way. I am thinking of one particular incident. It was the fall of 1936, just at the beginning of the new school year, on one of those first, bright, crazy days when everybody is full of ambition. It was the beginning of the year in which Pop was going to die and my own resistance would cave in under the load of pleasures and ambitions I was too weak to carry, the year in which I would be all the time getting dizzy, and in which I learned to fear the Long Island Railroad as if it were some kind of a monster, and to shrink from New York as if it were the wide-open mouth of some burning Aztec god. That day, I did not foresee any of this. My veins were still bursting with the materialistic and political enthusiasms with which I had first come to Columbia and, indeed, in line with their general direction, I had signed up for courses that were more or less sociological and economic and historical. In the obscurity of the strange, half-conscious semi-conversion that had attended my retreat from Cambridge, I had tended more and more to be suspicious of literature, poetry, the things towards which my nature drew me, on the grounds that they might lead to a sort of feudal aestheticism, a philosophy of escape. This had not invoked me in any depreciation of people like Mark. However, it had just seemed more important to me that I should take some history course, rather than anything that was still left of his for me to take. So now I was climbing one of the crowded stairways in Hamilton Hall to the room where I thought this history course was to be given. I looked into the room. The second row was filled with the unbrushed heads of those who every day at noon sat in the gesture editorial offices and threw paper airplanes around the room or drew pictures on the walls. Taller than them all, and more serious, with a long face, like a horse, and a great mane of black hair on top of it, Bob Lax meditated on some incomprehensible woe, and waited for someone to come in and begin to talk to them. It was when I had taken off my coat and put down my load of books that I found out that this was not the class I was supposed to be taking, but Van Doren's course on Shakespeare. So I got up to go out. But when I got to the door I turned around again and went back and sat down where I had been, and stayed there. Later I went and changed everything with the registrar, so I remained in that class for the rest of the year. It was the best course I ever had at college. And it did me the most good, in many different ways. It was the only place where I ever heard anything really sensible said about any of the things that were really fundamental: life, death, time, love, sorrow, fear, wisdom, suffering, eternity. A course in literature should never be a course in economics or philosophy or sociology or psychology, and I have explained how it was one of Mark's great virtues that he did not make it so. Nevertheless, the material of literature and especially of drama is chiefly human acts, that is, free acts, moral acts. And, as a matter of fact, literature, drama, poetry, make certain statements about these acts that can be made in no other way. That is precisely why you will miss all the deepest meaning of Shakespeare, Dante, and the rest if you reduce their vital and creative statements about life and men to the dry, matter-of-fact terms of history, or ethics, or some other science. They belong to a different order. Nevertheless, the great power of something like Hamlet, Coriolanus, or the Purgatorio or Donne's Holy Sonnets lies precisely in the fact that they are a kind of commentary on ethics and psychology and even metaphysics, even theology. Or, sometimes, it is the other way round, and those sciences can serve as a commentary on these other realities, which we call plays, poems. All that year we were, in fact, talking about the deepest springs of human desire and hope and fear. We were considering all the most important realities, not indeed in terms of something alien to Shakespeare and to poetry, but precisely in his own terms, with occasional intuitions of another order. And, as I have said, Mark's balanced and sensitive and clear way of seeing things, at once simple and yet capable of subtlety, being fundamentally scholastic, though not necessarily and explicitly Christian, presented these things in ways that made them live within us, and with a life that was healthy and permanent and productive. This class was one of the few things that could persuade me to get on the train and go to Columbia at all. It was, that year, my only health, until I came across and read the Gilson book. It was this year, too, that I began to discover who Bob Lax was, and that in him was a combination of Mark's clarity and my confusion and misery and a lot more besides that was his own. To name Robert Lax in another way, he was a kind of combination of Hamlet and Elias. A potential prophet, but without rage. A king, but a Jew too. A mind full of tremendous and subtle intuitions, and every day he found less and less to say about them, and resigned himself to being inarticulate. In his hesitations, though without embarrassment or nervousness at all, he would often curl his long legs all around a chair, in 7 different ways, while he was trying to find a word with which to begin. He talked best sitting on the floor. And the secret of his constant solidity I think has always been a kind of natural, instinctive spirituality, a kind of inborn direction to the living God. Lax has always been afraid he was in a blind alley, and half aware that, after all, it might not be a blind alley, but God, infinity. He had a mind naturally disposed, from the very cradle, to a kind of affinity for Job and St. John of the Cross. And I now know that he was born so much of a contemplative that he will probably never be able to find out how much. To sum it up, even the people who have always thought he was too impractical have always tended to venerate him in the way people who value material security unconsciously venerate people who do not fear insecurity. In those days one of the things we had most in common, although perhaps we did not talk about it so much, was the abyss that walked around in front of our feet everywhere we went, and kept making us dizzy and afraid of trains and high buildings. For some reason, Lax developed an implicit trust in all my notions about what was good and bad for mental and physical health, perhaps because I was always very definite in my likes and dislikes. I am afraid it did not do him too much good, though. For even though I had my imaginary abyss, which broadened immeasurably and became 10 times dizzier when I had a hangover, my ideas often tended to some particular place where we would hear this particular band and drink this special drink until the place folded up at 4 o'clock in the morning. The months passed by, and most of the time I sat in Douglaston, drawing cartoons for the paper cup business, and trying to do all the other things I was supposed to do. In the summer, Lax went to Europe, and I continued to sit in Douglaston, writing a long, stupid novel about a college football player who got mixed up in a lot of strikes in a textile mill. I did not graduate that June, although I nominally belonged to that year's class. I had still 1 or 2 courses to take, on account of having entered Columbia in February. In the fall of 1937 I went back to school, then, with my mind a lot freer, since I was not burdened with any more of those ugly and useless jobs on the 4th floor. I could write and do the drawings I felt like doing for Jester. I began to talk more to Lax and to Ed Rice, who was now drawing better and funnier pictures than anybody else for the magazine. For the first time I saw S.Y. Friedgood, who was full of a fierce and complex intellectuality which he sometimes liked to present in the guise of a rather suspicious suavity. He was in love with a far more technical vocabulary than any of the rest of us possessed, and was working at something in the philosophy graduate school. Seymour used consciously to affect a whole set of different kinds of duplicity, of which he was proud, and he had carried the mendacium jocosum or humorous lie to its utmost extension and frequency. You could sometimes gauge the falsity of his answers by their promptitude, the quicker the falser. The reason for this was, probably, that he was thinking of something else, something very abstruse and far from the sphere of your question, and he could not be bothered to bring his mind all that way back, to think up the real answer. For Lax and myself and Gibney there was no inconvenience about this, for 2 reasons. Since Seymour generally gave his false answers only to practical questions of fact, their falsity did not matter, we were all too impractical. Besides, his false answers were generally more interesting than the truth. Finally, since we knew they were false anyway, we had the habit of seeing all his statements, in the common factual order by a kind of double standard, instituting a comparison between what he had said and the probable truth, and this cast many interesting and ironical lights upon life as a whole. In his house at Long Beach, where his whole family lived in a state of turmoil and confusion, there was a large, stupid police dog that got in everybody's way with his bowed head and slapped down ears and amiable, guilty look. The first time I saw the dog, I asked, "What's his name?" "Prince," said Seymour, out of the corner of his mouth. It was a name to which the beast responded gladly. I guess he responded to any name, didn't care what you called him, so flattered was he to be called at all, being as he knew an extremely stupid dog. So I was out on the boardwalk with the dog, shouting, "Hey, Prince! Hey, Prince!" Seymour's wife, Helen, came along and heard me shouting all this and said nothing, imagining, no doubt, that it was some way I had of making fun of the brute. Later, Seymour or someone told me that Prince wasn't the dog's name, but they told me in such a way that I got the idea that his name was really Rex. So for some time after that I called him, "Hey, Rex! Hey, Rex!" Several months later, after many visits to the house, I finally learned that the dog was called nothing like Prince nor Rex, but Bunky. Moral theologians say that the mendacium jocosum in itself does not exceed a venial sin. Seymour and Lax were rooming together in one of the dormitories, for Bob Gibney, with whom Lax had roomed the year before, had now graduated, and was sitting in Port Washington with much the same dispositions with which I had been sitting in Douglaston, facing a not too dissimilar blank wall, the end of his own blind alley. He occasionally came into town to see Donna Eden, who had a place on 112th Street, but no job, and was more cheerful about her own quandary than the rest of us, because the worst that could happen to her was that she would at last run completely out of money and have to go home to Panama. Gibney was not what you would call pious. In fact, he had an attitude that would be commonly called impious, only I believe God understood well enough that his violence and sarcasms covered a sense of deep metaphysical dismay and anguish that was real, though not humble enough to be of much use to his soul. What was materially impiety in him was directed more against common ideas and notions which he saw or considered to be totally inadequate, and maybe it subjectively represented a kind of oblique zeal for the purity of God, this rebellion against the commonplace and trite, against mediocrity, religiosity. During the year that had passed, I suppose it must have been in the spring of 1937, both Gibney and Lax and Bob Gertie had all been talking about becoming Catholics. Bob Gertie was a very smart sophomore with the face of a child and a lot of curly hair on top of it, who took life seriously, and had discovered courses on scholastic philosophy in the graduate school, and had taken one of them. Gibney was interested in scholastic philosophy in much the same way as James Joyce was. He respected its intellectuality, particularly that of the Thomists, but there was not enough that was effective about his interest to bring about any kind of a conversion. For the 3 or 4 years that I knew Gibney, he was always holding out for some kind of a sign, some kind of a sensible and tangible interior jolt from God, to get him started, some mystical experience or other. And while he waited and waited for this to come along, he did all the things that normally exclude and nullify the action of grace. So in those days, none of them became Catholics. The most serious of them all, in this matter, was Lax. He was the one that had been born with the deepest sense of who God was. But he would not make a move without the others. And then there was myself, having read the spirit of medieval philosophy and having discovered that the Catholic conception of God was something tremendously solid. I had not progressed one step beyond this recognition, except that one day I had gone and looked up St. Bernard's De Diligendo Deo in the catalogue of the university library. It was one of the books Gilson had frequently mentioned, but when I found that there was no good copy of it, except in Latin, I did not take it out. Now it was November 1937. One day, Lax and I were riding downtown on one of those buses you caught at the corner of 110th Street and Broadway. We had skirted the southern edge of Harlem, passing along the top of Central Park, and the dirt lake full of rowboats. Now we were going down Fifth Avenue, under the trees. Lax was telling me about a book he had been reading, which was Aldous Huxley's Ends and Means. He told me about it in a way that made me want to read it too. So I went to Scribner's bookstore and bought it, and read it, and wrote an article about it, and gave the article to Barry Ulanov, who was editor of Review by that time. He accepted the article with a big Greek smile and printed it. The smile was on account of the conversion it represented, I mean the conversion in me, as well as in Huxley, although one of the points I tried to make was that perhaps Huxley's conversion should not have been taken as so much of a surprise. Huxley had been one of my favorite novelists in the days when I had been 16 and 17 and had built up a strange, ignorant philosophy of pleasure based on all the stories I was reading. And now everybody was talking about the way Huxley had changed. The chatter was all the more pleasant because of Huxley's agnostic old grandfather and his biologist brother. Now the man was preaching mysticism. Huxley was too sharp and intelligent and had too much sense of humor to take any of the missteps that usually make such conversions look ridiculous and oafish. You could not laugh at him, very well, at least not for any one concrete blunder. This was not one of those Oxford group conversions, complete with a public confession. On the contrary, he had read widely and deeply and intelligently in all kinds of Christian and Oriental mystical literature, and had come out with the astonishing truth that all this, far from being a mixture of dreams and magic and charlatanism, was very real and very serious. Not only was there such a thing as a supernatural order, but as a matter of concrete experience, it was accessible, very close at hand, an extremely near, an immediate and most necessary source of moral vitality, and one which could be reached most simply, most readily by prayer, faith, detachment, love. The point of his title was this: we cannot use evil means to attain a good end. Huxley's chief argument was that we were using the means that precisely made good ends impossible to attain: war, violence, reprisals, rapacity. And he traced our impossibility to use the proper means to the fact that men were immersed in the material and animal urges of an element in their nature which was blind and crude and unspiritual. The main problem is to fight our way free from subjection to this more or less inferior element, and to reassert the dominance of our mind and will, to vindicate for these faculties, for the spirit as a whole, the freedom of action which it must necessarily have if we are to live like anything but wild beasts, tearing each other to pieces. And the big conclusion from all this was, we must practice prayer and asceticism. Asceticism. The very thought of such a thing was a complete revolution in my mind. The word had so far stood for a kind of weird and ugly perversion of nature, the masochism of men who had gone crazy in a warped and unjust society. What an idea! To deny the desires of one's flesh, and even to practice certain disciplines that punished and mortified those desires. Until this day, these things had never succeeded in giving me anything but gooseflesh. But of course Huxley did not stress the physical angle of mortification and asceticism, and that was right, in so far as he was more interested in striking to the very heart of the matter, and showing the ultimate positive principle underlying the need for detachment. He showed that this negation was not something absolute, sought for its own sake, but that it was a freeing, a vindication of our real selves, a liberation of the spirit from limits and bonds that were intolerable, suicidal. From a servitude to flesh that must ultimately destroy our whole nature and society and the world as well. Not only that, once the spirit was freed, and returned to its own element, it was not alone there. It could find the absolute and perfect Spirit, God. It could enter into union with Him, and what is more, this union was not something vague and metaphorical, but it was a matter of real experience. What that experience amounted to, according to Huxley, might or might not have been the nirvana of the Buddhists, which is the ultimate negation of all experience and all reality whatever, but anyway, somewhere along the line, he quoted proofs that it was and could be a real and positive experience. The speculative side of the book, its strongest, was full, no doubt, of strange doctrines by reason of its very eclecticism. And the practical element, which was weak, inspired no confidence, especially when he tried to talk about a concrete social program. Huxley seemed not to be at home with the Christian term love, which sounded extraordinarily vague in his contexts and which must nevertheless be the heart and life of all true mysticism. But out of it all I took these two big concepts of a supernatural, spiritual order, and the possibility of real, experimental contact with God. Huxley was thought, by some people, to be on the point of entering the church, but Ends and Means was written by a man who was not at ease with Catholicism. He quoted St. John of the Cross and St. Teresa of Avila indiscriminately with less orthodox Christian writers like Meister Eckhart, and on the whole he preferred the Orient. It seems to me that in discarding his family's tradition of materialism he had followed the old Protestant groove back into the heresies that make the material creation evil of itself, although I do not remember enough about him to accuse him of formally holding such a thing. Nevertheless, that would account for his sympathy for Buddhism, and for the nihilistic character which he preferred to give to his mysticism and even to his ethics. This also made him suspicious, as the Albigensians had been, and for the same reason, of the sacraments and liturgical life of the Church, and also of doctrines like the Incarnation. With all that I was not concerned. My hatred of war and my own personal misery in my particular situation and the general crisis of the world made me accept with my whole heart this revelation of the need for a spiritual life, an interior life, including some kind of mortification. I was content to accept the latter truth purely as a matter of theory, or at least, to apply it most vociferously to one passion which was not strong in myself, and did not need to be mortified, that of anger, hatred, while neglecting the ones that really needed to be checked, like gluttony and lust. But the most important effect of the book on me was to make me start ransacking the university library for books on Oriental mysticism. I remember those winter days, at the end of 1937 and the beginning of 1938, peaceful days when I sat in the big living room at Douglaston, with the pale sun coming in the window by the piano, where one of my father's watercolors of Bermuda hung on the wall. The house was very quiet, with Pop and Bonnie Maman gone from it, and John Paul away trying to pass his courses at Cornell. I sat for hours, with the big quarto volumes of the Jesuit Father Uyghur's French translations of hundreds of strange Oriental texts. I have forgotten the titles, even the authors, and I never understood a word of what they said in the first place. I had the habit of reading fast, without stopping, or stopping only rarely to take a note, and all these mysteries would require a great deal of thought, even were a man who knew something about them to puzzle them out. And I was completely unfamiliar with anything of the kind. Consequently, the strange great jumble of myths and theories and moral aphorisms and elaborate parables made little or no real impression on my mind, except that I put the books down with the impression that mysticism was something very esoteric and complicated, and that we were all inside some huge being in whom we were involved and out of whom we evolved, and the thing to do was to involve ourselves back into him again by a system of elaborate disciplines subject more or less to the control of our own will. The absolute being was an infinite, timeless, peaceful, impersonal nothing. The only practical thing I got out of it was a system for going to sleep, at night, when you couldn't sleep. You lay flat in bed, without a pillow, your arms at your sides and your legs straight out, and relaxed all your muscles, and you said to yourself, "Now I have no feet, now I have no feet, no feet, no legs, no knees." Sometimes it really worked. You did manage to make it feel as if your feet and legs and the rest of your body had changed into air and vanished away. The only section with which it almost never worked was my head, and if I had not fallen asleep before I got that far, when I tried to wipe out my head, instantly chest and stomach and legs and feet all came back to life with a most exasperating reality, and I did not get to sleep for hours. Usually, however, I managed to get to sleep quite quickly by this trick. I suppose it was a variety of autosuggestion, a kind of hypnotism, or else simply muscular relaxation, with the help of a little work on the part of an active fancy. Ultimately, I suppose all Oriental mysticism can be reduced to techniques that do the same thing, but in a far more subtle and advanced fashion, and if that is true, it is not mysticism at all. It remains purely in the natural order. That does not make it evil, according to Christian standards, but it does not make it good, in relation to the supernatural. It is simply more or less useless, except when it is mixed up with elements that are strictly diabolical, and then of course these dreams and annihilations are designed to wipe out all vital moral activity, while leaving the personality in control of some nefarious principle, either of his own, or from outside himself. It was with all this in my mind that I went and received my diploma of Bachelor of Arts from one of the windows in the registrar's office, and immediately afterwards put my name down for some courses in the Graduate School of English. The experience of the last year, with the sudden collapse of all my physical energy and the diminution of the brash vigor of my worldly ambitions, had meant that I had turned in terror from the idea of anything so active and uncertain as the newspaper business. This registration in the graduate school represented the first remote step of a retreat from the fight for money and fame, from the active and worldly life of conflict and competition. If anything, I would now be a teacher, and live the rest of my life in the relative peace of a college campus, reading and writing books. That the influence of the Huxley book had not, by any means, lifted me bodily out of the natural order overnight is evident from the fact that I decided to specialize in 18th century English literature, and to choose my subject for a Master of Arts thesis from somewhere in that century. As a matter of fact, I had already half decided upon a subject, by the time the last pile of dirty snow had melted from the borders of Southfield. It was an unknown novelist of the second half of the 18th century called Richard Graves. The most important thing he wrote was a novel called The Spiritual Quixote, which was in the Fielding tradition, a satire on the more excited kind of Methodists and other sects of religious enthusiasts in England at that time. I was to work under Professor Tyndall, and this would have been just his kind of a subject. He was an agnostic and rationalist who took a deep and amused interest in all the strange perversions of the religious instinct that our world has seen in the last 500 years. He was just finishing a book on D.H. Lawrence which discussed, not too kindly, Lawrence's attempt to build up a synthetic, homemade religion of his own out of all the semi-pagan spiritual jetsam that came his way. All Lawrence's friends were very much annoyed by it when it was published. I remember that in that year one of Tyndall's favorite topics of conversation was the miracles of Mother Cabrini, who had just been beatified. He was amused by these, too, because, as for all rationalists, it was for him an article of faith that miracles cannot happen. I remember with what indecision I went on into the spring, trying to settle the problem of a subject with finality. Yet the thing worked itself out quite suddenly, so suddenly that I do not remember what brought it about. One day I came running down out of the Carpenter Library, and passed along the wire fences by the tennis courts, in the sun, with my mind made up that there was only one possible man in the 18th century for me to work on, the one poet who had least to do with his age, and was most in opposition to everything it stood for. I had just had in my hands the small, neatly printed Nonsuch Press edition of the poems of William Blake, and I now knew what my thesis would probably be. It would take in his poems and some aspect of his religious ideas. In the Columbia bookstore I bought the same edition of Blake, on credit. I paid for it 2 years later. It had a blue cover, and I suppose it is now hidden somewhere in our monastery library, the part to which nobody has access. And that is all right. I think the ordinary Trappist would be only dangerously bewildered by the prophetic books, and those who still might be able to profit by Blake, have a lot of other things to read that are still better. For my own part, I no longer need him. He has done his work for me, and he did it very thoroughly. I hope that I will see him in heaven. But oh, what a thing it was to live in contact with the genius and the holiness of William Blake that year, that summer, writing the thesis. I had some beginning of an appreciation of his greatness above the other men of his time in England, but from this distance, from the hill where I now stand, looking back I can really appreciate his stature. To assimilate him to the men of the ending 18th century would be absurd. I will not do it, all those conceited and wordy and stuffed little characters. As for the other romantics, how feeble and hysterical their inspirations seem next to the tremendously genuine and spiritual fire of William Blake. Even Coleridge, in the rare moments when his imagination struck the pitch of true creativeness, was still only an artist, an imaginer, not a seer, a maker, but not a prophet. Perhaps all the great romantics were capable of putting words together more sensibly than Blake, and yet he, with all his mistakes of spelling, turned out the greater poet, because his was the deeper and more solid inspiration. He wrote better poetry when he was 12 than Shelley wrote in his whole life. And it was because at 12 he had already seen, I think, Elias, standing under a tree in the fields south of London. It was Blake's problem to try and adjust himself to a society that understood neither him nor his kind of faith and love. More than once, smug and inferior minds conceived it to be their duty to take this man Blake in hand and direct and form him, to try and canalize what they recognized as talent in some kind of a conventional channel. And always this meant the cold and heartless disparagement of all that was vital and real to him in art and in faith. There were years of all kinds of petty persecution, from many different quarters, until finally Blake parted from his would-be patrons, and gave up all hope of an alliance with a world that thought he was crazy, and went his own way. It was when he did this, and settled down as an engraver for good, that the prophetic books were no longer necessary. In the latter part of his life, having discovered Dante, he came in contact, through him, with Catholicism, which he described as the only religion that really taught the love of God, and his last years were relatively full of peace. He never seems to have felt any desire to hunt out a priest in the England where Catholicism was still practically outlawed, but he died with a blazing face and great songs of joy bursting from his heart. As Blake worked himself into my system, I became more and more conscious of the necessity of a vital faith, and the total unreality and unsubstantiality of the dead, selfish rationalism which had been freezing my mind and will for the last 7 years. By the time the summer was over, I was to become conscious of the fact that the only way to live was to live in a world that was charged with the presence and reality of God. To say that, is to say a great deal, and I don't want to say it in a way that conveys more than the truth. I will have to limit the statement by saying that it was still, for me, more an intellectual realization than anything else, and it had not yet struck down into the roots of my will. The life of the soul is not knowledge, it is love, since love is the act of the supreme faculty, the will, by which man is formally united to the final end of all his strivings, by which man becomes one with God. 3. On the door of the room in one of the dormitories, where Lax and S.Y. Freedgood were living in a state of chaos, was a large grey picture, a lithograph print. Its subject was a man, a Hindu, with wide-open eyes and a rather frightened expression, sitting cross-legged in white garments. I asked about it, and I could not figure out whether the answer was derisive or respectful. Lax said someone had thrown a knife at the picture and the knife had bounced back and nearly cut all their heads off. In other words, he gave me to understand that the picture had something intrinsically holy about it, that accounted for the respect and derision manifested towards it by all my friends. This mixture was their standard acknowledgement of the supernatural, or what was considered to be supernatural. How that picture happened to get on that door in that room is a strange story. It represented a Hindu messiah, a savior sent to India in our own times, called Jagat Bandhu. His mission had to do with universal peace and brotherhood. He had died not very long before, and had left a strong following in India. He was, as it were, in the role of a saint who had founded a new religious order. Although he was considered more than a saint, he was the latest incarnation of the Godhead, according to the Hindu belief in a multiplicity of incarnations. In 1932 a big official sort of letter was delivered to one of the monasteries of this new order, outside of Calcutta. The letter came from the Chicago World's Fair, which was to be held in the following year. Flo, they ever heard of this monastery? I cannot imagine. The letter was a formal announcement of a World Congress of Religions. I am writing this all from memory, but that is the substance of the story. They invited the abbot of this monastery to send a representative to Congress. I get this picture of the monastery. It is called Sri Angan, meaning the playground. It consists of an enclosure and many huts or cells, to use an Occidental term. The monks are quiet, simple men. They live what we would call a liturgical life, very closely integrated with the cycle of the seasons and of nature. In fact, the chief characteristic of their worship seems to be this deep, harmonious identification with all living things, in praising God. Their praise itself is expressed in songs, accompanied by drums and primitive instruments, flutes, pipes. There is much ceremonial dancing. In addition to that, there is a profound stress laid on a form of mental prayer which is largely contemplative. The monk works himself into it, by softly chanting lyrical aspirations to God, and then remains in peaceful absorption in the Absolute. For the rest, their life is extremely primitive and frugal. It is not so much what we would call austere. I do not think there are any fierce penances or mortifications. But nevertheless, the general level of poverty in Hindu society as a whole imposes on these monks a standard of living which most Occidental religious would probably find unlivable. Their clothes consist of a turban and something thrown around the body in a robe. No shoes. Perhaps the robe is only for traveling. Their food some rice, a few vegetables, a piece of fruit. Of all that they do, they attach most importance to prayer, to praising God. They have a well-developed sense of the power and efficacy of prayer, based on a keen realization of the goodness of God. Their whole spirituality is childlike, simple, primitive if you like, close to nature, ingenuous, optimistic, happy. But the point is, although it may be no more than the full flowering of the natural virtue of religion, with the other natural virtues, including a powerful natural charity, still the life of these pagan monks is one of such purity and holiness and peace, in the natural order, that it may put to shame the actual conduct of many Christian religious, in spite of their advantages of constant access to all the means of grace. So this was the atmosphere into which the letter from Chicago dropped like a heavy stone. The abbot was pleased by the letter. He did not know what the Chicago World's Fair was. Me did not understand that all these things were simply schemes for accumulating money. The World Congress of Religions appeared to him as something more than the fatuous scheme of a few restless, though probably sincere, minds. He seemed to see in it the first step towards the realization of the hopes of their beloved Messiah, Jagadbandhu, world peace, universal brotherhood. Perhaps, now, all religions would unite into one great universal religion, and all men would begin to praise God as brothers, instead of tearing each other to pieces. At any rate, the abbot selected one of his monks and told him that he was to go to Chicago, to the World Congress of Religions. This was a tremendous assignment. It was something far more terrible than an order given, for instance, to a newly ordained Capuchin to proceed to a mission in India. That would merely be a matter of a trained missionary going off to occupy a place that had been prepared for him. But here was a little man who had been born at the edge of a jungle, told to start out from a contemplative monastery and go not only into the world, but into the heart of a civilization the violence and materialism of which he could scarcely evaluate, and which raised goose flesh on every square inch of his body. What is more, he was told to undertake this journey without money. Not that money was prohibited to him, but they simply did not have any. His abbot managed to raise enough to get him a ticket for a little more than half the distance. After that, heaven would have to take care of him. By the time I met this poor little monk who had come to America without money, he had been living in the country for about 5 years, and had acquired, of all things, the degree of Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Chicago. So that people referred to him as Dr. Brahmachari, although I believe that brahmachari is simply a generic Hindu term for monk and one that might almost be translated, little brother without the degree of doctor. How he got through all the red tape that stands between America and the penniless traveler is something that I never quite understood. But it seems that officials, after questioning him, being completely overwhelmed by his simplicity, would either do something dishonest in his favor, or else would give him a tip as to how to beat the various technicalities. Some of them even lent him fairly large sums of money. In any case, he landed in America. The only trouble was that he got to Chicago after the World Congress of Religions was all over. By that time, one look at the fair buildings, which were already being torn down, told him all he needed to know about the World Congress of Religions. But once he was there, he did not have much trouble. People would see him standing around in the middle of railway stations waiting for Providence to do something about his plight. They would be intrigued by his turban and white garments, which were partly concealed by a brown overcoat in winter. They observed that he was wearing a pair of sneakers, and perhaps that alone was enough to rouse their curiosity. He was frequently invited to give lectures to religious and social clubs, and to schools and colleges, and he more than once spoke from the pulpits of Protestant churches. In this way he managed to make a living for himself. Besides, he was always being hospitably entertained by people that he met, and he financed the stages of his journey by artlessly leaving his purse lying open on the living room table, at night, before his departure. The open mouth of the purse spoke eloquently to the hearts of his hosts, saying, "As you see, I am empty," or, perhaps, "As you see, I am down to my last 15 cents. It was often enough filled up in the morning. He got around. How did he run into S.Y. Freedgood? Well, Seymour's wife was studying at Chicago, and she met Brahmachari there, and then Seymour met Brahmachari, and Brahmachari came to Long Beach once or twice, and went out in Seymour's sailboat, and wrote a poem which he gave to Seymour and Helen. He was very happy with Seymour, because he did not have to answer so many stupid questions and, after all, a lot of the people who befriended him were cranks and semi-maniacs and theosophists who thought they had some kind of a claim on him. They wearied him with their eccentricities, although he was a gentle and patient little man. But at Long Beach he was left in peace, although Seymour's ancient grandmother was not easily convinced that he was not the hereditary enemy of the Jewish people. She moved around in the other room, lighting small religious lamps against the intruder. It was the end of the school year, June 1938, when Lax and Seymour already had a huge box in the middle of the room, which they were beginning to pack with books, when we heard Brahmachari was again coming to New York. I went down to meet him at Grand Central with Seymour, and it was not without a certain suppressed excitement that I did so, for Seymour had me all primed with a superb selection of lies about Brahmachari's ability to float in the air and walk on water. It was a long time before we found him in the crowd, although you would think that a Hindu in a turban and a white robe and a pair of keds would have been a rather memorable sight. But all the people we asked, concerning such a one, had no idea of having seen him. We had been looking around for 10 or 15 minutes, when a cat came walking cautiously through the crowd, and passed us by with a kind of a look, and disappeared. "That's him," said Seymour. "He changed himself into a cat. Doesn't like to attract attention. Looking the place over. Now he knows we're here." Almost at once, while Seymour was asking a porter if he had seen anything like Brahmachari, and the porter was saying no, Brahmachari came up behind us. I saw Seymour swing around and say, in his rare, suave manner, "Ah, Brahmachari, how are you?" There stood a shy little man, very happy, with a huge smile, all teeth, in the midst of his brown face. And on the top of his head was a yellow turban with Hindu prayers written all over it in red. And, on his feet, sure enough, sneakers. I shook hands with him, still worrying lest he give me some kind of an electric shock. But he didn't. We rode up to Columbia in the subway, with all the people goggling at us, and I was asking Brahmachari about all the colleges he had been visiting. Did he like Smith? Did he like Harvard? When we were coming out into the air at 116th Street, I asked him which one he liked best, and he told me that they were all the same to him. It had never occurred to him that one might have any special preference in such things. I lapsed into a reverent silence and pondered on this thought. I was now 23 years old and, indeed, I was more mature than that in some respects. Surely by now it ought to have dawned on me that places did not especially matter. But no, I was very much attached to places, and had very definite likes and dislikes for localities as such, especially colleges, since I was always thinking of finding one that was altogether pleasant to live and teach in. After that, I became very fond of Brahmachari, and he of me. We got along very well together, especially since he sensed that I was trying to feel my way into a settled religious conviction, and into some kind of a life that was centered, as his was, on God. The thing that strikes me now is that he never attempted to explain his own religious beliefs to me except some of the externals of the cult, and that was later on. He would no doubt have told me all I wanted to know, if I had asked him, but I was not curious enough. What was most valuable to me was to hear his evaluation of the society and religious beliefs he had come across in America, and to put all that down on paper would require another book. He was never sarcastic, never ironical, or unkind in his criticisms. In fact, he did not make many judgments at all, especially adverse ones. He would simply make statements of fact, and then burst out laughing. His laughter was quiet and ingenuous, and it expressed his complete amazement at the very possibility that people should live the way he saw them living all around him. He was beyond laughing at the noise and violence of American city life and all the obvious lunacies like radio programs and billboard advertising. It was some of the well-meaning idealisms that he came across that struck him as funny. And one of the things that struck him as funniest of all was the eagerness with which Protestant ministers used to come up and ask him if India was by now nearly converted to Protestantism. He used to tell us how far India was from conversion to Protestantism or Catholicism for that matter. One of the chief reasons he gave for the failure of any Christian missionaries to really strike deep into the tremendous populations of Asia was the fact that they maintained themselves on a social level that was too far above the natives. The Church of England, indeed, thought they would convert the Indians by maintaining a strict separation: white men in one church, natives in a different church, both of them listening to sermons on brotherly love and unity. But all Christian missionaries, according to him, suffered from this big drawback: they lived too well, too comfortably. They took care of themselves in a way that simply made it impossible for the Hindus to regard them as holy, let alone the fact that they ate meat, which made them repugnant to the natives. I don't know anything about missionaries, but I am sure that, by our own standards of living, their life is an arduous and difficult one, and certainly not one that could be regarded as comfortable. And by comparison with life in Europe and America, it represents a tremendous sacrifice. Yet I suppose it would literally endanger their lives if they tried to subsist on the standard of living with which the vast majority of Asiatics have to be content. It seems hard to expect them to go around barefoot and sleep on mats and live in huts. But one thing is certain: the pagans have their own notions of holiness, and it is one that includes a prominent element of asceticism. According to Brahmachari, the prevailing impression among the Hindus seems to be that Christians don't know what asceticism means. Of course, he was talking principally of Protestant missionaries, but I suppose it would apply to anyone coming to a tropical climate from one of the so-called civilized countries. For my own part, I see no reason for discouragement. Brahmachari was simply saying something that has long since been familiar to readers of the Gospels. Unless the grain of wheat, falling in the ground, die, itself remaineth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. The Hindus are not looking for us to send them men who will build schools and hospitals, although those things are good and useful in themselves and perhaps very badly needed in India. They want to know if we have any saints to send them. There is no doubt in my mind that plenty of our missionaries are saints, and that they are capable of becoming greater saints too. And that is all that is needed. And, after all, Saint Francis Xavier converted hundreds of thousands of Hindus in the 16th century and established Christian societies in Asia strong enough to survive for several centuries without any material support from outside the Catholic world. Brahmachari was not telling me anything I did not know about the Church of England, or about the other Protestant sects he had come in contact with. But I was interested to hear his opinion of the Catholics. They, of course, had not invited him to preach in their pulpits, but he had gone into a few Catholic churches out of curiosity. He told me that these were the only ones in which he really felt that people were praying. It was only there that religion seemed to have achieved any degree of vitality, among us, as far as he could see. It was only to Catholics that the love of God seemed to be a matter of real concern, something that struck deep in their natures, not merely pious speculation and sentiment. However, when he described his visit to a big Benedictine monastery in the Midwest, he began to grin again. He said they had showed him a lot of workshops and machinery and printing presses and taken him over the whole plant as if they were very wrapped up in all their buildings and enterprises. He got the impression that they were more absorbed in printing and writing and teaching than they were in praying. Brahmachari was not the kind of man to be impressed with such statements as, "There's $250,000 worth of stained glass in this church, the organ has got 6 banks of keys and it contains drums, bells, and a mechanical nightingale, and the retable is a genuine bas-relief by a real live Italian artist." The people he had the least respect for were all the borderline cases, the strange, eccentric sects, the Christian Scientists, the Oxford group and all the rest of them. That was, in a sense, very comforting. Not that I was worried about them, but it confirmed me in my respect for him. He did not generally put his words in the form of advice, but the one counsel he did give me is something that I will not easily forget. There are many beautiful mystical books written by the Christians. You should read St. Augustine's Confessions, and The Imitation of Christ. Of course I had heard of both of them, but he was speaking as if he took it for granted that most people in America had no idea that such books ever existed. He seemed to feel as if he were in possession of a truth that would come to most Americans as news, as if there was something in their own cultural heritage that they had long since forgotten, and he could remind them of it. He repeated what he had said, not without a certain earnestness. Yes, you must read those books. It was not often that he spoke with this kind of emphasis. Now that I look back on those days, it seems to me very probable that one of the reasons why God had brought him all the way from India, was that he might say just that. After all, it is rather ironical that I had turned, spontaneously to the East, in reading about mysticism, as if there were little or nothing in the Christian tradition. I remember that I plowed through those heavy tomes of Father Wiegers with the feeling that all this represented the highest development of religion on earth. The reason may have been that I came away from Huxley's Ends and Means with the prejudice that Christianity was a less pure religion, because it was more immersed in matter, that is, because it did not scorn to use a sacramental liturgy that relied on the appeal of created things to the senses in order to raise the souls of men to higher things. So now I was told that I ought to turn to the Christian tradition, to St. Augustine, and told by a Hindu monk. Still, perhaps if he had never given me that piece of advice, I would have ended up in the Fathers of the Church and Scholasticism after all, because a fortunate discovery in the course of my work on my Ma. thesis put me fairly and definitely on that track at last. That discovery was one book that untied all the knots in the problem which I had set myself to solve by my thesis. It was Jacques Maritain's Art and Scholasticism. 4. The last week of that school year at Columbia had been rather chaotic. Lax and Friedgood had been making futile efforts to get their belongings together and go home. Brahmachari was living in their room, perched on top of a pile of books. Lax was trying to finish a novel for Professor Nobb's course in novel writing, and all his friends had volunteered to take a section of the book and write it, simultaneously, but in the end the book turned out to be more or less a three-cornered affair by Lax and me and Donna Eden. When Nobb got the thing in his hands he could not figure it out at all, but he gave us a B-, with which we were more than satisfied. Then Lax's mother had come to town to live near him in the last furious weeks before graduation and catch him if he collapsed. He had to take most of his meals in the apartment she had rented in Butler Hall. I sometimes went along and helped him nibble the various health foods. At the same time, we were planning to get a ride on an oil barge up the Hudson and the Erie Canal to Buffalo because Lax's brother-in-law was in the oil business. After that we would go to the town where Lax lived, which was up in that corner of New York State. On class day we leaned out the window of Lax's room and drank a bottle of champagne, looking at the sun on Southfield, and watching the people beginning to gather under the trees in front of Hamilton, where we would all presently hear some speeches and shake hands with Nicholas Murray Butler. It was not my business to graduate that June at all. My graduation was all over when I picked up my degree in the registrar's office last February. However, I borrowed the cap and gown with which Donna Eden had graduated from Barnard a year before, and went and sat with all the rest, mocking the speeches, with the edge of my sobriety slightly dulled by the celebration that had just taken place with the champagne infernaled. Finally we all got up and filed slowly up the rickety wooden steps to the temporary platform to shake hands with all the officials. President Butler was a much smaller man than I had expected. He looked intensely miserable, and murmured something or other to each student, as he shook hands. It was inaudible. I was given to understand that for the past 6 or 7 years people had been in the habit of insulting him, on these occasions, as a kind of a farewell. I didn't say anything. I just shook his hand, and passed on. The next one I came to was Dean Hawkes, who looked up with surprise, from under his bushy white eyebrows, and growled, "What are you doing here, anyway?" I smiled and passed on. We did not get the ride on the oil barge, after all, but went to Olean on a train, and for the first time I saw a part of the world in which I was one day going to learn how to be very happy, and that day was not now very far away. It is the association of that happiness which makes Upper New York State seem, in my memory, to be so beautiful. But it is objectively so, there is no doubt of that. Those deep valleys and miles of high, rolling wooded hills, the broad fields, the big red barns, the white farmhouses and the peaceful towns, all this looked more and more impressive and fine in the long slanting rays of the sinking sun after we had passed Elmira. And you began to get some of the feeling of the bigness of America, and to develop a continental sense of the scope of the country and of the vast, clear sky, as the train went on for mile after mile, and hour after hour. And the color, and freshness, and bigness, and richness of the land. The cleanness of it. The wholesomeness. This was new, and yet it was old country. It was mellow country. It had been cleared and settled for much more than 100 years. When we got out at Olean, we breathed its health and listened to its silence. I did not stay there for more than a week, being impatient to get back to New York on account of being, as usual, in love. But one of the things we happened to do was to turn off the main road, one afternoon on the way to the Indian reservation, to look at the plain brick buildings of a college that was run by the Franciscans. It was called St. Bonaventure's. Lax had a good feeling about the place. And his mother was always taking courses there, in the evenings courses in literature from the friars. He was a good friend of the father librarian and liked the library. We drove into the grounds and stopped by one of the buildings. But when Lax tried to make me get out of the car, I would not. "Let's get out of here," I said. "Why? It's a nice place." "It's okay, but let's get out of here. Let's go to the Indian reservation." "Don't you want to see the library?" "I can see enough of it from here. Let's get going." I don't know what was the matter. Perhaps I was scared of the thought of nuns and priests being all around me, the elemental fear of the citizen of hell, in the presence of anything that savors of the religious life, religious vows, official dedication to God through Christ. Too many crosses. Too many holy statues. Too much quiet and cheerfulness. Too much pious optimism. It made me very uncomfortable. I had to flee. When I got back to New York, one of the first things I did was to break away, at last, from the household in Douglaston. The family had really practically dissolved with the death of my grandparents, and I could get a lot more work done if I did not have to spend so much time on subways and the Long Island train. One rainy day in June, then, I made a bargain with Herb, the colored taximan at Douglaston, and he drove me and all my bags and books and my portable Vi and all my hot records and pictures to put on the wall and even a tennis racket which I never used, uptown to a rooming house on 114th Street, just behind the Columbia Library. All the way up we discussed the possible reasons for the mysterious death of Rudolph Valentino, once a famous movie star, but it was certainly not what you would call a live issue. Valentino had died at least 10 years before. "This is a nice spot you got here," said Herb, approving of the room I was renting for $7.50 a week. It was shiny and clean and filled with new furniture and had a big view of a pile of coal, in a yard by the campus tennis courts, with Southfield and the steps of the old domed library beyond. The panorama even took in a couple of trees. "I guess you're going to have a pretty hot time, now you got away from your folks," Herb remarked, as he took his leave. Whatever else may have happened in that room, it was also there that I started to pray again more or less regularly, and it was there that I added, as Brahmachari had suggested, the imitation of Christ to my books, and it was from there that I was eventually to be driven out by an almost physical push, to go and look for a priest. July came, with its great, misty heats, and Columbia filled with all the thousands of plump, spectacled ladies in pink dresses, from the Middle West, and all the gray gents in seersucker suits, all the dried-up high school principals from Indiana and Kansas and Iowa and Tennessee, with their veins shriveled up with positivism and all the reactions of the behaviorist flickering behind their spectacles as they meditated on the truths they learned in those sweltering halls. The books piled higher and higher on my desk in the graduate reading room and in my own lodgings. I was in the thick of my thesis, making hundreds of mistakes that I would not be able to detect for several years to come, because I was far out of my depth. Fortunately, nobody else detected them either. But for my own part, I was fairly happy, and learning many things. The discipline of the work itself was good for me, and helped to cure me, more than anything else did, of the illusion that my health was poor. And it was in the middle of all this that I discovered scholastic philosophy. The subject I had finally chosen was Nature and Art in William Blake. I did not realize how providential a subject it actually was. What it amounted to, was a study of Blake's reaction against every kind of literalism and naturalism and narrow, classical realism in art, because of his own ideal which was essentially mystical and supernatural. In other words, the topic, if I treated it at all sensibly, could not help but cure me of all the naturalism and materialism in my own philosophy, besides resolving all the inconsistencies and self-contradictions that had persisted in my mind for years, without my being able to explain them. After all, from my very childhood, I had understood that the artistic experience, at its highest, was actually a natural analogue of mystical experience. It produced a kind of intuitive perception of reality through a sort of affective identification with the object contemplated, the kind of perception that the Thomists call connatural. This means simply a knowledge that comes about as it were by the identification of natures, in the way that a chaste man understands the nature of chastity because of the very fact that his soul is full of it. It is a part of his own nature, since habit is second nature. Non-connatural knowledge of chastity would be that of a philosopher who, to borrow the language of the Imitation, would be able to define it, but would not possess it. I had learned from my own father that it was almost blasphemy to regard the function of art as merely to reproduce some kind of a sensible pleasure or, at best, to stir up the emotions to a transitory thrill. I had always understood that art was contemplation, and that it involved the action of the highest faculties of man. When I was once able to discover the key to Blake, in his rebellion against literalism and naturalism in art, I saw that his prophetic books and the rest of his verse at large represented a rebellion against naturalism in the moral order as well. What a revelation that was! For at 16 I had imagined that Blake, like the other romantics, was glorifying passion, natural energy, for their own sake. Far from it. What he was glorifying was the transfiguration of man's natural love, his natural powers, in the refining fires of mystical experience. And that, in itself, implied an arduous and total purification, by faith and love and desire, from all the petty materialistic and commonplace and earthly ideals of his rationalistic friends. Blake, in his sweeping consistency, had developed a moral insight that cut through all the false distinctions of a worldly and interested morality. That was why he saw that, in the legislation of men, some evils had been set up as standards of right by which other evils were to be condemned, and the norms of pride or greed had been established in the judgment seat, to pronounce a crushing and inhuman indictment against all the normal healthy strivings of human nature. Love was outlawed, and became lust, pity was swallowed up in cruelty, and so Blake knew how. The harlots cry from street to street. Shall weave old England's winding sheet? I had heard that cry and that echo. I had seen that winding sheet. But I had understood nothing of all that. I had tried to resolve it into a matter of sociological laws, of economic forces. If I had been able to listen to Blake in those old days, he would have told me that sociology and economics, divorced from faith and charity, become nothing but the chains of his aged, icy demoneurism. But now, reading Maritain, in connection with Blake, I saw all these difficulties and contradictions disappear. I, who had always been anti-naturalistic in art, had been a pure naturalist in the moral order. No wonder my soul was sick and torn apart, but now the bleeding wound was drawn together by the notion of Christian virtue, ordered to the union of the soul with God. The word virtue, what a fate it has had in the last 300 years. The fact that it is nowhere near so despised and ridiculed in Latin countries is a testimony to the fact that it suffered mostly from the mangling it underwent at the hands of Calvinists and Puritans. In our own days the word leaves on the lips of cynical high school children a kind of flippant smear, and it is exploited in theaters for the possibilities it offers for lewd and cheesy sarcasm. Everybody makes fun of virtue, which now has, as its primary meaning, an affectation of prudery practiced by hypocrites and the impotent. When Maritain, who is by no means bothered by such trivialities in all simplicity, went ahead to use the term in its scholastic sense, and was able to apply it to art, a virtue of the practical intellect, the very newness of the context was enough to disinfect my mind of all the miasmas left in it by the ordinary prejudice against virtue which, if it was ever strong in anybody, was strong in me. I was never a lover of Puritanism. Now at last I came around to the sane conception of virtue without which there can be no happiness, because virtues are precisely the powers by which we can come to acquire happiness. Without them, there can be no joy, because they are the habits which coordinate and canalize our natural energies and direct them to the harmony and perfection and balance, the unity of our nature with itself and with God, which must, in the end, constitute our everlasting peace. By the time I was ready to begin the actual writing of my thesis, that is, around the beginning of September 1938, the groundwork of conversion was more or less complete. And how easily and sweetly it had all been done, with all the external graces that had been arranged, along my path, by the kind providence of God. It had taken little more than a year and a half, counting from the time I read Gilson's The Spirit of Medieval Philosophy, to bring me up from an atheist as I considered myself to one who accepted all the full range and possibilities of religious experience right up to the highest degree of glory. I not only accepted all this, intellectually, but now I began to desire it. And not only did I begin to desire it, but I began to do so efficaciously. I began to want to take the necessary means to achieve this union, this peace. I began to desire to dedicate my life to God, to His service. The notion was still vague and obscure, and it was ludicrously impractical in the sense that I was already dreaming of mystical union when I did not even keep the simplest rudiments of the moral law. But nevertheless I was convinced of the reality of the goal, and confident that it could be achieved. And whatever element of presumption was in this confidence I am sure God excused, in His mercy, because of my stupidity and helplessness, and because I was really beginning to be ready to do whatever I thought He wanted me to do to bring me to Him. But, oh, how blind and weak and sick I was, although I thought I saw where I was going, and half understood the way. How deluded we sometimes are by the clear notions we get out of books. They make us think that we really understand things of which we have no practical knowledge at all. I remember how learnedly and enthusiastically I could talk for hours about mysticism and the experimental knowledge of God, and all the while I was stoking the fires of the argument with scotch and soda. That was the way it turned out that Labor Day, for instance. I went to Philadelphia with Joe Roberts, who had a room in the same house as I, and who had been through all the battles on the 4th floor of John Jay for the past 4 years. He had graduated and was working on some trade magazine about women's hats. All one night we sat, with a friend of his, in a big dark roadhouse outside of Philadelphia, arguing about mysticism, and smoking more and more cigarettes and gradually getting drunk. Eventually, filled with enthusiasm for the purity of heart which begets the vision of God, I went on with them into the city, after the closing of the bars, to a big speakeasy where we completed the work of getting plastered. My internal contradictions were resolving themselves out, indeed, but still only on the plane of theory, not of practice, not for lack of goodwill, but because I was still so completely chained and fettered by my sins and my attachments. I think that if there is one truth that people need to learn, in the world, especially today, it is this: the intellect is only theoretically independent of desire and appetite in ordinary, actual practice. It is constantly being blinded and perverted by the ends and aims of passion, and the evidence it presents to us with such a show of impartiality and objectivity is fraught with interest and propaganda. We have become marvelous at self-delusion, all the more so, because we have gone to such trouble to convince ourselves of our own absolute infallibility. The desires of the flesh, and by that I mean not only sinful desires, but even the ordinary, normal appetites for comfort and ease and human respect, are fruitful sources of every kind of error and misjudgment, and because we have these yearnings in us, our intellects, which, if they operated all alone in a vacuum, would indeed register with pure impartiality what they saw, present to us everything distorted and accommodated to the norms of our desire. And therefore, even when we are acting with the best of intentions, and imagine that we are doing great good, we may be actually doing tremendous material harm and contradicting all our good intentions. There are ways that seem to men to be good, the end whereof is in the depths of hell. The only answer to the problem is grace, grace, docility to grace. I was still in the precarious position of being my own guide and my own interpreter of grace. It is a wonder I ever got to the harbor at all. Sometime in August, I finally answered an impulsion that had been working on me for a long time. Livery Sunday, I had been going out on Long Island to spend the day with the same girl who had brought me back in such a hurry from Laxtown Olean. But every week, as Sunday came around, I was filled with a growing desire to stay in the city and go to some kind of a church. At first, I had vaguely thought I might try to find some Quakers, and go and sit with them. There still remained in me something of the favorable notion about Quakers that I had picked up as a child, and which the reading of William Penn had not been able to overcome. But, naturally enough, with the work I was doing in the library, a stronger drive began to assert itself, and I was drawn much more imperatively to the Catholic Church. Finally the urge became so strong that I could not resist it. I called up my girl and told her that I was not coming out that weekend, and made up my mind to go to Mass for the first time in my life. The first time in my life. That was true. I had lived for several years on the continent, I had been to Rome, I had been in and out of 1,000 Catholic cathedrals and churches, and yet I had never heard Mass. If anything had ever been going on in the churches I visited, I had always fled, in wild Protestant panic. I will not easily forget how I felt that day. First, there was this sweet, strong, gentle, clean urge in me which said, "Go to Mass. Go to Mass." It was something quite new and strange, this voice that seemed to prompt me, this firm, growing interior conviction of what I needed to do. It had a suavity, a simplicity about it that I could not easily account for. And when I gave into it, it did not exult over me, and trample me down in its raging haste to land on its prey, but it carried me forward serenely and with purposeful direction. That does not mean that my emotions yielded to it altogether quietly. I was really still a little afraid to go to a Catholic church, of set purpose, with all the other people, and dispose myself in a pew, and lay myself open to the mysterious perils of that strange and powerful thing they called their Massachusetts. God made it a very beautiful Sunday. And since it was the first time I had ever really spent a sober Sunday in New York, I was surprised at the clean, quiet atmosphere of the empty streets uptown. The sun was blazing bright. At the end of the street, as I came out the front door, I could see a burst of green, and the blue river and the hills of Jersey on the other side. Broadway was empty. A solitary trolley came speeding down in front of Barnard College and past the School of Journalism. Then, from the high, gray, expensive tower of the Rockefeller Church, huge bells began to boom. It served very well for the 11 o'clock Mass at the little brick church of Corpus Christi, hidden behind Teachers College on 121st Street. How bright the little building seemed. Indeed, it was quite new. The sun shone on the clean bricks. People were going in the wide open door, into the cool darkness and, all at once, all the churches of Italy and France came back to me. The richness and fullness of the atmosphere of Catholicism that I had not been able to avoid apprehending and loving as a child, came back to me with a rush, but now I was to enter into it fully for the first time. So far, I had known nothing but the outward surface. It was a gay, clean church, with big plain windows and white columns and pilasters in a well-lighted, simple sanctuary. Its style was a trifle eclectic, but much less perverted with incongruities than the average Catholic church in America. It had a kind of a 17th century, oratorian character about it, though with a sort of American colonial tinge of simplicity. The blend was effective and original, but although all this affected me, without my thinking about it, the thing that impressed me most was that the place was full, absolutely full. It was full not only of old ladies and broken-down gentlemen with one foot in the grave, but of men and women and children, young and old, especially young, people of all classes, and all ranks, on a solid foundation of working men and women and their families. I found a place that I hoped would be obscure, over on one side, in the back, and went to it without genuflecting, and knelt down. As I knelt, the first thing I noticed was a young girl, very pretty too, perhaps 15 or 16, kneeling straight up and praying quite seriously. I was very much impressed to see that someone who was young and beautiful could with such simplicity make prayer the real and serious and principal reason for going to church. She was clearly kneeling that way because she meant it, not in order to show off, and she was praying with an absorption which, though not the deep recollection of a saint, was serious enough to show that she was not thinking at all about the other people who were there. What a revelation it was, to discover so many ordinary people in a place together, more conscious of God than of one another, not there to show off their hats or their clothes, but to pray, or at least to fulfill a religious obligation, not a human one. For even those who might have been there for no better motive than that they were obliged to be, were at least free from any of the self-conscious and human constraint which is never absent from a Protestant church where people are definitely gathered together as people, as neighbors, and always have at least half an eye for one another, if not all of both eyes. Since it was summer time, the 11 o'clock Mass was a low Mass, but I had not come expecting to hear music. Before I knew it, the priest was in the sanctuary with the two altar boys, and was busy at the altar with something or other which I could not see very well, but the people were praying by themselves, and I was engrossed and absorbed in the thing as a whole, the business at the altar and the presence of the people. And still I had not got rid of my fear. Seeing the latecomers hastily genuflecting before entering the pew, I realized my omission, and got the idea that people had spotted me for a pagan and were just waiting for me to miss a few more genuflections before throwing me out or, at least, giving me looks of reproof. Soon we all stood up. I did not know what it was for. The priest was at the other end of the altar, and, as I afterwards learned, he was reading the Gospel. And then the next thing I knew there was someone in the pulpit. It was a young priest, perhaps not much over 33 or 4 years old. His face was rather ascetic and thin, and its asceticism was heightened with a note of intellectuality by his horn-rimmed glasses, although he was only one of the assistants, and he did not consider himself an intellectual, nor did anyone else apparently consider him so. But anyway, that was the impression he made on me, and his sermon, which was simple enough, did not belie it. It was not long, but to me it was very interesting to hear this young man quietly telling the people in language that was plain, yet tinged with scholastic terminology, about a point in Catholic doctrine. How clear and solid the doctrine was, for behind those words you felt the full force not only of Scripture but of centuries of a unified and continuous and consistent tradition. And above all, it was a vital tradition. There was nothing studied or antique about it. These words, this terminology, this doctrine, and these convictions fell from the lips of the young priest as something that were most intimately part of his own life. What was more, I sensed that the people were familiar with it all, and that it was also, in due proportion, part of their life also. It was just as much integrated into their spiritual organism as the air they breathed or the food they ate worked into their blood and flesh. What was he saying? That Christ was the Son of God. That, in him, the second person of the Holy Trinity, God, had assumed a human nature, a human body and soul, and had taken flesh and dwelt amongst us, full of grace and truth, and that this man, whom men called the Christ, was God. He was both man and God, two natures hypostatically united in one person or suppositum, one individual who was a divine person, having assumed to himself a human nature. And his works were the works of God, his acts were the acts of God. He loved us, God, and walked among us, God, and died for us on the cross, God of God, light of light, true God of true God. Jesus Christ was not simply a man, a good man, a great man, the greatest prophet, a wonderful healer, a saint. He was something that made all such trivial words pale into irrelevance. He was God. But nevertheless he was not merely a spirit without a true body, God hiding under a visionary body. He was also truly a man, born of the flesh of the most pure Virgin, formed of her flesh by the Holy Spirit. And what he did, in that flesh, on earth, he did not only as man but as God. He loved us as God, he suffered and died for us, God. And how did we know? Because it was revealed to us in the Scriptures and confirmed by the teaching of the Church and of the powerful unanimity of Catholic tradition from the first apostles, from the first popes and the early fathers, on down through the doctors of the Church and the great scholastics, to our own day. De fide divina. If you believed it, you would receive light to grasp it, to understand it in some measure. If you did not believe it, you would never understand. It would never be anything but scandal or folly. And no one can believe these things merely by wanting to, of his own volition. Unless he receive grace, an actual light and impulsion of the mind and will from God, he cannot even make an act of living faith. It is God who gives us faith, and no one cometh to Christ unless the Father draweth him. I wonder what would have happened in my life if I had been given this grace in the days when I had almost discovered the divinity of Christ in the ancient mosaics of the churches of Rome. What scores of self-murdering and Christ-murdering sins would have been avoided, all the filth I had plastered upon his image in my soul during those last 5 years that I had been scourging and crucifying God within me. It is easy to say, after it all, that God had probably foreseen my infidelities and had never given me the grace in those days because he saw how I would waste and despise it, and perhaps that rejection would have been my ruin. For there is no doubt that one of the reasons why grace is not given to souls is because they have so hardened their wills in greed and cruelty and selfishness that their refusal of it would only harden them more. But now I had been beaten into the semblance of some kind of humility by misery and confusion and perplexity and secret, interior fear, and my plowed soul was better ground for the reception of good seed. The sermon was what I most needed to hear that day. When the Mass of the catechumens was over, I, who was not even a catechumen, but only a blind and deaf and dumb pagan as weak and dirty as anything that ever came out of the darkness of imperial Rome or Corinth or Ephesus, was not able to understand anything else. It all became completely mysterious when the attention was refocused on the altar. When the silence grew more and more profound, and little bells began to ring, I got scared again and, finally, genuflecting hastily on my left knee, I hurried out of the church in the middle of the most important part of the Mass. But it was just as well. In a way, I suppose I was responding to a kind of liturgical instinct that told me I did not belong there for the celebration of the mysteries as such. I had no idea what took place in them, but the fact was that Christ, God, would be visibly present on the altar in the sacred species. And although he was there, yes, for love of me, yet he was there in his power and his might, and what was I? What was on my soul? What was I in his sight? It was liturgically fitting that I should kick myself out at the end of the Mass of the catechumens, when the ordained ostiarii should have been there to do it. Anyway, it was done. Now I walked leisurely down Broadway in the sun, and my eyes looked about me at a new world. I could not understand what it was that had happened to make me so happy, why I was so much at peace, so content with life, for I was not yet used to the clean savor that comes with an actual grace. Indeed, there was no impossibility in a person's hearing and believing such a sermon and being justified, that is, receiving sanctifying grace in his soul as a habit, and beginning, from that moment, to live the divine and supernatural life for good and all. But that is something I will not speculate about. All I know is that I walked in a new world. Even the ugly buildings of Columbia were transfigured in it. And everywhere was peace in these streets designed for violence and noise. Sitting outside the gloomy little child's restaurant at Ith Street, behind the dirty, boxed bushes, and eating breakfast, was like sitting in the Elysian fields. 5. My reading became more and more Catholic. I became absorbed in the poetry of Hopkins and in his notebooks, that poetry which had only impressed me a little 6 years before. Now, too, I was deeply interested in Hopkins' life as a Jesuit. What was that life? What did the Jesuits do? What did a priest do? How did he live? I scarcely knew where to begin to find out about all such things, but they had started to exercise a mysterious attraction over me. And here is a strange thing. I had by now read James Joyce's Ulysses twice or 3 times. 6 years before, on one of those winter vacations in Strasbourg, I had tried to read Portrait of the Artist and had bogged down in the part about his spiritual crisis. Something about it had discouraged, bored, and depressed me. I did not want to read about such a thing, and I finally dropped it in the middle of the mission. Strange to say, sometime during this summer, I think it was before the first time I went to Corpus Christi, I reread Portrait of the Artist and was fascinated precisely by that part of the book, by the mission, by the priest's sermon on hell. What impressed me was not the fear of hell, but the expertness of the sermon. Now, instead of being repelled by the thought of such preaching, which was perhaps the author's intention, I was stimulated and edified by it. The style in which the priest in the book talked pleased me by its efficiency and solidity and drive, and once again there was something eminently satisfying in the thought that these Catholics knew what they believed, and knew what to teach, and all taught the same thing, and taught it with coordination and purpose and great effect. It was this that struck me first of all, rather than the actual subject matter of their doctrine until, that is, I heard the sermon at Corpus Christi. So then I continued to read Joyce, more and more fascinated by the pictures of priests and Catholic life that came up here and there in his books. That, I am sure, will strike many people as a strange thing indeed. I think Joyce himself was only interested in rebuilding the Dublin he had known as objectively and vitally as he could. He was certainly very alive to all the faults in Irish Catholic society, and he had practically no sympathy left for the church he had abandoned, but in his intense loyalty to the vocation of artist for which he had abandoned it, and the two vocations are not per se irreconcilable, they only became so because of peculiar subjective circumstances in Joyce's own case. He meant to be as accurate as he could in rebuilding his world as it truly was. Therefore, reading Joyce, I was moving in his Dublin, and breathing the air of its physical and spiritual slums, and it was not the most Catholic side of Dublin that he always painted. But in the background was the church, and its priests, and its devotions, and the Catholic life in all its gradations, from the Jesuits down to those who barely clung to the hem of the church's garments. And it was this background that fascinated me now, along with the temper of Thomism that had once been in Joyce himself. If he had abandoned St. Thomas, he had not stepped much further down than Aristotle. Then, of course, I was reading the metaphysical poets once again, especially Crashaw, and studying his life, too, and his conversion. That meant another avenue which led more or less directly to the Jesuits. So in the late August of 1938, and September of that year, my life began to be surrounded, interiorly, by Jesuits. They were the symbols of my new respect for the vitality and coordination of the Catholic apostolate. Perhaps, in the back of my mind, was my greatest Jesuit hero, the glorious Father Rothschild of Evelyn-was Vile Bodies, who plotted with all the diplomats, and rode away into the night on a motorcycle when everybody else was exhausted. Yet with all this, I was not yet ready to stand beside the font. There was not even any interior debate as to whether I ought to become a Catholic. I was content to stand by and admire. For the rest, I remember one afternoon, when my girl had come into town to see me, and we were walking around the streets uptown, I subjected her to the rather disappointing entertainment of going to Union Theological Seminary, and asking for a catalogue of their courses, which I proceeded to read while we were walking around on Riverside Drive. She was not openly irritated by it. She was a very good and patient girl anyway. But still you could see she was a little bored, walking around with a man who was not sure whether he ought to enter a theological seminary. There was nothing very attractive in that catalogue. I was to get much more excited by the article on the Jesuits in the Catholic Encyclopedia, breathless with the thought of so many novitiates and tertianships and what not, so much scrutiny, so much training. What monsters of efficiency they must be, these Jesuits, I kept thinking to myself, as I read and reread the article. And perhaps, from time to time, I tried to picture myself with my face sharpened by asceticism, its pallor intensified by contrast with a black cassock, and every line of it proclaiming a Jesuit saint, a Jesuit mastermind. And I think the mastermind element was one of the strongest features of this obscure attraction. Apart from this foolishness, I came no nearer to the church, in practice, than adding a Hail Mary to my night prayers. I did not even go to Mass again, at once. The following weekend I went to see my girl once again. It was probably after that I went on the expedition to Philadelphia. It took something that belongs to history to form and vitalize these resolutions that were still only vague and floating entities in my mind and will. One of those hot evenings at the end of summer, the atmosphere of the city suddenly became terribly tense with some news that came out of the radios. Before I knew what the news was, I began to feel the tension. For I was suddenly aware that the quiet, disparate murmurs of different radios in different houses had imperceptibly merged into one big, ominous unified voice, that moved at you from different directions and followed you down the street, and came to you from another angle as soon as you began to recede from any one of its particular sources. I heard Germany, Hitler at 6 o'clock this morning, the German army, the Nazis. What had they done? Then Joe Roberts came in and said there was about to be a war. The Germans had occupied Czechoslovakia, and there was bound to be a war. The city felt as if one of the doors of hell had been half opened, and a blast of its breath had flared out to wither up the spirits of men. And people were loitering around the newsstands in misery. Joe Roberts and I sat in my room, where there was no radio, until long after midnight, drinking canned beer and smoking cigarettes, and making silly and excited jokes. But, within a couple of days, the English Prime Minister had flown in a big hurry to see Hitler and had made a nice new alliance at Munich that cancelled everything that might have caused a war, and returned to England. He alighted at Croydon and came stumbling out of the plane saying, "Peace in our time." I was very depressed. I was beyond thinking about the intricate and filthy political tangle that underlay the mess. I had given up politics as more or less hopeless, by this time. I was no longer interested in having any opinion about the movement and interplay of forces which were all more or less iniquitous and corrupt, and it was far too laborious and uncertain a business to try and find out some degree of truth and justice in all the loud, artificial claims that were put forward by the various sides. All I could see was a world in which everybody said they hated war, and in which we were all being rushed into a war with a momentum that was at last getting dizzy enough to affect my stomach. All the internal contradictions of the society in which I lived were at last beginning to converge upon its heart. There could not be much more of a delay in its dismembering. Where would it end? In those days, the future was obscured, blanked out by war as by a dead-end wall. Nobody knew if anyone at all would come out of it alive. Who would be worse off, the civilians or the soldiers? The distinction between their fates was to be abolished, in most countries, by aerial warfare, by all the new planes, by all the marvelous new bombs. What would the end of it be? I knew that I myself hated war, and all the motives that led to war and were behind wars. But I could see that now my likes or dislikes, beliefs or disbeliefs meant absolutely nothing in the external, political order. I was just an individual, and the individual had ceased to count. I meant nothing, in this world, except that I would probably soon become a number on the list of those to be drafted. I would get a piece of metal with my number on it, to hang around my neck, so as to help out the circulation of red tape that would necessarily follow the disposal of my remains, and that would be the last eddy of mental activity that would close over my lost identity. The whole business was so completely unthinkable that my mind, like almost all the other minds that were in the same situation, simply stopped trying to cope with it, and refixed its focus on the ordinary routine of life. I had my thesis to type out, and a lot of books to read, and I was thinking of preparing an article on Crashaw which perhaps I would send to T.S. Eliot for his Criterion. I did not know that Criterion had printed its last issue, and that Eliot's reaction to the situation that so depressed me was to fold up his magazine. The days went on and the radios returned to their separate and individual murmuring, not to be regimented back into their appalling shout for yet another year. September, as I think, must have been more than half gone. I borrowed Father Leahy's Life of Hopkins from the library. It was a rainy day. I had been working in the library in the morning. I had gone to buy a 35-cent lunch at one of those little pious kitchens on Broadway, the one where Professor Garrigue, of the Graduate School of French, sat daily in silence with his ancient, ailing mother, over a very small table, eating his Brussels sprouts. Later in the afternoon, perhaps about 4, I would have to go down to Central Park West and give a Latin lesson to a youth who was sick in bed, and who ordinarily came to the tutoring school run by my landlord, on the ground floor of the house where I lived. I walked back to my room. The rain was falling gently on the empty tennis courts across the street, and the huge old domed library stood entrenched in its own dreary greyness, arching a cyclops eyebrow at Southfield. I took up the book about Gerard Manley Hopkins. The chapter told of Hopkins at Balliol, at Oxford. He was thinking of becoming a Catholic. He was writing letters to Cardinal Newman, not yet a cardinal, about becoming a Catholic. All of a sudden, something began to stir within me, something began to push me, to prompt me. It was a movement that spoke like a voice. "What are you waiting for?" it said. "Why are you sitting here? Why do you still hesitate? You know what you ought to do? Why don't you do it?" I stirred in the chair, I lit a cigarette, looked out the window at the rain, tried to shut the voice up. Don't act on impulses, I thought. This is crazy. This is not rational. Read your book. Hopkins was writing to Newman, at Birmingham, about his indecision. "What are you waiting for?" said the voice within me again. "Why are you sitting there? It is useless to hesitate any longer. Why don't you get up and go?" I got up and walked restlessly around the room. It's absurd, I thought. Anyway, Father Ford would not be there at this time of day. I would only be wasting time. Hopkins had written to Newman, and Newman had replied to him, telling him to come and see him at Birmingham. Suddenly, I could bear it no longer. I put down the book, and got into my raincoat, and started down the stairs. I went out into the street. I crossed over, and walked along by the grey wooden fence, towards Broadway, in the light rain. And then everything inside me began to sing with peace, to sing with strength, and to sing with conviction. I had 9 blocks to walk. Then I turned the corner of 121st Street, and the brick church and presbytery were before me. I stood in the doorway and rang the bell and waited. When the maid opened the door, I said, "May I see Father Ford, please?" But Father Ford is out. I thought, well, it is not a waste of time, anyway. And I asked when she expected him back. I would come back later, I thought. The maid closed the door. I stepped back into the street. And then I saw Father Ford coming around the corner from Broadway. He approached, with his head down, in a rapid, thoughtful walk. I went to meet him and said, "Father, may I speak to you about something?" "Yes," he said, looking up, surprised. "Yes, sure, come into the house." We sat in the little parlor by the door. And I said, "Father, I want to become a Catholic."